Chapter 3206. And these past few days, I've been worried that Uncle Master wouldn't be able to come, so I didn't think too much about it. Zen Master Mingyu added, let the monastery of Jiangqiao bring it on. Our Shaojin temple will deal with whatever comes our way. Why should we be afraid of them? Haha, that's right, Uncle Master Mingyu. Xingchen laughed when he heard Zen Master Mingyu's last few words. Exactly. No matter what rules the monastery of Jiangqiao sets, they're nothing but ants before the power of our Shaojin temple. With that, Xingchen entered the Shaojin temple with his head held high. The three disciples of the Transcendence realm followed him, leaving Zen Master Mingyu and the rest behind. Ha, Uncle Master Xingchen is really straightforward. Ming Fa said enviously. Exactly. Zen Master Mingyu said in a low voice. If Uncle Master can stay at our Shaojin temple for a while after the Immortal Buddha ceremony, we'll definitely benefit greatly. Abbot, just as Zen Master Mingyu was thinking about how to keep Xingchen, a disciple called out softly from behind him, someone seems to be coming from the foot of the mountain. When Zen Master Mingyu heard this, he hurriedly turned his head. Indeed, there were a few horse carriages slowly approaching the small gold temple on the mountain path about 1 mile away. Beside the horse carriages were several burly men on horseback guarding them. This is Manager Feng from the Green Pine Drugstore in West Town. Ming Cheng looked at him for a moment and said with a smile, when I passed by the Green Pine Drugstore that day, I heard him mention that the Immortals and Buddha's ceremony is a rare event in the Longevity Town. Today, he will definitely come to support the Shaojin Temple. Zen Master Mingyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He naturally understood that in the hearts of the people of Longevity Town, the so-called Immortal Buddha ceremony was no different from ordinary social theater and music performances. Shopkeeper Feng came to support, just to watch the show. Forget it. Since he's here, he's a guest. My Shaojin temple can't be too slow. Zen Master Mingyu waved his hand. Come with me to welcome him. Since shopkeeper Feng of the Green Pine Medicine Store was here, the shopkeeper of the Sundry Goods Store, the shopkeeper of the Grain and Oil Store, and so on wouldn't be far away. Carriages after carriages and streams of people came from all around Longevity Town towards the little golden temple. By the time the sun was high in the sky, there were already several hundred people gathered around the arena. Looking at the mountain path at the foot of the mountain, there were still many people coming over. Zen Master Mingyu had really underestimated the gimmick of the Immortal Buddha Grand Ceremony. This was especially so when the Immortal Buddha Grand Ceremony included the competition between the Buddhist sect, Confucian cultivators, and Daoist sections. These hundreds of people had long surpassed the usual number of people who came to the Shaojin temple to offer incense and worship Buddha. His Shaojin temple only had about 30 people. How could it handle this? Fortunately, just as Zen Master Mingyu was sweating profusely and feeling extremely anxious, Longevity Academy sent over 100 disciples. Under the lead of a teacher, they assisted the Shaojin temple in maintaining the order of the ceremony. While Zen Master Mingyu was extremely grateful, he originally wanted to discuss with the teacher how to assign these disciples to assist the Shaojin temple in arranging the hundreds of people. However, the teacher only greeted Zen Master Mingyu with a smile. After announcing his name, he immediately turned around and instructed the 100 disciples to split into 10 groups and lead the villagers in all directions of the arena. He didn't even bother to discuss with Zen Master Mingyu. Zen Master Mingyu was very dissatisfied. This was clearly overstepping one's authority. Where would the Shaojin temple put its face? However, in just a moment, the Long Life Academy disciples who were divided into groups each carried out their own duties, commanding the villagers. When they saw the chaotic arena become orderly again, Zen Master Bright Moon revealed a bitter smile. Now, how could he not know that his little golden temple, compared to Long Life Academy, couldn't take a single blow? Not to mention the number of disciples and cultivation, just the experience of dealing with such a big scene was far inferior. Zhu Junfeng suggested that the Immortal Buddha ceremony be held in Shaojin Temple. On one hand, he wanted to see how Shaojin Temple would deal with it. On the other hand, he naturally wanted to see Shaojin Temple make a fool of itself. Fortunately, Zen Master Mingyu smiled bitterly and rejoiced at the same time. This seat has always respected Longevity Academy. Moreover, Longevity Academy doesn't need any incense. Between them, it can be considered harmonious. This is why Zhu Junfeng was able to send disciples over to assist. Although Longevity Academy is strong, today is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. It's not a big deal for them to cover up my Shaojin Temple's brilliance. Immortal Buddha, Longevity Academy is in front of my Shaojin Temple. Regardless of whether it was Zen Master Mingyu's self-deception or Longevity Academy's overstepping one's authority, the order in front of the arena gradually improved. Even though there were many villagers who came later, they were all led to an orderly place by the Longevity Academy disciples. Naturally, the villagers in front of the arena weren't all kind people. Some of them didn't accept the arrangement and stood in a bad position. It was inevitable that there would be some complaints and conflicts. Longevity Academy's disciples didn't show any mercy to these people. They either subdued them or chased them away. Zen Master Mingyu and the others were envious of their ruthless methods. In the eyes of the Buddhist monks, these people were pilgrims and parents of food and shelter. However, in the eyes of the disciples, they were troublemakers. They could use any means to deal with them. There were even some ruffians who didn't look like they were here to watch the competition. When they saw the academy's disciples, they didn't even go near them. They stayed far away and turned around. The crowd was weaving. When the sun was high up in the sky, there was already a black mass of heads in front of the arena. The people at the front came early. Some brought their own chairs and stools. Even if the people at the back brought some, their line of sight was blocked by the people at the front. When they sat down, they couldn't see the arena clearly. Zen Master Mingyu took a look and got a fright. Weren't there close to 2,000 people here to watch the show? Amitabha. If these people come to my little gold temple, everyone will burn incense for the Buddha and give a copper coin to the little gold temple. Zen Master Mingyu couldn't help but think. Just as Zen Master Mingyu's imagination was running wild, Ming Fa ran over and whispered, "Senior Brother Abbot, no one from Longevity Academy and Jiangchao Temple has come yet." "It's fine," Zen Master Mingyu smiled and said, "Longevity Academy's disciples are here. How can their not come? As for Jiangchao Temple, I forgot that Xiao Jian and I didn't agree on a time. That guy is so sinister. He won't not come, right?" When he finished speaking, Zen Master Mingyu's expression almost changed. If Jiangchao Temple didn't come, wouldn't this arena become a joke? These few days, he was jealous of Jiangchao Temple and worried that Xingchen hadn't come yet. This made Zen Master Mingyu a bit flustered. Buzz buzz. A slight buzzing sound came from the horizon. Zen Master Mingyu's ears twitched and a look of joy appeared on his face. He looked up and saw a few figures flying towards him with flashing sword lights in the distance. Amitabha. Longevity Academy's people are here. Zen Master Mingyu put his palms together and said with a smile, "The Confucian cultivators are here. This Immortal Buddha ceremony can begin. As for Jiangchao Temple's Daoists, if they don't come, it can only be said that they fled before the battle. There's nothing to fear." As he spoke, Zen Master Mingyu tapped the monk's staff in his hand and was about to activate this Buddhist artifact to bring him up into the sky. However, from the little gold temple's mountain gate behind Zen Master Mingyu, a few loud and clear Buddhist chants came. "Amitabha, excellent, excellent. Martial Nephew Mingyu, hurry up and welcome the Confucian cultivators." "Yes, Martial Uncle Xingchen." Zen Master Mingyu was overjoyed. Using the flying technique in front of so many people would be the center of attention. It would be of great significance to the little gold temple's reputation in the future. He could almost imagine the kind of longing these good men and women would have when they came to the little gold temple to worship Buddha and fulfill their vows. However, before he could activate his telekinesis, a few excited donkey cries came from the mountain path at the bottom of the hill. Soon after, a hoarse voice with the same excitement faintly sounded. Zen Master Mingyu couldn't hear what the voice was saying, but he had a bad feeling in his heart, because the voice was very familiar. Wasn't it Daoist Xiao Jian from Jiangchao Temple? Sure enough, when he looked up on the mountain path far away, A lame donkey was pulling a broken carriage. In front of the carriage was Xianxia. He held a small whip in his hand and was trying his best to control the small broken carriage to move towards the little gold temple. After Xianxia was naturally Xiaojian. He was standing on the carriage and waving his hand at Zen Master Mingyu. Sigh. Zen Master Mingyu sighed. Is this the Daoist's honor? How shameful. Mingqing, go and welcome them. Anyway, they're here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Our little gold temple can't be impolite. Unfortunately, before Mingqing could speak, Xing Chen's instructions rang in Zen Master Mingyu's ears. Sigh, the Daoist sect has fallen to such a state. How can they be a match for our Buddhism sect? Forget it, nephew Mingyu, go and welcome them. Anyway, they're here for the immortal Buddhist ceremony. Our little gold temple can't be impolite. Yes. Zen Master Mingyu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but when he saw Xing Chen fly up from the mountain gate with Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan, the crowd of nearly 2,000 people was in an uproar. Everyone exclaimed, and many people even knelt on the ground and shut their mouths helplessly. Zen Master Mingyu waved his hand and shouted, Ming Fa, Ming Cheng, follow me down the mountain to welcome the Daoist sect of Jiangqiao Temple. When you see them in the arena later, don't hold back. Beat them into a pig's head for me. Yes, senior brother. Seeing that Zen Master Mingyu was so angry that he spoke like that, Ming Fa and Ming Qing didn't dare to not answer loudly. Zen Master Mingyu strode down the mountain. The mountain path that had been watered and cleaned long ago was already covered in dust after being trampled by 2,000 people, staining the lower hem of the Zen Master's brand new monk robe. The little stains were hard to hide, just like Zen Master Mingyu's mood. However, seeing that the donkey carriage was approaching, Zen Master Mingyu took a deep breath and passed his monk staff to Ming Cheng. He put his palms together and bowed. Daoist Xiao, I represent the Buddhism sect to welcome the Daoist sect to the immortal Buddhist ceremony of the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivators. Chapter 3207. Just as Monk Mingyu was bowing, not only did the donkey cart not stop, it even sped up. Xianxia hurriedly pulled on the reins of the lame donkey and shouted loudly, wanting to stop the donkey cart. Xianxia's strength was extremely great. Slurp. The reins caused great pain to the lame donkey. It couldn't help but raise its front legs and neighed loudly. It sounded as if it was replying to Monk Mingyu's words. The donkey cart's sudden movement caused the people on the cart to lose their balance. Xiao Jian stood on the cart and couldn't help but stagger. He jumped off the donkey cart and landed on the ground. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I don't dare. I'm just a small Daoist and can't represent my Taoism. But today, for the survival of my Taoism, I still dare to pay a visit to Shaojin Temple. Xiao Jian's voice wasn't soft, but it was hard to hear because of the donkey's neighing. Go to hell! Xianxia, who was holding the reins, saw the lame donkey struggling and couldn't help but get angry. He shook the reins and jumped off the cart, kicking the lame donkey's butt. Xianxia's strength was extremely great. Slurp! The lame donkey cried out in pain. It was kicked to the side of the mountain path by Xianxia and fell to the ground along with the cart. Xiao Hua, who was sitting cross-legged at the back of the cart, calmly jumped off the cart. Although his figure was strong and healthy, one couldn't see anything special about him. Damn it! Xiao Jian originally had the look of an expert as he politely bowed to Zen Master Mingyu. When he saw this, his expression changed drastically as he cursed, Yeah, this is the donkey cart that I borrowed from the tea house at the foot of the mountain. This donkey is worth a lot of money. If you break it, how am I going to compensate the tea house's boss? Hearing this, Xianxia didn't say anything. Monk Mingyu's face turned green. He glanced at Ming Cheng, who understood and said with a smile, Daoist Xiao, don't bother about the donkey cart. Let's hurry up the mountain. It's already late, the immortal Buddha ceremony should start. The competition on the stage has already made people look forward to it. Oh, that's right. When Xiao Jian heard this, he came to his senses and shouted, That's right, yeah. Hurry and move the donkey cart to the side. In a while, you will be competing with these monks on stage. Remember, since we came here today, we don't plan to go back. After we get the arena, We will take this little gold temple under our Jiangqiao temple. Is this a donkey cart? It's fine if you don't want it. Master, on the other side, Xianxia had already raised the donkey cart with one hand. The lame donkey was also obedient now. It shyly moved to Xianxia's side and actually licked his hand. Unfortunately, Xianxia slapped the donkey's head to the side and answered Xiaojian, "This donkey cart is worth a few coins. Although Xiaojin Temple has some copper coins, we can't live extravagantly." Zen Master Mingyu was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. He looked around and saw that there weren't many villagers from Longevity Town. Thus, he sneered, "Xiaojian, are you daydreaming? Do you think this penniless monk doesn't know what you and your disciple are capable of? You, a new Daoist disciple, want to chase this poor monk away from Longevity Town? Why don't we wait and see?" Xiaojian laughed loudly. "However, this old man feels that you should ask Ming Fa about this. He seems to be more confident than you. This penniless monk only knows that he can give you a black eye." Ming Fa's gaze naturally avoided Xiao Hua. He coldly looked at Xiaojian and shouted, "If you have the ability, why don't you come to the arena with this penniless monk?" "Of course. In a while, I will see you on the arena." Xiaojian waved his hand and looked at the crowd in the distance. He smiled and said, "Mingyu, why aren't you bringing this penniless monk to the arena? Is this how your little gold temple treats its guests?" Zen Master Mingyu gritted his teeth hatefully. However, he still put his palms together and said, "Amitba, Daoist Xiao has come like this." As he spoke, he took the monk's staff from Ming Cheng and led the way without looking back. He led Xiaojian and the other two up the mountain path. In the sky, Xing Chen was flying in front. When he saw the faces of Mo Jianli and the others, he unconsciously narrowed his eyes. These people's cultivation was about the same as his, but Mo Jianli was obviously much younger than him. The hidden immortal continent was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. However, when he thought of Ling Chen's powerful Buddhist awareness that made him feel suffocated, he sneered in his heart. He stopped in midair, put his palms together and saluted, "Xing Chen of the Cloud Forest Temple and my 3 junior brothers, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan, greet fellow immortals of Confucian cultivation." "We don't dare." Mo Jianli was originally behind Zhu Junfeng. When he saw that it was not Mingyu who flew out of the little gold temple, but an old monk with second-stage elemental energy, he immediately flew out from behind Zhu Junfeng and bowed. "I am Mo Jianli of the Chongyun sect. I bring my 3 junior nephews, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong, as well as Zhu Junfeng and Tai, and of the Longevity Academy. Greetings, fellow immortals of the Cloud Forest Temple." When the Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist cultivators met, they greeted each other and exchanged greetings. Zhu Junfeng looked at Zen Master Mingyu, who was leading Xiaojian up the mountain gate of the little gold temple and the villagers below the stage. He took half a step forward and said respectfully, "I am Zhu Junfeng of the Longevity Academy. On behalf of the Longevity Academy, I welcome Senior to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony." The Junior Zhu. Xing Chen smiled and said, "I have heard of Principal Zhu's name before I came to the Longevity Town. In these few years, the Longevity Academy has not only supported the Little Gold Temple, but also sent out students to help the Little Gold Temple today. That's why Mingyu did not make a fool of herself. On behalf of the Cloud Forest Temple, I have to thank the Longevity Academy. Seeing that the Immortals and Buddhists of the Longevity Town are getting along so well, in 10 or 20 years, I will still come to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony." If Senior is so considerate, the Longevity Academy will invite Senior to the Longevity Town to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony every 10 years. Zhu Junfeng said with a smile. "Yes, that's how it should be." Xing Chen also clapped his hands. "In the future, every 10 years, I will also ask Mingyu to send an invitation to fellow Immortal Mo. You and I will come together." Well said, well said. Mo Jianli did not like to argue with Xing Chen. He laughed dryly and looked at Xiaojian, who had not yet reached the mountain gate. He waved his hand and said, "Martial nephew Junfeng, You go ahead with martial nephew Mingyue and hold the immortal Buddha ceremony. I have a few words with fellow immortal Xingqian. Yes, junior uncle. Zhu Junfeng agreed and cupped his hands at Xingqian and the others. Then he flew through the crowd with Mr. Tu and landed on the arena. Greetings. As soon as Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai and landed, hundreds of disciples shouted in unison. It was such a spectacular sight that a few people almost collapsed on the ground. Ah, you have worked hard. Zhu Junfeng was as elegant as jade. He raised his hand and gestured to his surroundings. From the looks of it, he was even more like an abbot than Zen Master Mingyu. President Zhu. A loud voice came from below the arena. I haven't seen you in a long time. I heard that the Tidal River Temple will be challenging the Shaojin Temple and the Longevity Academy today. You won't be joining in, will you? Ha, so it's shopkeeper Zhang. Zhu Junfeng glanced at him and said kindly, it's just a spar. I'm afraid it's not my turn to fight. Of course, if you need me to fight, I will not be stingy. I will not hide anything. Because my Longevity Academy is Longevity Town's academy, Longevity Academy students are Longevity Town students. This Zhu is also a citizen of Longevity Town. Good, well said. Before Zhu Junfeng's voice landed, countless applause and cheers rang out. Many of the villagers who had never seen the methods of Confucianism before looked at Zhu Junfeng with pious eyes. They had long regarded Zhu Junfeng as an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. At this moment, Zen Master Mingyu had already arrived at the mountain gate. He had already heard Zhu Junfeng's words, and the anger in his heart was even more depressing than when he heard Xiao Jian's arrogant words. If Zen Master Mingyu's nose was crooked from anger just now, he would be fuming with rage right now. Zhu Junfeng's words and the Shaojin Temple's efforts were covered up. Wasn't the Shaojin Temple doing all the work for others? Who was the abbot of the Shaojin Temple? Unfortunately, Zen Master Mingyu could not get angry. He could only put on a fake smile and wait patiently for the pig-like Xiao Jian to catch up. Martial Uncle Xingqian's words last night were right. At this moment, Zen Master Mingyu was completely convinced. He originally thought that since Changsheng Academy was a Confucian cultivator, they would at least know more about etiquette than Jiangqiao Temple. However, now that they had shown their etiquette, it was clear what they were thinking. Of course. Zhu Junfeng raised his hand again and smiled. Today, Shaojin Temple is hosting the ceremony. Longevity Academy is also here as a guest. On behalf of Longevity Academy, I would like to thank the Buddhist sect, the disciples of Shaojin Temple, and Zen Master Mingyu for your hard work and effort. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. Fortunately, although the 30 or so monks' chants were not as loud as Longevity Academy's, they were still uniform. It was obvious that they had practiced this countless times. Amitabha. Many of the villagers who came to participate in the ceremony were also devotees of Shaojin Temple. There were even some who had been instructed by Zen Master Mingyu many times. When they heard the monks speak, they naturally echoed. The entire scene was finally harmonious in Zen Master Mingyu's eyes. Buddha is merciful. At this moment, Zen Master Mingyu had just reached the mountain gate. He lightly tapped the staff in his hand and activated the telekinesis in his body. An extremely faint cloud appeared under the staff and wrapped around Zen Master Mingyu's feet. Then, as Zen Master Mingyu raised his hand and lowered his head to chant Buddha's name, he slowly flew toward the arena. Buddha is merciful. Zen Master Mingyu usually did not reveal his Buddhist cultivation. When he suddenly flew from the mountain gate to the arena, many devotees were stunned. Then, a commotion broke out. In just a moment, many people lowered their heads and chanted Buddha's name with Zen Master Mingyu. Chapter 3208. Welcome, Principal Zhu and Mr. Tai, to my Shaojin Temple for the Immortal Buddha ceremony. Zen Master Mingyu landed on the arena gracefully and bowed to Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Li. Greetings, Zen Master Mingyu. Zhu Junfeng and Mr. Tai naturally returned the greeting. Zen Master Mingyu glanced at Xingqian and Mo Jianli, who were still discussing in midair, then faced the audience and said with a smile, "It's a pity that my Shaojin Temple is lacking in manpower, And this is the first time we're holding such a grand Immortal Buddha ceremony. It can't be compared to Changxing Academy at all. Benefactors who went to Changxing Academy to participate in the Immortal Buddha ceremony 10 years ago might not have said it out loud, but I'm sure you're already grumbling about how stingy my Shaojin temple is, right? Boom. There was a burst of laughter below the arena. Everyone had a kind smile on their faces. They didn't think too much about the competition between Confucian cultivators and Buddhists. Although my Shaojin temple didn't do well today, with the help of Changxing Academy, I think my Shaojin temple will do better and better. Zen Master Mingyu continued, after 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years, my Shaojin temple will definitely give all of you a perfect Immortal Buddha ceremony. Clap clap. There was another round of applause below the arena. Zhu Junfeng didn't care about Zen Master Mingyu's tit-for-tat words. He also raised his hand and clapped with a warm smile on his face. Of course, the so-called Immortal Buddha ceremony is to commemorate the friendship between us Confucian cultivators and Buddhists. This friendship was also tested in the fight against the enemy. Now, the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the Thousand Demons' sacred realm are the proof of this precious friendship. Although time will pass, although you and I will grow old, although the sun and moon will change, this friendship will never change. Holding the ceremony every 10 years is to remind us juniors that the peace of the 3 continents was not easy to come by. Not only must we not forget the blood, sweat, and sacrifice of our seniors, we must also work together, through thick and thin, to build the 3 continents into a more prosperous place. Zen Master Mingyu was not done yet, so he spoke in a loud and impassioned voice. Prosperous. High in the sky, Missouri gently whispered something to Xianxia while paying attention to the movements in the arena. When he heard Zen Master Mingyu say this word, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to laugh. But after a while, he forced himself to hold back and said, Fellow Immortal Xianxia, your Cloud Forest Temple has been developing rapidly in the country of Xi these years. My Chongyun sect is truly envious. Perhaps one day, your Yunlin Temple will also become a scene of prosperity. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and glanced at Zen Master Mingyu, whose face was flushed red, and said with a fake smile, This is not because my Yunlin Temple is developing well, but because the people of the country of Xi like my Buddhism sect, and need my Buddhism sect. My Buddha is merciful, my Buddhism sect does not develop on its own, and does not feel the need of others. Only when my Buddhism sect is needed, my Buddha will be there to solve the needs of the people. If one day, the people of Longevity Town say that we do not need Buddhism sect's illumination, that we do not need Buddha's salvation, then my Yunlin Temple will immediately evacuate the disciples of Shaojin Temple and return the Shaojin Temple to Longevity Town. Mo Jianli only said one sentence, but Xianxia actually said so many philosophical words, he did not know how to feel. He smiled faintly and said, Whether your Buddhism sect disciples evacuate or not, perhaps it is up to the Yunlin Temple to decide, or perhaps it is up to the Rivertide Temple to decide. Either way, it is not up to me to decide. Just now, I have already told fellow Immortal about the news my Chongyun sect received. Although fellow Immortal did not say it clearly, I feel that the news Yunlin Temple received should be similar to that of my Chongyun sect, right? That's right. Hearing that Mo Jianli was talking about business, Xianxia stopped arguing with Mo Jianli. He nodded and said, I came here for the same reason as you, fellow Immortal. We are here because of the vague news that the monster is going to massacre the town of Longevity. Also, just last night, my Shaojin Temple's disciples met with a strange thing. Oh? What is it? Mo Jianli's eyes lit up and said hurriedly, Could it be that you have found out the truth? Although not yet, but it is close. Xianxia nodded and then told him about Minister Hao's family. Hearing this, Mo Jianli was stunned and looked up with a strange expression. It was Xiao Hua, who had followed Xiao Jian to the front of the arena, his eyes fixed on the arena, and asked curiously, Fellow Immortal Mo, are you talking about this person? He should be. Xianxia smiled and said, Besides Xiao Jian and Yuan Ye, isn't there only one person in the Rivertide Temple? Who else could it be? It seems that fellow immortal Mo has hidden himself well. Mo Jianli nodded slightly and said, although I heard that there were miracles in the Rivertide Temple, I always thought that it was caused by the elixirs that Daoist Xiao had. If it is as fellow immortal Mo said, then I have to look at Daoist Xiao in a new light. Heh, Daoist disciples have risen from the ashes for a long time, and there have been many in the past, right? They are just decorations for the immortal Buddha ceremony, so you don't have to care about them. Xianxia said with a smile. Well, let's not talk about the Rivertide Temple. Mo Jianli looked away and said, I came to Rivertide Town a few days ago, and I met with something in the Liao River outside the town. Then Mo Jianli told Xianxia about the Liao River, and then he pointed at Xiao Jian, who was in the arena, and said with a smile, the next day, those fishermen went to the Rivertide Temple and reconstructed the so-called golden body of the sea god. Humph, they are all fools. The so-called sea god is just a clay statue, and there is no Buddha. Xianxia sneered and said with disdain. However, he stopped when he saw Mo Jianli's expression change. Mo Jianli was no match for Xianxia when it came to a battle of words, but now they were fighting against an unknown monster together. He could not let others have a bad impression of him. Therefore, he changed the topic and said, how could it be as miraculous as the disciples of the immortal Buddha sect? However, if what fellow immortal Mo said is true, could it be that the monster is a member of the water tribe? Very likely. Mo Jianli nodded and said, but after that day, I took 2 martial nephews along the river for hundreds of miles, and we didn't find anything. However, according to what fellow immortal Mo said, the ordinary monsters near Jiangcheng town have all escaped. Maybe it is really a member of the water tribe in the river. Well, since we have found the monster's location, after today's immortal Buddha ceremony, we will search along the river again. Your divine eye and spiritual sense are marvelous, and my Buddhist sense is also good at observing the subtle. We should be able to find something. Okay, as fellow immortal Mo said. Mo Jianli clapped his hands and said with a smile, let's go and see if the immortal Buddha ceremony of the Shaojin Temple is different from the one of the Changxing Academy. Please. Xianxia raised his hand and said with a smile, I am a host. Please forgive me if I don't treat you well. Please. Mo Jianli also laughed, and several people controlled the clouds and sword lights to land on the arena. Zen Master Mingyu flew onto the arena with the help of his staff. Xiao Jian, who was behind him, was displeased. He looked around and found no ladder. The arena was 6 feet high. How could he get onto it? Senior Xiao. Xiao Jian naturally thought of Xiao Hua first. He turned around and called out. However, behind Xiao Jian, Xiao Hua stood there in a daze. His eyes stared straight at the extremely ordinary arena. He turned a deaf ear to Xiao Jian's words. Senior Xiao? Xiao Jian called out again, but Xiao Hua still ignored him. Xiao Jian did not dare to say any more. He roared at Yuanya, who was behind Xiao Hua. Why are you dying behind Senior Xiao? Quick, get Master onto the arena. Yes, Master. Yuanya answered and ran in front of Xiao Jian. He looked at the edge of the arena and called out, Master, come here. Disciple can throw you onto the arena. Throw? Xiao Jian looked at the somewhat tall arena. He clenched his teeth and said, Fine, throw then throw. Anyway, this is the only time I will lose face. After the competition, this Shaojin temple will belong to this old man. This old man will be the first to break this arena. As he spoke, Xiao Jian walked in front of Yuanya. He closed his eyes and waited for Yuanya to throw him onto the arena. Arena, the arena of martial arts competition. Stage, the stage of village opera, Lu Town, Piaomiao sect. Xiao Hua stood at the mountain gate. When he saw the arena for the first time, a kind of incomparable familiarity emerged from the bottom of his heart. Scenes of extremely familiar scenes appeared in his mind. A small child waving the clumsy and specious Big Dipper god fist on the arena, fighting with several monks in all seriousness. That childish face was filled with seriousness and longing. Immediately after, there was another huge stage. On it, there were several people dressed in opera costumes singing. Immediately after, there were several indistinct punches and kicks. Zhang Xiaohua, oh Zhang Xiaohua. So you were so cute when you were young. So stubborn. So righteous. Xiaohua's eyes could not help but heat up. Lu Town, my hometown. Perhaps it is in this hidden immortal continent. In his memory, he had never seen this arena in the Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, the Dawn Rain continent did not have anything like a stage. There was also no cultivation sect or Buddhist sect called Piaomiao sect. It seems like this Xiao was sent back to his hometown by fate's hands. Only I don't know which country this Lu town is in and which province it is in. When Xiao Jian walked in front of Yuanya and waited for Yuanya to throw him onto the arena, the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth rose again. He laughed and said, Zhang Xiaohua, that is my second brother. Back then, he seemed to have thrown me into the ring just like that. The liveliness of the Shaojin Temple's arena made Xiao Hua think of many familiar scenes. Naturally, he did not hear Ming Fei's soft reminder when he walked to his side. Daoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Jian actually wanted Yuanya to throw him onto the arena, Zen Master Ming Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't this looking for trouble with the Shaojin Temple? Isn't this silently telling others that the Daoist branch of the Rivertide Temple received unfair treatment in the Shaojin Temple? Thus, Zen Master Ming Yu hurriedly shouted, there is a ladder behind the arena that leads to the arena. Chapter 3209. Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you trying to make a joke out of this old man? What kind of attitude is this? Xiao Jian snorted in annoyance and hurriedly looked behind the stage that was covered by a cloth. Unfortunately, the cloth was very tight and he couldn't see it clearly with the naked eye. Daoist Xiao, please come over here. A scholar with delicate features came out from behind the stage and said with a smile. Hee, thank you, young master. Xiao Jian cupped his hands and said casually, Longevity Academy students are really sensible. Compared to the monks of Small Gold Temple, you are many times better. In the future, when this old man is in charge of Small Gold Temple, this Small Gold Temple will become Small Gold Temple. I will definitely invite Longevity Academy's students to eat and drink at Small Gold Temple for 3 days. Hee. That student smiled faintly and didn't reply. He led Xiao Jian and Yuanya to the ladder behind the stage that was covered by the cloth and cupped his hands before turning to leave. Benefactors, on the stage, Zen Master Ming Yu ignored Xiao Jian and said with a smile, I believe that some benefactors already know that today's Immortal Buddhist ceremony is different from 10 years ago. The difference is that there is a Daoist sect in Longevity Town's Jiangchao Ridge who wants to challenge Small Gold Temple's Buddhist sect. Furthermore, if any benefactors were present that day, they would know that this challenge was initiated by Daoist Xiao Jian from Jiangchao Monastery. That day, this old monk went to Longevity Town to look for Principal Zhu of Longevity Academy to discuss with him about today's Immortal Buddhist ceremony. Since this old monk saw that Jiangchao Monastery had such ambitions, this old monk decided to push this competition to today. Principal Zhu also passed by that day and decided on today's event on the spot, as well as the competition between Small Gold Temple and Jiangchao Monastery. Zen Master Ming Yu is right. Zhu Junfeng didn't miss the opportunity to say, in this year's Immortal Buddhist ceremony, other than the cultivation of Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects, there will also be a competition between Buddhist and Daoist sects. The price of this competition was decided 10 days ago. Whichever sect loses the competition will disappear from Longevity Town. Alright. Below the stage, there were already people who weren't afraid of things getting out of hand. No matter what purpose they had, their faces were filled with fanaticism and excitement. From the looks of it, there was no shortage of people who came to watch the show. Only, my Small Gold Temple has the geographical advantage, and Immortal Academy has also come to participate. That is why this poor monk has given the authority to set the rules to Rivertide Temple's Daoist priest Xiao. Today, I ask Daoist priest Xiao to explain it in front of all these benefactors. When Zen Master Ming Yu saw Xiao Jian walk up to the arena, he chuckled and said, let's see if the rules are fair. Good. Below the arena, a few elders clapped and said, Zen Master Ming Yu is indeed an upright person. He doesn't bully others. I greet Principal Zhu. Xiao Jian walked up the stage and cupped his hands toward Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng naturally did not dare to be negligent and also cupped his hands in return. Following which, Xiao Jian walked up 2 steps and stood side by side with Zen Master Mingyu and the others. He cupped his hands towards the surroundings again, as if he wasn't uneasy at all. He smiled and said, "Benefactors, my River Tide Temple doesn't have many people. Including I, there are only 3 people. Benefactors, you must be a witness for my River Tide Temple. Don't let this small gold temple shamelessly refuse to leave after our River Tide Temple wins." Ha! Below the stage, everyone roared with laughter. Don't worry. If small gold temple loses and they don't leave, we will chase them away for you. That's good. This way I can be at ease. Xiao Jian bowed towards the crowd and said, "Now, I will announce the rules of the competition and let everyone see if it is fair." Good. Below the stage, everyone shouted in unison. Xiao Jian glanced at Zen Master Mingyu and Zhu Junfeng and said, "My River Tide Temple doesn't have many people, and Small Gold Temple doesn't have many people. If my River Tide Temple were to compete with Small Gold Temple, it would be fine. However, Changsheng Academy actually has over 1,000 people. If all of them participate..." Without waiting for Xiao Jian to finish, Zhu Junfeng immediately waved his hand and said, "Daoist Xiao, don't worry. My Changsheng Academy only has 131 people. If you say how many people you want to send, my Changsheng Academy will send that many people." That's good. Xiao Jian nodded. "I feel that Small Gold Temple and Changsheng Academy should send 10 people each." Zen Master Mingyu looked at Zhu Junfeng. He originally thought that Xiao Jian would ask Small Gold Temple and Changsheng Academy to send 3 people each. He was already prepared to refute. He didn't expect Xiao Jian to agree to Small Gold Temple and Changsheng Academy sending 10 people each. It was really unexpected. Zhu Junfeng smiled. "Even if there are 10 people, your River Tide Temple will only send 3. Wouldn't you be at a disadvantage?" "There is no other way." Xiao Jian said helplessly, "It is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. Naturally, Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects will be the main participants. My Daoist sect will only be there for decoration." "Fine." Zen Master Mingyu nodded. "Then how should we compete?" "Very simple." Xiao Jian raised his voice. "Our 3 sects will list out the names of the participants and announce it on the spot. Then, they will go up the stage according to the order from first to last. Of course, only 2 people can compete on the stage. The order will be Confucian, Buddhist, and Daoist. Whichever sect's disciple loses, the next sect's disciple will go up. Of course, if this disciple loses, he will lose the right to fight again. The next disciple will wait for his sect's turn to go up the stage. In the end, whichever sect's disciple stays on the stage will win. Of course, my River Tide Temple and Small Gold Temple, whichever sect's disciple loses first will lose the challenge and disappear from Changxing Town." I'll say something." Zhu Junfeng waited for Xiao Jian to finish before saying with a smile, "Daoist Zhao's method seems fair, but there are still some drawbacks. If my Longevity Academy and Xiao Jin Temple work together, wouldn't your River Tide Temple suffer a great loss? One of your disciples is going to deal with 2 of our disciples." "I believe in Changxing Academy." Xiao Jian smiled. "If I don't believe in Changxing Academy in Changxing Town, who can I believe in?" "Good." Zhu Junfeng clapped. "Since Daoist Xiao believes in my Changxing Academy, I will also represent Changxing Academy to explain to the people of Changxing Town that my Changxing Academy will definitely not cheat for personal gain and will definitely not show mercy in the competition." "Good, I will testify." Everyone below the stage clamored loudly. "Daoist Xiao, are you at ease?" Monk Mingyu sneered. Xiao Jian laughed. "I have always believed in Changxing Academy. And, since Daoist Xiao believes in me, then I still have to say a few words." Zhu Junfeng continued. "The key to the competition is Small Gold Temple and River Tide Temple. Therefore, the order should be Buddhist, Daoist, and Confucian. My Changsheng Academy fighting with whoever is first is unfair to them. Daoist Xiao, Don't you agree? Oh, that's right. Principal Zhu is right, I really didn't think that much. Xiao Jian slapped his forehead and said, I was thinking about how to arrange the 3 people of Rivertide Temple so that they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. I really didn't think about this. If Daoist Xiao has no objections, then let's use this order. Zhu Junfeng smiled. Changxing Academy has no objections to the other rules. What about Monk Mingyu? Ba, I have no objections. Principal Zhu is right. Monk Mingyu said with a smile. Good, since that's the case, I will go and prepare the name list for the competition. Zhu Junfeng clapped. How about letting the disciples prepare for the ceremony? Good, that's how it should be. Monk Mingyu looked up and saw Xingchen, Mo Jianli, and the others flying over. He smiled and said, It's a good opportunity for the seniors to be our reference. Then, Monk Mingyu tapped his staff and said, Principal Zhu, please. Oh, I will go down with Daoist Xiao. Zhu Junfeng did not activate his sword light, but smiled and said to Xiao Jian, Then let's go down together. Monk Mingyu nodded slightly. After the 5 of them left the arena, Xiao Jian looked up at the 2 sheds on both sides of the arena and said with a smile, Lord Abbot, may I know where the disciples of Rivertide Temple are resting? Which of these 2 sheds is? Rivertide Temple only has 3 people. Please come to my Shaojin Temple's mountain gate to rest. Zen Master Mingyu said faintly, After the Immortal Buddha ceremony, I will see you on the arena. Mingyu, aren't you going too far? Xiao Jian was furious. Daoist Xiao, if you don't mind, why don't you come to my Changxing Academy's shed? Zhu Junfeng quickly said. No need. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, After today, this Shaojin Temple will belong to my Daoist sect. Who would have the patience to mess with the Buddhist sect now? Then he waved his hand and said to Ina, bring the donkey cart here. We can't let the rent of 3 copper coins go to waste. This old man will rest on the donkey cart. Zhu Junfeng laughed and brought Mr. Ding into the shed under the guidance of the students. Monk Mingyu smiled coldly and left without paying attention to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian turned around and walked towards the Shaojin Temple's mountain gate in anger. Yuanya quickly ran towards the mountain path beside the mountain gate. That lame donkey was tied to a tree beside the path. Senior, what are you looking at? Seeing Xiao Hua standing there and looking at the arena, Xiao Jian was puzzled and asked in a low voice, What is there to look at in this arena? Is this kind of arena common in hidden immortal continent? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Naturally it is very common. Xiao Jian nodded and said, As long as there is a fight, it will be on the arena. Oh, then have you heard of Lu Town and Piaomiao sect? Xiao Hua asked again. Lu Town? Piaomiao sect? Xiao Jian thought for a moment and shook his head. Disciple has not heard of it. However, there are countless villages and towns in hidden immortal continent. Even if Disciple does not know, Disciple can guarantee that if there are not 20 Lu towns in hidden immortal continent, there are at least 10. I just don't know which Lu town you are talking about. As for Piaomiao sect, Disciple is not particularly familiar with Confucian sects and cannot casually say. Oh! Xiao Hua also did not think that he would be able to find it so quickly and only lightly nodded his head. That's right, senior, did you see those people in the air just now? Xiao Jian winked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, How was it? Chapter 32:10. Nothing. Xiao Hua spat out these 3 words, then turned around and walked towards the donkey cart that Yuanya brought over. Xiao Jian suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and quickly followed behind Xiao Hua. He looked at the gate of the small gold temple as if he was looking at his own home. In just half a cup of tea's time, Xing Kong and Xing Min from the Cloud Forest Temple, along with 10 monks from the small gold temple, walked onto the stage. The 10 monks sat cross-legged on the stage with a wooden fish in their hands. One of their hands tapped lightly, and the other hand placed in front of their chest while chanting. As the monks chanted, the entire stage emitted a faint Buddhist light. The Buddhist light gradually transformed into the shape of a lotus. Amitabha! The kind-hearted people below the stage couldn't help but cry out in shock. The moment the lotus took shape, clouds appeared below Xing Kong and Xing Min's feet. The two of them flew into the air, clapped their hands, and took out two purple gold alms bowls from their sleeves. Under the activation of their telekinesis, two Buddhist lights shot out from the alms bowls, like pillars of light flying into the air. Amitabha, Buddha is merciful. The two monks chanted Buddhist mantras as they formed seals with their hands and struck the alms bowl. The alms bowl emitted a thunderous sound as the pillars of Buddhist light trembled and intertwined in midair. Slowly, the image of a benevolent Buddha that was dozens of feet tall appeared in midair. Buddha, please protect us. Seeing a huge Buddha standing in front of them, many of the villagers didn't dare to stand anymore. Plop, plop, plop. They all kneeled on the ground, and the entire area below the stage was in chaos. Junfeng, did you see that? Mo Jianli coldly said, this is bewitching people's hearts. The Buddhist sect is much better than us Confucian cultivators. If we want to chase the Buddhist sect away from the hidden immortal continent, we must first chase them away from the hearts of the people. Yes, disciple understands. Zhu Juanfeng's face was also filled with worry as he softly replied. The Buddha standing on the lotus stayed in the air for the time it takes to eat a meal, and then it turned into thousands of specks of light that scattered around the stage. Xing Chen's voice was extremely calm. Amitabha, this is my grace, the reign of the world. Anyone who obtains this item has fate with the Buddha, and is born with kindness. Buddha, please protect us. Buddha is merciful. In an instant, everyone went crazy, and almost reached out their hands to grab the Buddhist light that was falling down. The entire area below the stage immediately became extremely dangerous. Clang. Among the thousands of Buddhist lights, the sound of metal clanging suddenly, the sound of metal, of the 100 or so Immortal Academy's disciples were scattered all around the stage at the same time. They all waved their hands, and drew long swords from their backs. This sword energy was originally weak, but when the 100 or so disciples all activated it at the same time, the scene was magnificent. The sword energy was like a song, and immediately cut apart the thousands of Buddhist lights, and even destroyed the fanaticism of the 1,000 or so people. Go! Seeing this, Zhu Junfeng patted his back, and the flying sword rushed into the air like a rainbow. At the same time, Qiu Jian, Li Mo Ming, and Ji Dong didn't hesitate, and 3 flying swords flew out together with Zhu Junfeng's flying sword. The 4 flying swords on the stage were like swimming dragons, and set off waves of turbulent waves. When the sword light scattered in the air, the 100 or so flying swords at the same time emitted a strong sword cry, and rushed to the sky, as if they were flying together, and clustered around the 4 flying swords. Then, the 4 flying swords led 4 separate groups of flying swords to dance in the air, and the 1,000 or so people below the stage couldn't help but be fascinated. Go! Mo Jianli lightly shouted, and Zhu Junfeng and the other 3 rushed into the air, and landed on the flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the 100 or so flying swords turned into fish, and followed Zhu Junfeng and the other 3 in the air. Mo Jianli waved his hand, and a fist-sized vermilion red gourd appeared in his hand. As Mo Jianli activated his Yuan Qi, the entire gourd gave off a red glow, and the red glow entered the air, and then turned into thousands of fog. The fog evaporated, and gradually covered the area around 1 mile in the air. Hua! There was a soft sound, like rolling up a bead curtain, and a soft chuckle, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. But where the breeze passed, the fog was lifted, and a brilliant light was born from the fog, and an unimaginable fairyland appeared in the air. Thousands of golden lights rolled, and thousands of auspicious qi sprayed out purple fog. There was a heavenly gate, deep and dark, made of glass, and bright and made of precious jade. Wasn't this the legendary Southern Heavenly Gate? Looking at the Southern Heavenly Gate, there were dozens of heaven-suppressing marshals on both sides, and one of them was leaning against a pillar, holding a mace. Around him were dozens of gods in golden armor, and each of them held halberds, whips, sabers, and swords. The outside was okay, but the inside was shocking. There were a few huge pillars in the inner wall, and on the pillars, there were golden-scaled brilliant sun red-bearded dragons. There were also a few long bridges, and on the bridges, there were phoenixes with colorful feathers flying in the air. Looking at the inside of the southern heavenly gate, the bright clouds reflected the sky, and the green fog covered the entrance. On the stage of the god of longevity, there were famous flowers that hadn't been shed for thousands of years, and beside the medicine furnace, there were evergreen herbs. In front of the pilgrimage tower, there were red robes, and the stars were bright. The hibiscus crown was golden and dazzling. Jade hairpins, pearl shoes, and purple ribbons with golden badges. When the golden bell rang, the 3 divine statues entered. When the heavenly drum rang, the 1,000 saints worshipped the immortal emperor. In the middle of the hall, there were golden nails and jade doors, and colorful phoenixes dancing on the vermilion door. The winding corridor was exquisite everywhere. 3 eaves and 4 clusters, and layers of dragons and phoenixes soared. Above, there was a purple weiwei. It was bright, round and bright, and on top of a big golden gourd. Below, there was a heavenly concubine holding a fan, and a jade maiden holding an immortal towel. Fierce, heavenly generals in charge of the state. Spirited, immortal ministers protecting the emperor. In the middle, there were many layers of tai pills in a glass plate. In an agate bottle, there were a few curved coral trees. There were all kinds of strange objects in the heavenly palace, and none of them existed in the world. Golden palace and purple palace, and chi flowers and jade grass. Passing by the jade rabbit altar, the golden crow flew at the bottom. The above are all references, not original works. Not only were the 1,000 or so people from Longevity Town on the left flabbergasted, drooling from the corners of their mouths, but even Xiaohua was flabbergasted. This kind of immortal realm was far from what an ordinary cultivation sect had. Hee, senior. Xiao Jian's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. This is where the Confucian Immortal Palace is. Everything inside, who knows if it's real or fake? This disciple never knew anyone who went to the Immortal Palace. Oh, I see. Xiaohua suddenly understood. This so-called Immortal Palace had nothing to do with him, and he didn't know if he could go there in this life. Then he looked at the other side of the arena, in the shed of the Buddhist sect. At this time, Xingchen's face was also not good. The reason why he said those words in a low voice was to set off the atmosphere, to make people fight for the so-called Buddha's light. Those who snatched the Buddha's light, if Monk Mingyu could find them later, it meant that they were fated with the Buddha, and in the future, they would also be pilgrims of the small gold temple. He didn't expect such a big mess, but of course, he didn't care about the chaos. What he cared about was that his Buddha's light was completely shattered by the sword light of the Confucian cultivator. This was a naked slap in the face. Originally, Xingchen was still thinking about how to deal with Chongyun Sek's Mo Jianli, but now he made a decision. As if he sensed something, Mo Jianli turned his head slightly and looked at Xingchen. Amitba, Xingchen put his palms together, a big smile on his face. The Immortal Palace stayed in the air for a little less than an hour. The scene inside was like a revolving lantern. Heavenly maidens, immortals, immortal birds, and divine beasts. In short, it was all seen in the dreams of the secular world. When everyone felt like they were in a dream, all the fog slowly fell and was absorbed into the gourd in Mo Jianli's hand. All the illusions disappeared without a trace, and only the 100 or so flying swords were still floating in the air. Changxing Academy wishes the Immortal Buddha ceremony a success. The 110 students shouted in unison again. That voice, along with the true energy that the students cultivated, resounded loudly in the air above the entire small gold temple. Mixed with the whistling sounds of swords, it really made one immediately feel respectful. When Mo Jianli and the others descended from the air, the 100 or so flying swords flew back into the hands of the students. Zen Master Mingyu appeared on the stage and waved his hand. The Immortal Buddha ceremony is over. Now, the competition that everyone has been waiting for is about to begin. This competition will affect the fate of the Little Gold Temple. I don't know if the Little Gold Temple will still exist in Changsheng Town after this battle. This poor monk is really nervous. The Little Gold Temple will win. Zen Master Mingyu will win. Someone shouted, and it immediately caused dozens of people to shout. The whole place was in an uproar again. Zhu Junfeng frowned. The key to this battle was the Little Gold Temple and the River and Tide Temple. It had nothing to do with Changxing Academy. However, he didn't know if these words had other meanings, but it made him feel very unhappy. The voices below the stage rose and fell, making Zen Master Ming Yu very excited. "Thank you, everyone, for your blessings. This poor monk will do his best and will not disappoint you." Then, Zen Master Ming Yu opened his mouth again. "The Little Gold Temple is the host of this immortal Buddha ceremony. This poor monk will be the first to announce the order of the competition." As he spoke, Zen Master Ming Yu announced the Little Gold Temple's name list. It was Jianzheng, Jianping, Jianshan, Mingfa, Mingcheng, Xingkong, Xingmin, Xingfan, and Xingqian. After he finished speaking, Zen Master Ming Yu looked below the stage and said loudly, "Priest Xiao Jian of the River and Tide Temple, can your Tide Temple's name list come out?" "Ha, my Tide Temple only has 3 people. It's really simple," Xiao Jian said loudly. "The first to fight is my inferior disciple, Yuan Ya. The second is naturally fellow Daoist Xiao Hua. The last is I." "Oh, Xiao Hua." Both Mo Jianli and Xingqian looked at Xiao Hua. How could they not know Xiao Jian's wishful thinking? Xiao Hua was the one with the highest cultivation in the Tide Temple. As long as he didn't lose, Xiao Jian, who was average, didn't need to fight. What about Changxing Academy? Zen Master Ming Yu also looked down on Xiao Jian in his heart. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Junfeng. Actually, according to Zhu Junfeng's arrangement, the 4 seniors from the Chongyun sect didn't need to fight. At least, Mr. Mo Jianli didn't need to fight. However, after hearing the Little Gold Temple's arrangement, even Xingqian was arranged. How could Mo Jianli not fight? Chapter 32:11. Forget it. Mo Jianli shook his head and whispered something to Zhu Junfeng. Hee. Zhu Junfeng stood up and stepped on his flying sword and rushed into the arena. He smiled and said, "My Changxing Academy is here to make up the numbers. We can't be compared to Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple. However, in order to let everyone see an exciting performance, my Changxing Academy has also arranged a simple lineup. We will fight with Shaojin Temple and Jiangchao Temple later." Zhu Junfeng announced the name list of Changxing Academy. It was Zhang Chunyang, Lu Chun, Ji Ming, Fan Xiang, Du Yuechen, Tang, and Qiu Jian, Liamo Ming, Ji Dong, and Mo Jianli. Amitba, the names of the 3 sects have been decided. Monk Ming Yu smiled and said, "Dean Zhu and I will be the judges. The benefactors below the arena are also the judges. Let us wait and see which fellow immortal will have the last laugh." Good. The audience below the arena seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Now, they were clapping crazily, urging the Buddhist, Taoist, and Confucian sects to start the competition. "You can go." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and handed the magic wand back to Yuan Ya. "Let this old man see how many tricks you have." "Yes." Yuan Ya jumped down from the donkey cart and caught the magic wand in the air. When he landed, he left a deep footprint on the ground. Yuan Ya naturally didn't need to use the ladder. With the magic wand in his hand, he jumped up and stepped on the pillar of the arena. His body borrowed the momentum and easily entered the arena. Clang! Yuan Ya put the magic wand on the arena and said indifferently, "Which bald donkey wants to die?" Wow! The audience below the arena was in an uproar. At this time, a slightly muscular monk also held a Buddhist staff in his hand. He was a little afraid and hesitant as he walked out from behind the arena. He was Shaojin Temple's monk, Jian Zheng. This monk often fought with Yuan Ya, but because he had more people, he didn't suffer too much. Today, he saw himself facing this demon alone, and this demon had a black magic wand in his hand. "Ha, you are Jian Zheng." When Yuan Ya saw this monk, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I don't know how many times I've beaten you up, but you actually caught up with me." Jianjing shrunk his neck in fear. However, when he saw Zen Master Bright Moon's sharp gaze, Jianjing could only raise the Zen staff in his hand and shout, "Yunya, this penniless monk usually doesn't want to lower himself to your level, But today is different. I want to show you eyes true cultivation. If you're scared, just admit defeat and... Before Jian Zheng could finish, Yuanya roared and flew into the air. He raised his magic wand and shouted, "Bald donkey, eat this! How dare you!" At this time, Jian Zheng no longer had the time to be afraid. He waved his Buddhist staff with both hands, and with a loud roar, he charged forward. The monk's staff inevitably collided with the magic wand. Although Jian Zheng's skills were not inferior to Yuanya's strength was greater than Jian Zheng's. With just one hit, Jian Zheng's body immediately lost his balance and involuntarily flew out of the arena. Zen Master Bright Moon watched without any expression. He knew that even if Ming Cheng and Ming Fa were on the arena, they might not be Yuanya's match. For Jian Zheng to be easily sent flying by Yuanya, that was very normal. Amitabha. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, "Principal Zhu, my Shaojin Temple has lost the first round. Students from Changsheng Academy, please come up." But Zhu Junfeng nodded. He looked below the arena and said, "Zhang Chunyang, come and experience the skills of Jiangchao Temple's Daoist disciples." A thin scholar answered and ran up the ladder to the arena. That scholar was dressed like a Confucian scholar. He held a clear sword in his hand and looked extremely refined. He won the cheers of the crowd below the arena. "Fellow Immortal Yuanya, please?" Zhang Chunyang very politely cupped his fists and bowed. Then, he raised his sword and was about to raise his hand. "Please, please, please." Yuanya would not be polite with him. After bowing, he shouted 3 times and waved his magic wand 3 times in a row. The magic wand blew wind in his face. Zhang Chunyang activated the meager amount of genuine qi in his dantian. His body barely floated in midair. As his sword danced, he began to fight with Yuanya. Zhang Chunyang's strategy was not wrong. His skills were much better than Jian Zheng's. However, Yuanya's methods originated from the jungle and he had fought for his life in the gladiator arena. Every move he made was a battle of life and death. After a few moves, Zhang Chunyang was forced to the edge of the arena again. He had nowhere to run. "I am not fellow Immortal Yuanya's opponent. Thank you for your guidance." Looking at the empty space behind him, Zhang Chunyang did not hesitate and flew out of the arena. He looked very leisurely. He even waved his sword in midair, making several sword flowers. After somersaulting a few times, he landed on the ground and cupped his fists towards the crowd. Facing Yuanya, not only were Jian Ping and Jian Shan of the Small Gold Temple easily knocked off the arena, even Lu Chun and Ji Ming of the Longevity Academy were forced off the arena. Even Ming Fa of the Small Gold Temple, who stepped onto the arena later, was not Yuanya's opponent. After fighting for a while, he sent his Buddhist weapon flying. He had no choice but to admit defeat. Today, Jiangchao Temple was really showing his might. He alone defeated 7 people from the Small Gold Temple and the Longevity Academy. Xiao Jian was not the only one who was beaming with joy. Even the crowd below the arena was shocked. These people did not know about the arrangement of the Small Gold Temple and the Longevity Academy. They only saw Yuanya's bravery and were all stupefied. They felt that they had really underestimated Jiangchao Temple. Seeing that Yuanya had defeated Ming Fa and was already exhausted, Zhu Junfeng walked to the center of the arena and said with a smile, "Martial nephew Yuanya's strength is extremely high. It is really beyond this Zhu's imagination. However, fellow Immortal Xiao, your rules are really strange. Martial nephew Yuanya fought 1 against 7, not having any chance to rest. Isn't this just my Long Life Academy and Small Gold Temple bullying him with numbers?" "Ha!" Xiao Jian stood up from the donkey cart and laughed loudly. "My Jiangchao Temple only has 3 people. You all are bullying him with numbers. How about this, fellow Immortal Xiao, let Yuanya rest for a while." Zhu Junfeng said again, "After my Longevity Academy and the Small Gold Temple fight a few rounds, how about we let martial nephew Yuanya come up? This isn't appropriate, right?" Monk Mingyu was very clear about Ming Fa and Ming Cheng's cultivation. Ming Fa used his strength to fight against Yuanya and exhausted his strength. Afterwards, no matter how bad Longevity Academy was, they would still be able to hold off Yuanya for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Then, if Yuanya was not defeated, he would definitely be defeated by Ming Cheng. How could Monk Mingyu let go of such a good opportunity? Moreover, if Yuanya rested, Ming Cheng would definitely fight against Fan Xiang from Longevity Academy. This was very unfavorable for the small gold temple. Thus, he hurriedly shouted, "This rule was personally proposed by Daoist Shao from Jiangchao Temple and witnessed by over 1,000 benefactors. How could you change it?" "It's fine." Yuanya took a breath and forced a smile. "This little one can still hold on. Forget it." Xiaohua laughed coldly. He originally wanted to leave some face for the small gold temple, but after seeing these so-called Buddhist disciples scheme like this, he did not feel like holding back anymore. He floated down from the donkey cart and said loudly, "Yuanya, just admit defeat." Yes, toward Xiaohua's words, Yuanya did not have any rebuttal. He replied in a low voice and immediately floated down from the stage without any hesitation. Zhu Junfeng was naturally stunned. However, he looked at Xiaohua with interest as he slowly walked over. He smiled and said, "It seems like immortal friend Xiao is thinking of making a move after a long period of silence. Your next opponent is my Longevity Academy's Fan Xiang. Please show mercy." "Ha, no problem." Xiaohua smiled faintly and still slowly walked down from the stage. Longevity Academy's Fan Xiang was already waiting behind the stage. When he heard Zhu Junfeng say his name, he immediately activated his flying sword and forcefully flew up from below the stage. Good. Fan Xiang's appearance immediately won everyone's cheers. Everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on Xiaohua's unhurried pace. They wanted to see how Xiaohua would ascend the stage. Seeing that the stage was getting closer, Xiaohua quietly placed a yellow talisman on his body. Soon after, he activated what little magic power he had left. His figure slowly floated up. As if he was walking on an invisible flight of stairs, he walked up to the stage step by step in midair. See! Below the stage, all of Longevity Town's villagers were stunned. They could not imagine that a person could actually walk in midair. This was even more inconceivable than a sword ray or a cloud. "You are not this old man's opponent." Xiaohua's figure walked up from below the stage. He looked at Fan Xiang and said indifferently, "Let him come." As he spoke, Xiaohua pointed at Xingqian. "Senior Xiao." Seeing Xiaohua's cultivation level, Fan Xiang knew that he was not his opponent. However, he still said respectfully, "Right now, it is this junior who is going up the stage." "You want this junior to admit defeat without even making a move? This junior will not accept defeat. The rules of this challenge were set by the Tidal River Temple. How about senior defeat this junior first?" "Huh, that's right." Xiaohua laughed loudly. He waved his hand and took out the heaven-leveling staff. He said, "Confucian cultivators would rather break than bend. If you admit defeat like this, how can you become a scholar? Since that is the case, then this old man will let you know what is called powerful." As he spoke, Xiaohua calmly stepped on the stage. Fan Xiang's eyebrows twitched. Just as he was about to bow and salute, the entire stage shook. Fan Xiang was unable to stand still. He saw the faint Buddhist light on the stage violently flickering. Zen Master Bright Moon cried out in alarm, "Io, not good." The staff in his hand stopped, and he immediately activated his telekinesis to fly into the air. Zhu Junfeng was naturally faster than Zen Master Bright Moon. He was already standing in midair on his flying sword. He was looking at Xiaohua with a shocked expression on his face. Fan Xiang was a bit slower. Seeing that the entire ring was about to collapse, he activated his true qi and flew out of the ring. Xiaohua's heaven-leveling staff was extremely heavy. Even if this simple stage was supported by a Buddhist formation, how could it withstand it? Xiaohua stepped on the stage. He did not even make a move and the entire stage collapsed. Chapter 32:12. Haha. Xiaohua's arrogant voice came from the dust of the collapsed arena. "How can we fight in such a broken arena? Anyone who doesn't want to die, bring it on." Hiss. Xingchen and Jianli, and the others all stood up and sucked in a breath of cold air. They stared blankly at Xiaohua and the heaven-leveling staff in his hand in the middle of the tattered arena. The weight of Yuanya's magic staff had already exceeded their expectations. They had never imagined that an ordinary person like Yuanya, who had never cultivated before, would be able to resist and even defeat Confucian cultivators who could almost enter the ranks just by relying on his vigorous movements and heavy weapon. And Xiaohua didn't even make a move. The Buddhist formation supported by the three Transcendence Realm Arhats was crushed just like that. If this staff hit them, how tragic would that be? Disciple. Fan Xiang obviously couldn't stay in the air for long. After a while, he landed on the broken pillar of the arena. He answered in a low voice, somewhat absent-minded. He would rather break than bend, but it was obvious that the cultivation of the person in front of him was far beyond his reach. How could he not bend? Xiaohua looked around. The arena was gone, and the surroundings were silent. He looked at Fan Xiang's muttering and thought of what Xiao Jian said before. Yes, what was his cultivation? What was the cultivation of these people in front of him? They were just his juniors. Although his current strength was less than 1/10 of the earth crystal Yao milk, he couldn't bully them because of this. After crossing the bottleneck of late gold core, he would become a nascent soul grandmaster. Since he was a grandmaster, he had to have the bearing and breadth of mind of a grandmaster. During the trip to Meng Mountains, whether it was Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, or even Xiao Mao, they all told him what a grandmaster should do. But at that time, and for a long time after, Xiaohua didn't feel anything. When he was in thunder-controlling Sect's myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua used soul stings to attack thousands of qi refining disciples with his nascent soul strength. He also fought against Foundation establishment disciples at the Thunder Arena. This was because Xiaohua didn't see himself as a grandmaster. Perhaps it was because the time was ripe, or perhaps it was because his 100 years of bitter cultivation had allowed him to improve a lot, or perhaps it was because he was facing something familiar from his memories. In short, Xiaohua felt that he had lost face by attacking a student who didn't make the grade. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. There was even a hint of joy in his sigh. Why should I hide anything in hidden immortal continent now? Therefore, Xiaohua's body moved. He channeled his remaining arcane energy and rushed into the sky. He pointed his finger at Xingchen and Jianli and smiled. Don't make things difficult for the juniors. Why don't you wait for the two of you, or the three monks come together? To be honest, if it wasn't because of the Tide Temple incident, I wouldn't even bother to attack. That's right, Xiaohua really didn't feel any pressure when facing a cultivator who was only around the second level of essence energy. Even though his Dao, he still had Buddhist cultivation. Soul cultivator, soul's thunder technique. Even if the lightning flashing thunder rolling thunder technique was too powerful, Xiaohua still had the heaven leveling staff. Xiaohua believed that as long as he had the heaven pacifying rod in his hand, even if the hidden immortal continent was destroyed, he would not be afraid. Seeing Xingchen flying out of the shed and Jianli flying out of the shed, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He had discovered something interesting. His Buddha Saraira was the same as the others. It was in his Naiwan palace. But because there was a divine restriction outside his Naiwan palace, as long as he didn't release his Buddhist consciousness, ordinary Buddhist disciples couldn't detect his Buddhist cultivation. And just now, from the conversation between Monk Mingyu and Zhu Junfeng, Xiaohua had already keenly sensed the gap between Confucian cultivators and Buddhism. In the future, Xiaohua might reveal his Confucian cultivation base, so now, and perhaps in the future, he didn't plan to let others know that he had Buddha Saraira. As soon as he flew out of the shed, Jianli immediately used the mystic art of his sect. His eyes flashed with a faint clear light as he tried to see through Xiaohua's cultivation. But to his surprise, other than the faint Zhen Qi of the Confucian cultivator, he couldn't see anything else. Of course, Jianli also knew that there were many secret techniques in the hidden immortal continent. Therefore, it was normal that he couldn't see Xiaohua's cultivation. In particular, The commonly used methods of the 3 continents to determine the origin energy of the 9th grade and the 27th grade were not only effective for Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and demon sects, but there were also many other strange techniques that could not be measured by the grade of the origin energy. Taoism has been in decline for countless years. Who knows where Xiaohua obtained the lost Daoist orthodoxy? But Imo Jianli knew that since Xiaohua called himself Old Man and challenged all the cultivators of level 2 of the origin energy, Xiaohua's cultivation didn't match his young appearance. Xiaohua was definitely a cultivator of level 3 of the origin energy. Senior. Therefore, Imo Jianli didn't let Qiu Jian and the others come out. He flew up into the sky alone and bowed respectfully. Junior Imo Yen, Imo Jianli from the Chongyun sect of the country of Shi greets Senior. If Imo Jianli could think of it, Xingchen could also think of it. But he didn't expect that Imo Jianli would put him in the position of a junior. This made Xingchen feel a little awkward. Because Xingchen couldn't see Xiaohua's cultivation either, but he could vaguely see that Xiaohua was a Confucian cultivator. When Imo Jianli called him senior, Xingchen was shocked. He thought to himself, oh no, is this a secret move of the Chongyun sect? But then he was confused again. If it was a secret move, Imo Jianli couldn't slap his own face on the spot. How could he expose him? Besides, Xiaohua's flying technique didn't seem to be anything special. It seemed to be relying on external force. Who knew if he was like Xiao Jian, who often bluffed people? I'm Xingchen from the Yunlin Temple. Greetings to fellow Immortal Xiao. Although Xingchen couldn't treat himself as a junior, he didn't dare to neglect. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He immediately stopped in midair and bowed respectfully. You two are too polite. Xiaohua twirled the heaven-leveling staff in his hand. He smiled and returned the greeting. We're on the stage now, no need to be so polite. It won't be too late to talk about it after I, Shaojin Temple, and Changsheng Academy finish this. Hee, senior must be joking. Imo Jianli naturally didn't feel burdened. He smiled and said, today is the Immortal Buddha ceremony. My Chongyun sect is only here to join in the fun. How can we really fight with senior? If I knew senior had such methods, I would have made Zhu Junfeng admit defeat long ago. Yes, junior admits defeat on behalf of Changsheng Academy. Zhu Junfeng, who was standing in midair, saw Imo Jianli's attitude. How could he delay? He immediately bowed and said, Xiaohua nodded. I'll remember this. In the future, Jiangqiao Temple will have to rely on Changsheng Academy. Principal Zhu, please take care of it. Naturally, Zhu Junfeng heard and knew that Xiaohua would leave after this. Xiao Jian and Yuanya alone wouldn't be a threat to Changsheng Academy. How could he not agree? Immortal friend Xiao. Seeing Imo Jianli change sides, Xingchen's face darkened. He cupped his hands and said, May I know where Immortal friend is from? Shaojin Temple's head is a disciple of my Yunlin Temple. I and others representing Shaojin Temple is normal. Immortal friend, why are you representing Jiangqiao Temple? Xiaohua originally wanted to say that he was a loose cultivator from the West Ocean. However, when he thought about the West Ocean he immediately changed his words. I'm a loose cultivator from the East Ocean. Previously, I met with some trouble and was saved by Jiangqiao Temple. Since there's kindness, I naturally have to repay it. I'll take responsibility for the fight between Jiangqiao Temple and Shaojin Temple. Moreover, I'm from the Taoist sect. All the Taoist sects in the world are one. Why can't I fight for Jiangqiao Temple? East Ocean, loose cultivator? Xingchen was shocked. That East Ocean was vast and boundless. Xiaohua's one sentence made it impossible for Xingchen to find the specific location. Senior Xiao. Imo Jianli asked curiously. You seem to have traces of my Confucian cultivation, and I used to be a Confucian cultivator. Xiaohua didn't hide it. However, I didn't have any breakthroughs. Later, when I was studying in the East Ocean, I encountered a storm and accidentally obtained a Taoist inheritance on a deserted island. Since then, I no longer focused on true qi cultivation. Congratulations, senior. Emo Jianli said with a smile. Senior's luck is profound. You obtain the inheritance of 2 sections. This is truly worthy of celebration. Haha. Xiaohua laughed and shook his head. I haven't practiced Confucian cultivation for many years. This Taoist cultivation is also a copy of a cat drawing a tiger. It can't be considered as obtaining the inheritance of 2 sects. Emo Jianli and Zhu Juanfeng's smile became even wider. Zhu Junfeng still felt that Changxing Academy would lose face if he directly admitted defeat. However, Xiaohua directly admitted that he was a Confucian cultivator. Changxing Academy's face was instantly returned. Losing to a senior with Confucian cultivation was something that would never be ridiculed by others. I want to see how Xing Chen will deal with it. The two looked at Xing Chen at the same time. So, immortal friend Xiao is this poor monk senior. Xing Chen's mouth was bitter, but he still insisted. If it was an ordinary fight, this poor monk would definitely admit defeat. However, today's fight involves the survival of Shaojin Temple in Changxing Town. This poor monk can't act on his own accord. Even if I have to pay with my life today, I still have to fight with Senior. Of course, this poor monk admits that he is not Senior's opponent. Just now, Senior said that this poor monk's junior brothers and others can also fight together. Well said. Before Xing Chen could finish speaking, Xiaohua interrupted him. You all can fight together. This Xiao won't take your lives. Thank you, Senior. Xing Chen was overjoyed to get the guarantee and bowed again. You're welcome. As long as you don't think that this old man is bullying the weak. Xiaohua waved his hand casually. This junior doesn't dare. Senior, as long as you don't care about this junior's offense. The more Xingchen listened to Xiaohua, the more he felt that Xiaohua was not bluffing. However, I still want to ask you to confirm it. If we are lucky enough to win by 1 or 2 moves, will you immediately order the Jiangqiao Temple to withdraw from the Longevity Town? Chapter 32:13. Yes, of course. Xiaohua said without hesitation, I'm leaving. Xiao Jian and Xiao Chen are no match for all of you. Good. Xing Chen waved his hand and said, Junior brothers, come here. We 3 juniors would like to ask Senior Xiao to give us some pointers. Yes, Senior brother, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan flew out from the shed and surrounded Xiaohua. They bowed and saluted. Xiaohua nodded and returned the salute. Senior, be careful. Xing Chen waved his hand and a purple gold alms bowl appeared in his hand. He continued to shout, The 4 of us are forming a Buddhist formation. Senior, please give us some pointers on the power of this formation. Hee. Hearing this, Xiaohua knew what Xing Chen was thinking, and said with a smile, You and the others, quickly set up the formation. I'll be waiting. Xing Chen was overjoyed. It takes time to set up the formation, but if they don't use it, the 4 of them might not be Xiaohua's match. In order to prevent Xiaohua from making a move and stopping him from setting up the formation, Xing Chen had to think. The result was as he expected. Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all. Xing Chen made a hand seal and activated his telekinesis. The Buddhist consciousness in his Naiwan palace also surged out. Pung. The alms bowl in Xing Chen's hand emitted a Buddhist light and turned into a lotus petal in the air. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan also released their alms bowls and turned them into lotus petals of different colors. Amitabha. The 4 of them chanted the name of Buddha at the same time. The Buddhist consciousness gathered in the air and gradually formed a large Buddhist seal. Fight! Suddenly, Xing Chen let out a furious roar. Like a thunderclap in a clear sky, his rather large Buddhist seal slammed towards the nearby Shaojin Temple. The Buddhist seal rushed out, and countless air currents surged out. Thousands of villagers who were staring at the sky without blinking their eyes began to howl violently above their heads. Boom! A huge explosion came from the Shaojin Temple. Then, like thousands of Buddhas chanting, a powerful telekinesis rushed out of the Shaojin Temple and landed on the 4 lotus petals. Psychokinesis again. Xiaohua frowned slightly. Xiaohua had seen this psychokinesis in the ruins of the Buddhist sect on the Dawn Rain continent. Although this psychokinesis was incomparable to the psychokinesis of the tens of thousands of bodhisattvas in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, it still couldn't be underestimated. Sure enough, under the power of telekinesis, the 4 lotus petals spun crazily. Buddhist light rushed out and surrounded Xiaohua. This Buddhist light gradually closed up and turned into an even bigger lotus. Moreover, countless heavenly flowers fell from the lotus, and the phantoms of countless heavenly maidens appeared. Even the sound of chanting could be heard. "Senior, please." A smile appeared on Xingchen's face when the light from the lotus stabilized. "As long as Senior breaks this formation and defeats the 4 of us, my little gold temple will immediately withdraw from the longevity town." "Good." Xiaohua shouted and raised his heaven-leveling staff. "Eat this Xiao's staff." Hee. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't use any Taoist spells and instead used the heaven-leveling staff, Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. This Buddhist formation was formed by telekinesis, and it wasn't a real thing. If Xiaohua had looked carefully for a moment, found the location of the 4 alms bowls, and then used the Ping Tian staff to hit the alms bowls in the formation, Xingchen would have been scared. But Xiaohua didn't even look at them. He just hit the lotus inside the Buddha's light out of nowhere. How could he break the formation? Besides, even if Xiaohua broke through the formation, Xingchen wouldn't be afraid. The Buddhist sect's Buddhist sense was the most observant. The alms bowls were visible to the naked eye when the formation was first set up. But once the formation was set up, the 4 alms bowls were controlled by the Buddhist sense and could move freely within the formation. Although Xiaohua's spells were fast, they couldn't be faster than the Buddhist sense, right? "Junior brothers," Xingchen ordered. The heavenly flowers in the Buddhist formation flourished. Each of them flashed with murderous intent and spun toward Xiaohua. "Isn't Senior Xiao too careless?" Seeing how powerful the Buddhist formation was, Zhu Junfeng frowned and said to Mo Jianli in a low voice, "The Buddhist formation of the Buddhist sect is the most powerful, especially the primary formation of the Confucian sect. I've never seen a Taoist formation, but it's best to break it before it's set up. Since it's set up, we can only find the eye of the formation." Senior Zhao's reckless attack. "I'm not sure." Mo Jianli shook his head. "I want to say that Senior Xiao is confident, but I don't know where he planted his bamboo shoots. Even this old man can't sense his true cultivation. If it's not unfathomable, then it's—" Zhu Junfeng smiled and said in a low voice, "A swindler." Boom. The sky-leveling staff seemed to have heard Zhu Junfeng's slander and struck the lotus that surrounded Xiaohua. Xingchen thought that the sky-leveling staff couldn't touch the Buddhist light and psychokinesis, but it tore a huge hole in the Buddhist light and psychokinesis. The hole flashed rapidly, and the trembling spread in all directions. Xiaohua's attack was powerful. How is this possible? Xingchen's face was ashen. He couldn't believe that the Buddhist formation set up by the 4 of them collapsed under Xiaohua's attack. Unfathomable. Mo Jianli murmured with his mouth agape. Similarly, he had never heard of a Buddhist formation that had already been set up being destroyed by a single strike from a staff. Xiaohua put away the sky-leveling staff and looked coldly at Xingchen and the other 3 who tried their best to activate their psychokinesis to stop the Buddhist formation from collapsing. However, it seemed that the 4 of them were like mantises trying to stop a chariot. They couldn't resist the irresistible force of the Buddhist formation. Alas, this is an unfair victory. Xiaohua sighed. Then, he activated the flying talisman and flew out of the Buddhist formation. He waved the sky-leveling staff and said, "Xingchen, take this." "Forget it." When Xingchen saw Xiaohua's awe-inspiring demeanor, he knew that he was no match for him. Strength can break all techniques. Just as he was about to admit defeat, a dejected thought appeared in his mind. Woo! A huge roar came from the distance. It sounded like thousands of cows mooing, but it also sounded like the shaking of heaven and earth. What's going on? Xiaohua was shocked. How could he still care about defeating Xingchen? He hurriedly used his divine sense to check the source of the sound. Not good. When Xiaohua saw the situation in the distance, his expression changed drastically. His body involuntarily rose up and was about to fly away. Senior? Xiaohua's divine sense was fast, but Xingchen and the others' Buddhist awareness, Emojianli, and the others' eye-clearing and divine sense techniques weren't slow either. Just as Xiaohua was about to fly away, Xingchen hurriedly shouted, "What's wrong?" Xiaohua frowned. "Do you still want to fight? Now that the water tribe is rampant and the people of Longevity Town are about to be plunged into misery and suffering, how can we still remember to fight?" Xingchen hurriedly explained, "Although this fight hasn't ended yet, we know that we are no match for you. If you have something to say, say it quickly." Xiaohua was angry. "Don't delay me from saving people." "Yes," Xingchen hurriedly said, "we want to make a bet with you. Let's see if your Daoist method can save more people or my Buddhist method can save more people. Or perhaps, whoever had the means to eliminate the Longevity Town's calamity would be the winner. What do you think, Senior?" "Okay." Xiaohua already felt that he had defeated Xingchen and the other aquatic creatures because he had an unfair advantage. Therefore, after hearing Xingchen's words, Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. He didn't believe that these aquatic creatures could survive under his lightning strikes. Xingchen was overjoyed when he saw Xiaohua agree. He might not be able to save many people, but there were people in Shaojin Temple. They were much stronger than the 3 from Jiangchao Temple. Besides, didn't Ling Chen's Buddhist sense mean that there was a senior from the Buddhist sect near Longevity Town? Now that Longevity Town was in trouble, this senior would definitely help. This was why Xingchen emphasized the Buddhist sect and not Shaojin Temple or Yunlin Temple. "Martial nephew Mingyu." Xingchen waved his hand and said hurriedly, "Longevity Town's Liao River is overflowing. The water tribe is wreaking havoc in the river. I'm afraid that Longevity Town will be flooded in a short time. Now, there are almost 2,000 people gathered in Shaojin Temple. Quickly organize the disciples and send them to Shaojin Temple. If Shaojin Temple can't hold them, just stay on the hillside. Seeing that the river is coming, we can't go anywhere else." "Yes, disciple understands." Zen Master Mingyu's Buddhist sense was weak and couldn't see that far. However, after hearing Xingchen's order and hearing the faint sounds in the distance, his expression changed. He hurriedly agreed and began to send the disciples. Mo Jianli didn't think much. He just waved his hand and flew away with Qiu Jian, Liamo Ming and Ji Dong. He didn't give any orders to Zhu Junfeng. Zhu Junfeng glanced at Mr. T, and with a bitter taste in his mouth. He didn't expect this unforeseen event to happen so fiercely and so unexpectedly. He was in a bit of a difficult situation. Long Life Academy was relatively close to Liaojiang, so right now, they were definitely panicking. Meanwhile, there were so many people here, Small Golden Temple's monks definitely couldn't deal with them alone. Long Life Academy could only leave the experienced students here. Principal Zhu, Mr. Tai, and saw the complicated look in Zhu Junfeng's eyes and understood what Zhu Junfeng was thinking. Almost without thinking, he said, "I'll go back to the academy now. You go to the riverside with Mr. Mo." "Yes, that's the only way." Zhu Junfeng nodded and said, "These 100 disciples will stay here. After all, there are so many people here." Then, Zhu Junfeng named a few people to be in charge of this matter. He activated his sword light and chased after Xiaohua and the others. The spectators naturally didn't know what had happened. Seeing that the exciting battle had suddenly ended, everyone flew to Liao River and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, under the arrangement of the students of the academy and the guidance of the monks of Shaojin Temple, they were about to move to Shaojin Temple. The thoughts of the students and monks were good, but the crowd was unwilling. They asked what had happened and why the contestants had left. They wanted to go to Little Golden Temple. After all, Little Golden Temple could not accommodate so many people. Chapter 32:14. Longevity Academy students were quite experienced, all of them smiling. They only said that there were some strange changes in the town and the teachers were going to deal with it. They didn't know the specifics, only telling everyone to wait at Small Golden Temple. After a while, the teachers would return and they could leave. After hearing these words, those people were naturally doubtful, whispering noisily to each other. However, they were still obedient, slowly moving towards small golden temple. However, compared to Longevity Academy students, small golden temple's monks were clearly lacking in propriety. After monk Mingyu explained the cause of the matter to Ming Cheng and Ming Eve, they also hurriedly assigned the 30 or so disciples. Those disciples couldn't compare to Ming Cheng and Ming Eve. Their own expressions changed greatly, hurriedly urging the people around them to enter the temple. When everyone asked about it, they told them everything and revealed the urgency of the matter. When everyone learned the truth, they immediately exploded. Who didn't have family or property in Longevity Town? How could they quietly hide in small golden temple? Even though small golden temple's monks shouted until their throats were hoarse, saying that Buddha was protecting them, that the teachers were already going to deal with it, unfortunately, no matter how much they said, no one would listen. Most of the people simply ignored the monks' attempts to stop them and explain. They rushed down the hill faster than the tide and rushed into Longevity Town along the mountain path. Monk Mingyu and the others were a bit confused as they watched the dispersing crowd. They really didn't understand. However, fortunately, less than 40% of the 2,000 people were calm. They knew that even if they went back, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They would just give up their lives for nothing. Even though their hearts were twisted by knives, like ants on a hot pan, they still listened to Longevity Academy's arrangements, rushing towards small golden temple. After this small unforeseen event, the situation immediately became clear. Those who could cause trouble all left, those who couldn't, didn't need the guidance of the monks and students. Even though it was a bit chaotic, they could all enter small golden temple. As a result, Longevity Academy's students coldly looked at small golden temple's monks. They were also worried about the academy's safety, as well as the safety of the town's inner family. However, they still couldn't fly on their swords, so they could only wait here. Among the thousands of people in the entire small gold temple, the calmest ones were probably Xiao Jian and Xianxia, who were currently in the Hall of Great Strength, commenting on the golden body of Buddha. The two of them were originally staying near the Shaojin Temple's mountain gate. With this sudden turn of events, Xianxia immediately became alert. He pulled Xiao Jian and rushed into the Shaojin Temple. Xiao Jian originally wanted to pull the lame donkey along with the donkey cart, but Xiao Hua's sound transmission came. Xiao Jian's expression changed drastically. He trembled and loosened his grip on the reins. He rushed into the sect even faster than Xianxia. Within a few miles, the Shaojin Temple was located on the highest hill, and the highest point of the Shaojin Temple was the Great Buddha's Hall. At this moment, Xiao Jian did not care about the difference between Buddhism and Taoism. Without any scruples, he was the first to rush in. Just as Xiao Jian was making irresponsible remarks about the golden body of Buddha, Xiao Hua was activating the flying talisman and rushing towards Liao Jiang. Unfortunately, his spiritual power was lacking. He only felt that his body was heavier than a mountain. He flew slower than a snail. Not only could he not catch up with Mo Jianli, but even Xingchen looked at him strangely and flew far away. Xiao Hua was extremely depressed. There was no other way. Whether it was in his meridians or in his body, they were all blocked by the earth crystal Yao milk. This thing was very precious. The stingy Xiao Hua was not willing to waste it. He could only refine it bit by bit, either to refine his body, or to refine it into vital energy, or to refine the so-called great vital energy. All of these required time. What was particularly strange was that although the days in Longevity Town were not long, Xiao Hua had already discovered that although he did not deliberately refine the earth crystal Yao milk into vital energy, the generated vital energy still flowed into the invisible golden core. The invisible golden core was like an insatiable pitio. It could contain as much vital energy as it wanted. It was not an ordinary bottleneck of the later stage of golden core as Xiao Hua thought. Could it be that there is an 18th level golden core? This was Xiao Hua's occasional thought. Of course, from the cultivation method jade slip in Xiao Hua's hand and his experience in cultivating the 18th level of qi refining and foundation establishment cultivation methods, The possibility of an 18th level golden core should not be big. But where was the problem? All the cultivation methods and experiences in the past were useless. What blocked Xiaohua's path was an unknown problem. For Xiaohua, who never believed that there could be a cultivation method in this world that could reach the heavens, this was not only a challenge, but also a kind of opportunity. But now, in addition to complaining about his flying speed, Xiaohua had the kind of anger towards the water tribe. That's right, when the strange movement sounded, Xiaohua's divine sense had already seen a scene that made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Although the Liao River was turbulent before, it had raised many fishermen in Longevity Town. Suddenly, a wave of more than 10 zhang high suddenly rushed up. That wave was much worse than the huge waves of the West Sea or the Guihe Sea, but when it fell down, it immediately destroyed the simple dam near the Liao River, and then rushed towards the town with a speed of 1,000 li. This was an inland town that was completely defenseless. The river water only needed to wreak havoc, and everything within 3 li of the Liao River in Longevity Town turned into a swamp. Fortunately, except for the first wave, the water of the Liao River was controlled by the water tribe. It seemed to be waiting for something, and no more water came out. Only this one wave of the huge wave washed over the 3 li of the swamp, but it was already too horrible to look at. Not to mention the broken roofs floating in the water, not to mention the extremely large number of poultry corpses floating in the water, not to mention the bedding, window frames, and tables soaked in the water. Just the crying and screaming villagers running away in the water already made Xiaohua's eyes burn with anger. At this time, the amount of river water that rushed into Longevity Town could not be considered much. It probably only submerged the waist of an ordinary person. Many villagers living by the river, old and young, desperately ran away. And in the midst of the chaos, there were many casualties. The speed of the water had already slowed down, and the water level was also slowly falling. But even so, since there were poultry corpses, how could the villagers' corpses not be enough? A baby with his face down swayed along with the waves, his white buttocks facing the sky. A corner of the baby's belly was still hanging on the baby's back, and that bright red color was very dazzling. When Xiaohua saw it, that baby's corpse was precisely hit by a thick and long wooden pillar. The corpse softly sank for a moment, and then floated up again. Xiaohua's heart ached for no reason, and he used his teeth to tightly bite his lips. Around 3 li away, there was water everywhere, and the tragic scene was truly heartbreaking. But this was only a fuse. In Longevity Town 3 li away, those places that had higher terrains were now in a state of panic. First, the tremors and the sound of the water attracted the attention of hundreds of thousands of people, and then the man-devouring waves shattered the calmness and confidence of those who saw all this. They shouted as if their lives depended on it, and ran towards Longevity Town as if their lives depended on it. The news of the aquatic creatures massacring the town was like a gust of wind that blew towards Longevity Town. Everyone was in a state of panic, and it was as if a nest had exploded. People stepped on people, people squeezed people, and no one cared about anyone else. Everyone wanted to escape to a safe place before the second wave of the river water came. But it was precisely this kind of panic that before the river water came, many people's lives were already squeezed out. At this moment, Xiaohua didn't have the time to care about these things. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. Right at the edge of Longevity Town, there was a several zhang tall water wall. Inside the water wall, there seemed to be turbulent waves, and more than 10 enormous aquatic creatures covered in pitch-black scales were also crazily baring their fangs and brandishing their claws inside the water wall. Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly looked towards the 2 sides of the water wall. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Not only did this water wall become taller, it also stretched for an extremely long time. Even without using his divine sense to check, it was likely that this water wall covered the area of several li around Longevity Town. As long as the water wall slammed down, the Liao River's water would definitely destroy the entire Longevity Town like breaking rotten weeds. Not to mention human lives, even all the buildings would be destroyed. It was definitely a purgatory on Earth. What Xiaohua could see, The people who were slightly closer to the river could also see. This water wall was like a sharp sword hanging over their heads, and if there was a slight delay, it would fall down and take their lives. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed angrily, and a faint green light began to flicker between his eyebrows. Facing this monster that wanted to destroy the entire longevity town, Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't show mercy. Although the water wall was controlled by the water creature and couldn't fall down for a while, the sound of the waves within was still ear-piercing, and the sound of the surging waves was louder than muffled thunder. Not only did it cover the cries and screams of the villagers who were fleeing in panic, it also blocked the voices of Xing Chen and the others who had flown to the front of the water wall to negotiate with the water creature. Xing Chen and the others flew faster than Xiao Hua, and arrived here a step earlier. However, in the process of their arrival, everything had already happened. The river was several li long, and the water was fierce. Other than Xing Kong and Xing Min casually saving the two children, they couldn't do anything else. When Xing Chen and the others saw the water wall that was forming above the river, their first reaction was no longer to save the children, but to stop the water wall from forming, and to prevent the river water from crashing into Longevity Town even more fiercely. Xing Chen flew up into the sky, and after crossing the water wall that was several zhang high, he saw the waves that were several li high, and the shock in his heart was even greater than before. He had thought of many possibilities of a monster attack, including the water creatures of Liao River. However, he had never thought that the water creatures would use the water of Liao River to destroy Longevity Town directly. After all, this wasn't just the power of one or two water creatures, and it wasn't something that could be done by second or third level elemental energy. If there were so many water creatures, and they were so powerful, why would they come to destroy an insignificant Longevity Town? They could have just gone to Jishun Town, where there were many people and boats, and it was much more prosperous than Longevity Town. However, this fleeting thought just happened to appear in front of his eyes, and Xing Chen had no choice but to face it head-on. Fellow Immortal Mo, Xing Chen looked at Mo Jianli, who was standing not far away from him, and smiled bitterly. I don't know how to deal with this, but I do know that I don't have the power to stop these water creatures. They are stronger than us. Chapter 32:15. That's right. Mo Jianli's eyes also flashed with a fierce light. He nodded and said, the development of the situation is beyond the expectations of the sect. I think the Yunlin Temple is the same. The waterkind are here to wipe out the entire Longevity Town. There must be something fishy going on here. But Xing Chen hesitated. Looking at the dozens of waterkind behind the water wall, he said in a low voice, Will they listen to us? They have to listen. Mo Jianli sneered. Even if I die here, I have to fight for a chance of survival for the hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town. Then, Mo Jianli turned to Zhu Junfeng and said, Junfeng, hurry back to the Longevity Academy. This is an emergency. Before Mo Jianli could finish, Zhu Junfeng understood. He nodded and said, Mr. Mo, be careful. If things go wrong, go now. Mo Jianli waved his hand coldly. Zhu Junfeng didn't dare to hesitate. He hurried off with his sword light. Don't worry, fellow Immortal Mo. Seeing that Mo Jianli had made up his mind, Xing Chen hurriedly shouted, Senior Xiao Hua of the Daoist school is behind us. Why don't we see what kind of magic he has? Mo Jianli bit his lips and turned to look at Xiao Hua, who was flying closer and closer. He smiled bitterly and said, Senior Xiao is powerful, but it seems that he is good at body refining. Also, as far as I know, the Daoist school mostly uses killing people. When it comes to saving people, I'm afraid it can't be compared with the Confucian school and the Buddhist school. Seeing that Xiao Hua was flying slowly, Xing Chen murmured in his heart. Xiao Hua could defeat him easily, but if he could defeat the waterkind and save people, it would be impossible. Without waiting for Xing Chen to reply, Mo Jianli rushed to the water wall with his sword light flashing under his feet. Boom! Mo Jianli's sword light was blocked by the water wall. Obviously, there was a powerful restriction formation in front of the water wall. Mo Jianli opened his mouth. Whoosh! A 3-inch-long flying sword rushed out and flashed across the sky like lightning. The space above the water wall was twisted, and a 10-foot-long crack appeared on the water wall from top to bottom. Whoosh! It was like a flood bursting out of a dam. The waterfall like water rushed out of the crack and flowed into the Longevity town. This Mo Jianli saw that he had made a fool of himself and was a little embarrassed. He wanted to rush through the crack, but he hesitated. He did not know what to do next. Fortunately, the invisible restriction on the left side of the crack shone brightly with blue light and gradually mended the crack from bottom to top, causing the water flow to gradually decrease. Why is that? Mo Jianli's eyes flashed. He seemed to understand something. He shouted, "Li Mo Ming, come here." Hearing his martial uncle's call, Li Mo Ming hurriedly flew over. However, before he could get close, a clear roar was heard. At the crack that had not mended yet, a 3-foot-tall, pitch-black water creature with 1-foot-long black scales appeared. This water creature had a huge fish head. Its 2 eyes, which were bigger than fists, stared at Mo Jianli without blinking. Mo Jianli looked at the huge black fish. Although he had not used the clear eye technique to check his strength, he felt a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. Mo Jianli immediately knew that the water creature's strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Therefore, he did not dare to be slow. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "My fellow immortal, whoosh." The black fish did not allow Mo Jianli to speak. It opened its mouth and a water-blue light, which was even more powerful than the huge sword, pierced towards Mo Jianli. Clang! Mo Jianli was prepared. He reached out his hand and the flying sword landed in his hand. He gathered his essence force and hacked with all his might. Boom! With a huge sound, the blue light was dissipated by Mo Jianli's attack, but he himself was also sent flying several feet away before he finally stopped with a pale face. "Ho Ming, hurry up and ask him." Mo Jianli did not stop and immediately shouted, "Yes, martial uncle." Li Mo Ming's face was a bit pale. He hurriedly opened his mouth and made a strange sound. It seemed that he was talking to the black fish. At this time, Xiaohua had already flown over. He looked at the black fish who was talking to Li Mo Ming with an unfriendly face. Seeing Xiaohua's face, Mo Jianli hurriedly said, "Senior Xiao, don't worry. Mo Ming is good at using the Yao language. He can understand the language of the water creatures. Look at this water wall. It is condensed and not moving. This water creature of Liaojiang River seems to be waiting for something. I think we should ask him first." Who would have thought that before Mo Jianli could finish speaking with a wang sound, the black fish demon spat out another ray of light, piercing towards Li Mo Ming with incomparable speed. Looking at the withered yellow eyes of the black fish demon, there was actually a kind of impatience and disdain. Clang! Li Mo Ming was already on guard. He hurriedly swung his flying sword. However, he was far weaker than Mo Jianli. As soon as he touched the light, the flying sword was immediately shattered. The black fish's light did not stop at all. It quickly pierced towards Li Mo Ming's chest. Seeing that Li Mo Ming was about to die under this light, Xiaohua did not have enough spiritual power at this time. His eyes were burning with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Woo! At this critical moment, Li Mo Ming's chest swelled. He opened his mouth and spat out a red stream from his mouth. Boom! It hit the light, and he took the opportunity to retreat quickly. The red stream blocked 70% of the light, but there was still 30% that rushed out of the red stream. However, this 30% only cut off half of Li Mo Ming's hair. It did not kill Li Mo Ming. Li Mo Ming might have been scared, or maybe it was because the red stream consumed too much of his spiritual power. Li Mo Ming's originally pale face did not have a trace of blood. It was difficult for him to even stand still in the air. Without waiting for Mo Jianli's order, Ji Dong immediately flew over and supported Li Mo Ming. Roar! The black fish was furious again. Its body swayed, and a huge wave rose to the sky. Gotcha? Without waiting for the black fish to make another move, Xiaohua's forehead glowed green. A ball of green light rushed into the sky. Following the appearance of this green light in the sky above Liaojiang River, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The appearance of the lightning was extremely strange and extremely fast. The black fish had just noticed it when a thumb-sized heavenly lightning struck down. Zalala. The heavenly lightning was like a burning red spear. It directly pierced through the black fish's body. Those 1-foot-long scales were instantly pierced through. A wave of roasted fish fragrance came from the black fish's body. Roar! The black fish felt the pain and his body shook. With a roar, he spat out a fist-sized pearl. The pearl flew out, bringing with it a wave of water, and rushed straight into the sky. His body slid and fell into the waves. He actually wanted to escape. The pearl brought with it a wave of water, like a water dragon coming out of the sea, and welcomed the rain like lightning. Kacha! Another few loud sounds. Not only was the pearl smashed into pieces, even the black fish was hit by the heavenly lightning again. The strangeness of this heavenly lightning was definitely out of the black fish's expectations. It could actually pass through the river water and directly hit his body. This time, the black fish was not as lucky as the last time. The heavenly lightning struck his chest. Several streams of black blood gushed out. The black fish's body flapped a few times. It was no different from an ordinary black fish. His belly turned white, and he floated to the surface of the Liao River. Mo Jianli was shocked. Xiaohua's attack was too cruel and too fast. He did not even have the chance to warn Xiaohua before the black fish was killed by Xiaohua. Not only that, but Xiaohua's lightning and thunder technique had a range of 1 mile. Other than the black fish, the other aquatic creatures were also killed or injured. Therefore, Mo Jianli said anxiously, "See, Senior Xiao, don't kill like this first. What? Things have come to this? Do you still want to get information from these aquatic creatures?" Xiaohua looked at the blood on the river and said coldly. Mo Jianli bit his lips and nodded. "I know that Senior Xiao is powerful. Senior Xiao, unless you can kill all these aquatic creatures. Otherwise, the danger of Longevity Town's destruction will never pass. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town will not be saved. If Senior Xiao only wants to defeat Little Gold Temple, then I will ask Xianxia to admit defeat." "Ha, Mo Jianli." Xiaohua laughed and pointed his finger. "Are you afraid that I will anger the aquatic creatures and they will pour the river water into Longevity Town? Are you trying to find out the purpose of flooding Longevity Town from the water tribe?" "That's right." Mo Jianli nodded. "Senior Xiao, even if you can kill all the aquatic creatures, they only need to release the water wall. The lives of hundreds of thousands of people will disappear in an instant. Senior Xiao, you are happy. You can leave, but what about the students of Longevity College and the monks of Little Gold Temple? You are too careful." Xiaohua shook his head. "Besides, I didn't kill the aquatic creatures in front of Monk Xianxia just to defeat Little Gold Temple as you think. Didn't you see? You asked Li Mo Ming to talk to the aquatic creatures, but they ignored him. If you don't beat them until they feel pain, they won't talk. Besides, looking at the situation, even if I don't do anything, they won't let the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town go. Since that's the case, why can't I take their lives with me? Don't worry. If the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town die, I will kill all the aquatic creatures in Liao River." Mo Jianli naturally knew that Xiaohua's words were reasonable. Without strength, one had no right to speak. However, he was still afraid of angering the aquatic creatures. Just as he was about to defend himself, several powerful elemental thoughts swept out from Liao River. The entire Liao River became even more turbulent. When the elemental thoughts swept past Mo Jianli, he was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. In a voice of disbelief, he moaned, "Aquatic creatures with elemental power beyond 2nd level. How could they appear here?" Of course, the elemental thoughts of the aquatic creatures were much more powerful than Mo Jianli. He couldn't judge the strength of the aquatic creatures at all. Besides, there was more than one of them. How could he not be scared? Not to mention Mo Jianli, even Xiaohua's face turned pale when he saw the spirit power of the spirit creature, which was similar to his spirit power, sweep across the area. Then hundreds of enormous water-kind creatures came out of the water in a radius of tens of miles. After the baptism of blood, the test of life and death, he gradually revealed his ferociousness. Towards some specious matters, he had completely made his own decision. Elder Xiao. Mo Jianli smiled bitterly. This junior came to the immortal town to save these 100,000 villagers. Seeing that there is a glimmer of hope, how can this junior not try? Elder's grudge with the waterkind is for the sake of the villagers of the immortal town. This junior is not talented, but I am willing to bear this grudge with Elder. Even if this junior dies in the hands of the waterkind, I am willing. Can you do it? Xiao Hua smiled faintly. Although death is easy, there is no value in dying. What's the use of you dying? This junior knows that he is incompetent. His cultivation is only a fraction of Elder's. Mo Jianli said sternly, Elder will not believe this junior's words. Of course, this junior can also use my Chongyun sect's name to bear this grudge for Elder, but this junior can clearly tell Elder. This time, the Chongyun sect did not pay enough attention to the disaster of the immortal town. This junior does not dare to use the sect's name to vouch for Elder. Moreover, this disaster of the immortal town should be handled by the government of the country of Xi. Elder has seen for himself, the power of the government here is really weak. Forget it. Xiao Hua saw that Mo Jianli was clear, and waved his hand. Fellow immortal Mo, there is no need to say any more. This Xiao does not mind. I just want to kill as many people as I can before the disaster of the immortal town arrives. Use their lives as a sacrifice to the dead. Fellow immortal Xingqian, come quickly. Hearing this, Mo Jianli hurriedly waved his hand. Not far away, Xingqian and the others were also stunned. However, their cultivation was also low, so they could not help. Now that they heard Mo Jianli's call, they immediately flew over. Elder Xiao, fellow immortal Mo? Xingqian hurriedly asked, do you have a plan? Mo Jianli looked at the messy huge sea beasts on the water wall and said in a low voice, we do not have a plan yet. Right now, we want to find out why these sea beasts are attacking the immortal town. Elder Xiao will take charge of the situation here and intimidate the sea beasts. We will escort Li Moming over and work together with the sea beasts. Okay. At this point, Xingqian did not remember the bet he made with Xiao Hua. He hurriedly said, we will do as you say. Seeing Xiao Hua nodding silently and frowning at the hundreds of sea beasts, Mo Jianli did not know what he was thinking, or whether he was choosing the next target to attack. Mo Jianli hurriedly led the group to the water wall. Kacha! Another clap of thunder sounded, and it hit the water wall in front of Mo Jianli and the others. A hole about 3 meters wide appeared on top of the water wall, and this hole was surrounded by lightning. On one hand, it prevented the seal from healing, and on the other hand, it prevented the hole from growing bigger. Mo Jianli and the others did not dare to rush through the seal. They only protected Li Mo Ming at the hole and shouted some strange syllables into the water wall. The 3 continents are really messy. Xiao Hua was speechless. There are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and even the demon race. There is even the Dragon Palace. Their languages are all different. It is so troublesome to speak. If I have time later, I will ask Li Mo Ming to learn the language of the sea beasts. Oh, why are the sea beasts not moving? And there are no sea beasts coming to deal with them? Could it be that the host has not come out yet? While Xiao Hua was puzzled, the turbulent water surface of the Liao River suddenly calmed down. The hundreds of huge sea beasts flew out of the water. Under the scorching sun, there were only shadows and specks of golden light on the surface of the river. Xiao Hua almost rubbed his eyes to see if he was dreaming. Of course, it was only for a moment. Gurgle gurgle. With a loud sound, tens of thousands of bubbles rushed out of the river like boiling water. In an instant, they covered a dozen miles of the river surface. Then, a group of soldiers dressed in armor, holding bright weapons, and even carrying banners surged out of the river. This time, Xiaohua really wanted to raise his hand to rub his eyes. He muttered, "Damn it, I am seeing ghosts." Of course, when had Xiaohua ever seen such a scene on the Xiaoyu continent? Xiaohua was extremely curious. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw clearly that this group was made up of hundreds or even thousands of sea beasts. There were fish and prawns, birds and crabs. There were also a few strange sea beasts that Xiaohua had never seen before. However, these sea beasts were not in human form. They were 2 to 3 times bigger than a normal person. They were not holding weapons with their hands, but claws or pincers. These sea beasts were also wearing strange armor. There were some red rust on the armor and some seaweed. This armor seemed to be protecting the sea beasts and hiding their cultivation. Xiaohua could not see through their strength for a moment. However, looking at the intelligent eyes of these sea beasts, Xiaohua knew that these sea beasts were definitely stronger than normal cultivators. Xiaohua had just finished looking when he heard a loud sound from the group. The body of the giant sea beast that Xiaohua had just shot down slowly appeared on the surface of the river. The body of the sea beast trembled slightly. Obviously, it did not die. However, the lightning had not dissipated, so it could not move freely. After the body of the sea beast came out of the water, it did not stop. It continued to rise. Then, Xiaohua saw a long and thin arm appear under the body of the sea beast. "See!" Xiaohua took a deep breath. He understood that the sea beast that was about to come out should be the person in charge of the array. Moreover, seeing that this sea beast could lift the giant sea beast with one hand, its strength must be ridiculously strong. Under the gaze of Xiaohua, Mo Jianli and the others, another shocking scene appeared under the long and thin arm. Xiaohua originally thought that this arm belonged to a strange sea beast. He would not be surprised if it was a fish. However, what appeared in the end was actually a 3-chi long midget. Moreover, this midget was human. Not only did it have 4 limbs, it also had facial features. The funniest thing was that this midget was riding on a giant seahorse. Looking at the incomparably huge sea beast on the midget, and then looking at the incomparably huge seahorse below the midget, Xiaohua almost fell down from the sky laughing. Mo Jianli and the others were different from Xiaohua. They didn't even have time to laugh, because the dwarf's gaze swept across them. His cold, steel-like primordial spirit swept across them. They shuddered, and a feeling of being in an ice cave involuntarily rose from their hearts and bodies. Liamo Ming, who was shouting just now, opened his mouth. He did not dare to make any sound. It was as if he attracted the attention of this midget, he would be killed by this midget's gaze. Chapter 32:17. Of course, when the midget's gaze landed on Xiaohua, Xiaohua's smile also froze on his face. Moreover, this smile appeared extremely awkward. A kind of seriousness emerged from Xiaohua's smile like a seed bursting out of the ground, instantly blooming on Xiaohua's face. Damn it! This guy is probably at the 4th grade of origin energy, right? Xiaohua had no way of knowing the exact cultivation of this midget, but from this aura, he was absolutely shocked. Looking at this formation, Xiaohua couldn't help but be puzzled. 103rd grade origin energy subordinates, and this 4th grade origin energy person in charge of the formation, they don't even need some bullshit Liao River's water to destroy the entire longevity town. Why did they take off their pants to fart? Could it be this longevity town is hiding some secret? Did I block a disaster for them? Woo! That midget waved his hand, easily throwing the giant sea beast to the side. A few sea beasts immediately caught it. Immediately after, the midget loudly shouted a few times. Ooh! The entire Liao River was surging with wind and clouds as hundreds of hurricanes were born. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed toward the surface of the river. Then, a blue light flashed repeatedly on the surface of the river. The hundreds of huge sea beasts transformed into 3 zhang tall giants one by one. However, although these giants had armor on their bodies and looked incomparably brave, their eyes were not as shrewd as the sea beasts from before. G. That midget casually ordered a few more times. Those 100 burly men roared in unison, then scattered towards the edge of the water wall. At the same time, the hundreds of people in the team also waved their banners, and even the sound of war drums could be heard, as if they were eager to give it a try. Senior Xiao. That Li Mo Ming was very anxious. Without even reporting to Mo Jianli, he hurriedly shouted, "These sea beasts are going to activate the restriction and flood the longevity town. What are they going to do? Why do they want to flood the longevity town?" When Xiaohua heard, he was also very anxious. He didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking, his figure flew up and rushed towards the flaw of the restriction. This time, Xiaohua understood. He coldly snorted like a human. He saw the dwarf raise his head and casually wave his hand. A blue brilliance appeared on the surface of the water and rushed towards him. It looked like a very ordinary radiance. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense, and his face was filled with shock. Without thinking, he waved his hand and similarly threw out a dozen fireball talismans. Rumble. Sure enough, every trace of that blue brilliance contained an enormous amount of power. As soon as it came into contact with Xiaohua's fireball talisman, it immediately exploded, and the air within a radius of several tens of meters surged. Mo Jianli and the others naturally could not stay in the vicinity. They hurriedly dodged. As for Xiaohua, he was also blocked outside the restrictive spell. Chirp, 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 chirp. Seeing Xiaohua block his brilliance, the dwarf unconsciously raised his eyebrows and cried out, "I don't understand. Don't just blabber." Xiaohua sneered and raised his voice to speak to the pygmy chicken and duck. "Senior." Li Mo Ming was brought over from afar by Mo Jianli. He shouted, "He's asking you if you killed his subordinates." "Oh, answer him." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "If he wants revenge, then come at me. However, I still have to ask him who they are." "Oh, what kind of water clan are they? Why did they use so much strength to flood Longevity Town?" Yes. If it was any other question, Li Mo Ming would naturally have answered. However, this involved killing. If he was not careful, it would bring disaster to Xiaohua. Li Mo Ming did not dare to be careless. He could only ask Xiaohua first. Now that he received Xiaohua's permission, he immediately shouted. Sure enough, this time, the dwarf spoke. However, looking at Li Mo Ming's helpless expression, Xiaohua somewhat understood. These water clan were definitely not the brainless trash that he thought. It was not difficult for him to show a bit of sincerity. They would not answer honestly. Sure enough, Li Mo Ming said awkwardly, "Senior, this person only said he took your head, then he will answer." "Then let him come and take it?" Xiaohua waved his hand without hesitation. "As long as he has the ability, let him come." Yes, Li Mo Ming really admired Xiaohua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. This kind of courage was definitely something he couldn't reach. That dwarf seemed to be somewhat impatient. He casually dealt with Li Mo Ming while commanding his own team. "Senior." Li Mo Ming smiled and said, "That person asked you to send your head over yourself." "Okay, I will go over now." Xiaohua nodded. "You all? If you can't, then leave early. From the looks of it, these water clan do not intend to keep you all. If Senior does not leave, then we will not leave either." Mo Jianli replied indifferently. He turned and said, "Mo Ming, you all leave. We have already done our best." Xingchen was somewhat unwilling. He turned and looked at the chaotic Longevity Town. His gaze seemed to be somewhat expectant. He then said, "This monk will also accompany Senior Xiao." "Ha, good." Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the heaven-leveling staff again. He laughed and said, "Let me see what kind of methods these water clan have." "Senior?" Li Mo Ming suddenly said, "Junior just vaguely heard something. They seem to be looking for someone." "Looking for someone?" Xiaohua was stunned. He stopped and said, "They need to flood Longevity Town to find someone?" Xiaohua asked back. Li Mo Ming's face turned red. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Senior, disciple only vaguely heard it. I am not sure. And if you don't leave, then slowly listen. Xiaohua nodded. I will go and meet this person. However, you all wait. Sai, if you can leave, then leave. I am afraid that I am unable to protect you all now. Moreover, if you all leave, you can save 1 or 2 people. After speaking, Xiaohua no longer paid attention to them. He activated his flying talisman and rushed into the water wall's restriction. Seeing Xiaohua enter, that dwarf sneered and did not stop him. You brat. Once Xiaohua rushed into the water wall, he did not say anything. He waved his hand and the heaven-leveling staff was raised. With a roar, it flew towards the dwarf. Hee. The dwarf seemed to not have expected Xiaohua to come so quickly. He had not finished arranging some orders. However, he did not seem to care. He sneered and clapped his hand. Similarly, a halberd-like weapon appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, his figure flew up from the seahorse. He stepped on a water-like cloud and met Xiaohua head-on. The first time was always a test, so Xiaohua didn't dodge. He was extremely confident in his own heaven-leveling rod and strength. Boom! An intense rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Not only did it deafen everyone's ears, even the water of the Liao River, which was originally surging violently, was set off by violent waves. At the same time, one of the 2 figures that were charging at each other was actually sent flying. What made Xing Chen and the other's eyeballs almost fall out was that the figure that was sent flying was Xiaohua, and not that 3 feet tall dwarf. Xiaohua, who had the strength of 10,000 caddies and the heaven-leveling staff was extremely heavy, was actually not a match for this dwarf. Damn it! Is he still human? Xiaohua himself was also shaken to the point of dizziness. His arms were sore and numb. He was practically shaking his heavy head as he thought in disbelief. This Xiao was really wrong. This guy. I'm afraid he's not human. Xiaohua suddenly realized. He should also be a member of the Water Clan. Moreover, he should be a transformed Water Clan. Senior, be careful. Mo Jianli's voice was extremely anxious. Xiaohua was startled when he heard it. He quickly scanned with his divine sense. Sure enough, that dwarf had turned into a water-like light again. He quickly passed through the waves of water. In a few breaths, he had already arrived near Xiaohua. This kind of battle tactic was previously used by Xiaohua to kill other cultivators. Now, the Water Clan was using it to deal with Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua not know the strength of this dwarf? However, he could only clench his teeth and wave the heaven-leveling staff again. He activated the flying talisman to stabilize his body and began to fight with this dwarf. Fortunately, Xiaohua's ethereal steps did not require too much transcendence energy. That heaven-leveling staff technique was also very mysterious. Even if his strength was not as strong as that dwarf, he could still hold on for a few rounds. As the dwarf and Xiaohua fought to a draw, the Water Clan above Liao River had already begun to move. First, hundreds of giant Water Clan transformed into burly men and lined up behind the water wall, covering a range of several dozen li. Then, these Water Clans spat out demonic chi from their mouths, which gradually melted into the restriction. The water wall began to leak out. The water wall within several dozen li was even more turbulent than a flood that broke through a dam. It surged towards Longevity Town. Xiaohua looked at this water wall. He was really furious in his heart. He wished he could beat this dwarf into meat paste with his staff. Since his heart was sluggish, Xiaohua could not avoid being found a flaw by the dwarf. The sky piercers swept over, forcing Xiaohua to raise his staff to meet it. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Xiaohua's figure was smashed into the water. Ha! That dwarf seemed to be extremely happy. He did not chase after Xiaohua and only loudly ordered his subordinates. Those fish, prawns and other creatures that were waving banners actually crossed the water wall and flew towards Longevity Town. Stop! Mo Jianli, who had been enduring all this time, could no longer bear it. He waved his hand and took out a book from his chest. He angrily said, I am Chongyun Sek's Mo Jianli. This Longevity Town is where my Longevity Academy is located. If you all take even half a step, this Mo will not be polite anymore. Unfortunately, even though Li Mo Ming was at the side speaking, those prawn soldiers and crab generals did not care at all. Forget it. Mo Jianli angrily roared. The book in his hand rushed into the air. Then he pointed his finger. A ray of sword light hit the book. Ooh! A gust of wind rolled up. That book slowly opened in the air. Inscriptions on armor flew out from the book and hit the prawn soldiers and crab generals like hailstones. Accompanying these inscriptions was an indescribable spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out. Dozens of prawn soldiers and crab generals flashed with blue water light. Cracks appeared on their bodies. Ka! A crisp sound rang out. Several water pillars that were thicker than buckets rushed from Liao Zhang's side and hit the book. The book closed with a schwa sound and fell from the air. Pooh! Mo Jianli spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was dispirited. He hurriedly caught the book. Chapter 32:18. Wu. With a loud sound, a water column soared into the sky. At the top of the water column, Xiaohua rushed out of the river with an angry expression. He looked at Mo Jianli and shouted, "Fellow Daoist Mo, you should hurry and save the villagers before these fishes and shrimps." Without waiting for Mo Jianli to speak, he roared again, "Fight with me for another 300 rounds." As he spoke, he waved the heaven-leveling staff again. Unexpectedly, he didn't dodge at all and directly smashed towards the dwarf. Roar! That dwarf also roared. He waved his hand, indicating for his subordinates to disperse. He himself also waved the sky piercer and flew toward Xiaohua. Boom, boom, boom. After several consecutive head-on clashes, Xiaohua was sent flying every time. However, every time, Xiaohua would fly back bravely. This made the dwarf a little dumbfounded. He couldn't help but feel a trace of respect in his heart. In his impression, this kind of brave general who didn't care about his life seemed to be really rare. Unfortunately, this dwarf still overestimated the stingy Xiaohua. At this moment, Xiaohua was laughing loudly in his heart. Damn it, I spent a lot of effort to refine the earth crystal Yao milk in my body, but the results weren't good. I didn't expect that every time I hit it, the earth crystal Yao milk in my body would be shaken loose. Refining it would be much easier. Looks like I have to let this guy hit me a few more times. If this sky piercer hits my body, wouldn't the results be better? However, looking at the glittering sky piercer, Xiaohua didn't dare to test it with his life. Boom! Like a dam bursting, the water wall finally collapsed completely. The entire Liao River's water suddenly poured into Longevity Town. The scene was comparable to the heavenly river falling into the mortal world. "I'll beat you to death, you monster." When Xiaohua heard this, he thought of the pitiful little floating corpse in the water. His eyes turned red. This was hundreds of thousands of lives. They were going to die in the water just like that. Xiaohua roared and attacked the dwarf. He was powerless to save these mortals. He could only use his own strength to kill this dwarf. With this attack, all the distracting thoughts from before disappeared. Boom! Although Xiaohua's anger soared to the sky, his strength was still much weaker than the dwarf. In the end, ideals and hatred couldn't replace cultivation. He was still sent flying. When Xiaohua was sent flying, a green light flashed between his eyebrows. G. Seeing Xiaohua being sent flying again, the dwarf shouted loudly. Then he pointed at the water wall, and then at Li Mo Ming. Mo Jianli and the others had already left to save the mortals in the village. Li Mo Ming was still guarding the place. Beside Li Mo Ming, Xing Chen and the other 3 monks did not leave. They took out their alms bowls, which emitted Buddhist light and covered the river water. The river water was attracted by the Buddhist light and was sucked into the alms bowls. "Senior." Li Mo's voice was heard. "The water tribe said that they saw you risking your life. They said that their purpose was to come to the Longevity Town to find their princess. Their princess ended up in Longevity Town. She used to have some aura, but now she's gone." "Princess?" Xiaohua sneered. "Why are they looking for the princess? Could it be that their princess needs to rely on water to distinguish?" "Oh, I understand now." Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted in his heart, "Is she the little sister that Louis took in? The one called Xiao Yun? I seem to have put a yellow talisman on her." Thinking of this, Xiaohua hurriedly wanted to use the flying talisman to return to the River Tide Temple. However, right now, the wall of water was even more majestic than the peak of the flood. Even if Xiaohua went back and found Xiao Yun, he was afraid that the entire Longevity Town would have been completely submerged by the river, right? When Xiaohua saw the alms bowls of Xingchen and the others, his eyes lit up and he shouted, "Liemo Ming, quickly go to the River Tide Temple. The princess they're looking for is there, the girl in the wooden barrel." Ah! Liemo Ming was shocked, then he became ecstatic and shouted at the dwarf. Unfortunately, the dwarf did not pay attention to him and only stared at Xiaohua like a tiger watching its prey. Liemo Ming looked at the flood that had already passed 3 li. How could he dare to be negligent? He hurriedly urged his sword to fly towards the River Tide Temple. Although the River Tide Temple was beside the Liao River, it was still several li away from this location. Fight! Xiaohua's eyes turned. He raised the heaven-leveling staff and charged at the dwarf again. The dwarf was naturally not afraid. The heaven-leveling staff and the sky piercer collided again, but this time it seemed to be different. When Xiaohua touched the sky piercer, his figure immediately flew back and rushed into the river water, disappearing in an instant. Oh! The dwarf was stunned, but he did not care. He swept with his origin will and looked in the direction of the Longevity Town. Amitba! A loud and clear Buddhist chant came from another direction, and then a simple Buddhist sense swept out, "Martial ancestor." When Xingchen sensed this Buddhist sense, his tears were about to fall. He persevered for so long, looking forward to the stars and the moon. Wasn't it because he was still hoping for a fluke in his heart, waiting for this Buddhist sect expert to appear for a fleeting moment in the morning? However, when Xingchen looked in the direction of the voice, he was stunned again. He saw a cultivator wearing strange clothes, holding a small bottle in his hand, flying over from the waves. It was not the monk wearing a kasaya he expected. This person's face is so familiar. Xingchen was bewildered. He looked at Xiaohua's changed face and thought very strangely, but where has disciple seen this martial ancestor before? Ever since Xiaohua sent the Buddha Saraira into his Naiwan palace, his telekinesis could freely form Buddhist seals in his hands. He no longer had to use his hands to disguise himself and activate the Buddha Saraira outside his Naiwan palace. At this time, after changing his face, he immediately took out the water bottle from the Buddha Saraira in his Naiwan palace and held it in his right palm. That water bottle still had the willow branch inserted into it. "My Buddha is merciful, excellent, excellent." Xiaohua raised his left hand and chanted the name of Buddha. Then, with a wave of his hand, the water bottle emitted a faint Buddhist light and rushed into the air. At the same time, Xiaohua's hands formed seals. One after another, Buddhist seals rushed out of his palm and landed on the water bottle. Gg. That dwarf was extremely puzzled. He looked at the direction Xiaohua disappeared in and then looked at the familiar Xiaohua. He scratched his head in bewilderment and opened his mouth to shout. Unfortunately, Liemo was not here at this time. No one knew what he was saying. Woo! A gust of wind came out of the water bottle. This gust of wind, under the control of Xiaohua's Buddhist sense, immediately covered a radius of several dozen li. Withdraw! Xiaohua's tongue was like spring thunder. His hands slowly formed Buddhist seals and slowly hit the water bottle. A huge suction force came out along with the gust of wind. Like a huge tentacle, it covered the river water within several dozen li. Then, with a strong grab, all of the river water rushed toward the water bottle with this force. Thump, 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 thump. A burst of drum-like sounds came out from Xiaohua's Naiwan palace. The Buddha Saraira in the Linglong Pagoda started to vibrate rapidly, as if it was a heartbeat. After that, it started to shrink rapidly, and the Buddha aura around it also became abnormally dim. Clearly, Xiaohua's telekinesis was not enough to completely unleash the power of the water bottle. Even the Buddha Saraira was somewhat damaged. But fortunately, the Buddha Saraira's Buddhist light dimmed. The exquisite pagoda emitted a myriad of scattered lights that slowly fell on the Buddha Saraira. The Buddha Saraira sent out a faint Buddhist sense, and the Buddhist fire also sent out a continuous stream of telekinesis. Amitabha, disciple Xingqian of the Yunlin Temple greets Grandmaster. Xingqian chanted the name of Buddha. He actually knelt down in the air and said loudly, "Disciple represents the 160,000 people of Longevity Town to thank Grandmaster for his great kindness." Amitabha, disciple thanks Grandmaster for his great kindness. Xing Kong and the rest also chanted the name of Buddha and knelt down in the air. The four people's voices were extremely loud, like thunder in the sky. It directly shook the ears of everyone within several li. Looking at that posture, it was as if they used all of their cultivation on this lion roar. They were afraid that the people of Longevity Town would not be able to hear it. The Buddhist sect's divine ability was indeed impressive. When the lion's roar landed in their ears, everyone who panicked and lost their sense of propriety calmed down for a moment. It was also at this moment that they saw from high up in the sky, Xiaohua's solemn and dignified expression, that shocking scene. The river water that was enough to engulf the entire Longevity Town was like a sparkling trapped dragon that was captured by Xiaohua's compassionate eyes and obediently kept into that ordinary-looking small bottle in front of him. Inside the small bottle, the willow branch was calm. The green on the willow branch made people feel like they were reborn. Amitabha. An old man knelt down on the ground and kowtowed towards Xiaohua. 2, 3, 10, dozens, hundreds of villagers all knelt down. Moreover, this kind of piety was like a kind of wind, rapidly blowing from Longevity Town to every corner. Thousands, tens of thousands, these people who were originally at the end of their rope in despair, when they saw a chance of survival, which one of them did not have a kind of absolute trust? Which one of them did not offer their purest piety to this great divine ability in front of them? Which one of them did not place their hopes of survival on this brave person who bravely stepped forward? Woo! A sound like a dragon's roar sounded. The suction force of the clear water bottles suddenly doubled. The river water that had already rushed out for several li was suddenly sucked back into the clear water bottle. I see. How could Xiaohua's telekinesis be so powerful? However, the telekinesis of tens of thousands of people, the power of faith of hundreds of thousands of people was enough to ignite the Buddhist fire in Xiaohua's Buddha Saraira. It was enough to double the telekinesis of Xiaohua's Buddha seal. G. Seeing Xiaohua take out a Buddhist artifact, the dwarf seemed to have understood something. His face became solemn, and he waved his hand, putting away the sky piercer. Then he shouted a few words in a loud and solemn voice. He grabbed downwards with his hand, and a blue brilliance fell towards the river water below his feet. The moment it touched the river water, it immediately rippled, and in an instant, it extended for dozens of li. Roar! The dwarf roared loudly. He raised his hand, as if he was lifting a heavy object. The water of Liao River suddenly rose by more than 10 zhang. Chapter 32:19. Ka. The dwarf let out a strange cry again. The brilliance around his body flashed rapidly, and a water dragon that was even larger than the water dragon on Xiaohua's clear water bottle pounced out from the dwarf's hands, charging towards the clear water bottle. Motherfucker, I won't make a fool of myself, right? How could Xiaohua not know that his disguise had been seen through by this midget? He was afraid that this midget would think that he wanted to compete with him in terms of divine abilities. That was why he put away his sky piercer and wanted to use the water from Liao River to break his water bottle to compete with him. However, Xiaohua had previously used the clear water bottle to collect innate true water, but he didn't collect so much river water. At that time, collecting innate true water was as easy as lifting one's hand. This river water had already reached Xiaohua's limit, and with the addition of the dwarf's river water, how could Xiaohua withstand it? However, if Xiaohua didn't accept the dwarf's challenge, this river water would probably be even more powerful than the previous river water, right? Looking at the people of Longevity Town kneeling on the ground and the faint power of faith, Xiao Hua sighed, Ba, if there is a netherworld I will go first, if there is bliss I will go last, if I don't save the people I will waste my time, if there is a disaster today I will bear it. If I don't enter the sea of bitterness, who will? Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, the huge river water rushed down majestically, smashing onto Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness. That Buddhist consciousness was originally invisible, but now that he was controlling the clear water bottle, it was one with the Buddhist light. Under the impact of the river water, Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which landed on the clear water bottle. Xiao Hua's body trembled, and the Buddhist light around him swayed at the same time, like a dim light that was about to be extinguished in the wind at any time. Ba, Buddha is merciful. Xing Chen, Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan were shocked. They hurriedly urged their psychokinesis, throwing out 4 alms bowls, which landed around Xiao Hua's body. As they chanted, the weak Buddhist light rushed into Xiao Hua's body. Merciful Buddha, save the Buddhist sect in distress. Seeing the imminent danger, the hundreds of thousands of people in the Longevity Town who had already prostrated themselves were all anxious. They chanted the name of Buddha and kowtowed to the ground. Forget it. Xiao Hua saw that the Buddhist light of his Buddha Sarira was somewhat dim and the power of thought he sent out was already weak. He couldn't help but sigh and make a decision in his heart. Why is this Xiao so unlucky? Dao sect's cultivation has yet to recover. Now, only the 4th grade Buddha relic is intact. Just now, I revealed my Buddhist cultivation and the clear water bottle could not control it. Today, I can only abandon this Buddha relic and use this relic to exchange for karma to see if it can support the clear water bottle. Since he had made his decision, Xiao Hua's Buddha Sarira came out of the exquisite pagoda. Just as the Sarira rushed out of his Naiwan palace, a loud and clear sound suddenly resounded in the heaven and earth. Bursts of Sanskrit chants came out as heavenly flowers sprinkled down one after another. One after another, beautiful heavenly maidens danced in the void. Namo Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Namo Buddha. Nan couldn't. It was because of the Buddha. Fate with Buddha. Buddhism and Dharma were interrelated. I am always happy and quiet. I read Guan Yin Bodhisattva in the morning. I read Guan Yin Bodhisattva in the evening. Thoughts arise from the heart. Chanting Buddha without leaving one's heart. Tian Luotian. Deluotian. Separation is difficult. Difficult to leave. All calamities turn to dust. Namo Maha Prajna Pramitha. Every word and sentence was like a murmuring stream that fell into everyone's ears along with the Sanskrit chants. Namo Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Everyone was enlightened and chanted along with the Sanskrit chants. Strands of thought power turned into gossamer threads and rushed into Xiao Hua's Buddha relic. The Buddha relic that was already preparing to melt gradually gave off a Buddhist light. Chirp chirp. In the distance, when the dwarf saw this, hesitation appeared on his face. He looked at the clear water bottle that seemed like it could hold all rivers in the sea. Although the item's Buddhist light was still trembling, under the clear water bottle, Xiao Hua's hands that were forming seals had already stabilized. The faint Buddhist light seemed to flicker eternally. Although Xiao Hua's compassionate eyes didn't look at him, when his gaze swept past, it seemed like those eyes could see through him. In the instant the dwarf hesitated, a strange roar that seemed to come from some inexplicable source came from the Sanskrit chants. The heavenly maiden who had just said that she was bare-handed and barefooted suddenly turned into a myriad of demons. These demons were grotesquely shaped, ferocious, and pounced towards Xiao Hua with their bloody mouths. Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Xing Chen, who was prostrating at the side, almost shouted with an incredulous voice, as if he was afraid that others couldn't hear him. Grandmaster wants to attain Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Attain fruit? When Xiao Hua heard this, he wasn't surprised. He had heard Han Zhu talk about attaining fruit in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Of course, he had also heard this during the battle with the demons. However, He had never thought that he would be able to attain fruit when he had just cultivated to the 4-chi golden body. In particular, he didn't know anything about attaining fruit. What did he have to pay attention to in attaining fruit? He didn't know anything about the benefits of attaining fruit. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was now a senior of the Buddhist sect, so he naturally couldn't ask about this kind of thing. The most important thing was that he was doing his best to support the clear water bottle and collect the river water that was rushing into the longevity town. He simply didn't have the spare energy to ask anything. He could only blindly persist, and persist. However, looking at Xingchen's extremely envious gaze, Xiaohua also knew that he had encountered a good thing. Since it was a good thing, then what was the point of asking? Unfortunately, at this moment, clang, the sound of a sword rang out. In the distance, Mo Jianli activated the sword light and flew over with a little girl in his hand. He was still shouting, "The princess is here! The princess is here!" Whoosh! Without waiting for Mo Jianli to fly closer, the dwarf waved his hand. A long aqua-blue arm grew out from under his body and fell into Mo Jianli's hand like a waterfall. In an instant, it took the girl away. The action was so fast that Mo Jianli couldn't react at all. When the girl fell into the dwarf's hand, the dwarf opened his mouth and roared into the sky. It was really a sound that shook the 9 heavens. Then, with another wave of his hand, thousands of light threads flew out from his body and fell on the Liao River. Whoosh! Like the falling tide, the river water that was rushing towards Xiaohua's clear water bottle immediately fell into the Liao River. Strangely, as soon as the river water retreated, the demon that was rushing towards Xiaohua immediately changed its face and turned into a heavenly girl. However, the heavenly girl and the heavenly flower only lasted for a few breaths, then gradually disappeared. The chanting also disappeared at the same time. What a pity! Xingchen couldn't help but moan. He called out with great regret, "Grandmaster only needs the Tianma test to achieve the fruit." Then, he turned around and looked at Mo Jianli. His gaze almost pierced Mo Jianli into 1,000 holes. Amitba, good. Xiaohua also felt sorry in his heart, but he didn't take it to heart. He murmured and activated the clear water bottle again, not daring to neglect it. The dwarf took the girl and slowly fell into the river. The shrimp and crab soldiers that rushed into the immortal town waved their flags and flew back. At the same time, the hundreds of giant sea beasts that turned into burly men slowly turned into members of the water tribe. The water of the Liao River also slowly fell back. Grandmaster? Seeing that the matter was over, Xingchen still knelt on the ground. He looked up at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "Disciple dares to ask for Grandmaster's name. May I know?" When Xingchen said this, Mo Jianli beside him looked as if he had seen a ghost. He said hurriedly, "Sea God Milord? Sea God Milord of the River Tide Temple?" All of a sudden, Xingchen was also shocked. Although he had never been to the River Tide Temple, when he discovered Xiaohua's Buddhist consciousness in the early morning, he also used his Buddhist consciousness to explore the River Tide Temple. Naturally, he also saw the golden body of the sea god, but it was in a hurry, so he couldn't remember it clearly. Now that Mo Jianli called him, Xingchen immediately remembered. As for Mo Jianli, naturally, because Li Mo knew that his flying speed was not as fast as Mo Jianli's, Mo Jianli told Xiaohua's words to Mo Jianli. It was the golden body that Mo Jianli saw in the main hall when he rode his sword to the River Tide Temple. Ha! Amitba! Xiaohua saw the water of the Liao River recede rapidly. He clasped his hands together and smiled. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back and the shore is at hand. Then he pointed at the clear water vase. The Buddhist artifact fell into his hand. His body slowly flew into the distance. Grandmaster? Xingchen was about to call out when he saw Xiaohua forming a seal with both hands. The word Lin emerged from his Buddhist seal and spread out in all directions. Xingchen's expression immediately changed. 9 words mantra? My Buddha is merciful. The 9 words mantra has descended upon the hidden immortal continent. Guanyin Bodhisattva, merciful salvation. Disciple respectfully sends Bodhisattva. Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva. Xingchen's voice was so loud, and he used the lion's roar. Many villagers in Longevity Town heard him, and they all chanted Bodhisattva's name. Mo Jianli frowned, but when he saw Xiao Hua's figure getting farther and farther away, he also lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Of course, he knew that Xiao Hua didn't achieve Bodhisattva's Buddha fruit. Xingchen said that because he had other intentions. When Xiao Hua's figure finally disappeared, Xingchen didn't dare to use his Buddha's awareness. Mo Jianli and the others didn't dare to use their divine sense either. Mo Jianli looked around and asked curiously, "Fellow immortal Xingchen, where is Senior Xiao?" Sigh. Senior Xiao was defeated by the Water Tribe. He was shot down from the Liao River before Bodhisattva arrived. Xingchen said indifferently, "He hasn't shown up for so long. I'm afraid he's dead." Senior. Mo Jianli was anxious. He used the eye-clearing technique and looked at the Liao River. At the same time, he sent a message to Li Mo Ming and the others to search for Xiao Hua together. Xingchen's face carried a hint of arrogance. He looked at the panicking and praying townspeople in the distance, then lowered his head to look at the place that had been flooded by the river water. He waved his hand and said, "Xing Kong, one of you three will return to Shaojin Temple and inform Ming Yu of the situation here. Have him send out disciples to calm the townspeople down. The two of you will patrol the area and see if there are any water tribe hiding or bandits making trouble in the chaos." Grandmaster C.I. Hang defeated the water tribe. Our Buddhism sect has blessed Longevity Town. Don't let this blessing turn into water. I'll accompany you to search for Senior Xiao of Taoism. Chapter 3220. Yes, disciple understands. Xing Kong, Xing Min, and Xing Fan bowed in the air, their faces full of pride. Yes, raising a hand to save 100,000 lives, only half a step away from attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. This was definitely rare even in the Western paradise, let alone in the hidden Immortal continent where Confucianism flourished. Moreover, Xing Kong and the others were able to witness this grand occasion of attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. It was also greatly beneficial to their own cultivation. How could they not be excited? Taking a step back, the merit of saving 100,000 lives, whether it was Xing Chen or Xing Kong and the others, they could all get a little bit of it. When they returned to the Cloud Forest Temple, they might even be sent to the Western paradise to be recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. Seeing the three of them leave, Xingchen smiled and urged his body to fly towards Liaojiang. He already understood in his heart that regardless of Xiao Hua's life or death, Taoism had already been defeated. Jiangchao Temple would definitely not exist in Longevity Town in the future. Not only that, Longevity Academy, which was previously so powerful that Shaojin Temple could not shake before, would definitely not be Shaojin Temple's opponent in the future. Just now, at the critical moment, Xingchen easily sensed the power of the 100,000 lives. This kind of the purest worship and piety from the heart had been deeply engraved in the hearts of the 100,000 villagers of Longevity Town. In the future, they would definitely abandon Confucianism and enter Buddhism. Whenever there was any danger, they would think of the scene of Xiao Hua holding a bottle to save the lives of the people. The image of Xiao Hua, that Buddhist cultivator C.I. Hang, would also appear in their hearts. It is also because of the instantaneous convergence of the power of the 100,000 lives that Grandmaster C.I. Hang attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Thinking of the grand occasion just now, Xingchen could not help but feel regretful. This kind of opportunity, how many times can one encounter it in one's life? What a pity! If Mo Jianli did not come to make trouble, my Western paradise would have another Bodhisattva. Hateful. Could it be that Mo Jianli did it on purpose? Even if he came a moment later, Liao Jiang would still be taken into the Buddhist artifact by Grandmaster, and would not cause any damage to Longevity Town. If Grandmaster C.I. Hang missed this opportunity, I don't know when he would encounter such an opportunity again. Thinking of this, Xingchen was suddenly stunned again. He sucked in a cold breath and frowned. That's not right. The lives of the 100,000 lives are indeed heavy, but It's impossible to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit in one go. For an ordinary disciple of Buddhism, a Bodhisattva Buddha fruit is already very good. Why did Grandmaster Ci hang suddenly? Could it be? Where is Senior Xiao? Where is Senior Xiao? Just as Xingchen was feeling a little shocked, a hoarse voice came from not too far away. Xingchen looked up and saw that it was Chongyun Sec's Li Mo Ming. Senior Xiao is the one who saved the calamity today. If it wasn't for him taking in the princess of the Water Clan, if it wasn't for him blocking the attack of the Water Clan. Li Mo Ming really admired Xiao Hua to the point of prostrating himself in admiration. The anxious look on his face was definitely not fake. Ahem. Xingchen coughed lightly and said, "It's too early to talk about this now. Let's find Senior Xiao as soon as possible." Li Mo Ming bit his lips and glanced at Xingchen with some resentment. However, he flew toward Liao Jiang without another word. Martial nephews. Xingchen looked at Ji Dong and Qiu Jian, who had just arrived, and said, "Mr. Mo and I are enough. You should hurry up and help the villagers in Longevity Town. They still don't know that the crisis is over. I'm afraid they'll stir up trouble again." Ji Dong and Qiu Jian gave each other a look and then said with a smile, "There are government officers and soldiers in the town, as well as martial nephews and junior brothers from Little Gold Temple, and even more so my Long Life Academy's 100 disciples. There is no need for us to go, right? Right now, we should focus on finding Senior Xiao of Jiangchao Temple. He's the one who saved the calamity after all." Then, without waiting for Xingchen to say anything, the two of them cupped their fists and hurriedly flew to Liaojiang. Under Mo Jianli's command, they split up and searched in the depths of Liaojiang. "Amitba, fellow Immortal Mo." Xingchen flew over and said in a low voice, "Where should I go to find him?" "Fellow Immortal Xingchen." Mo Jianli's face had a trace of sadness. He pointed to the left and said, "I've already looked around here. There's no trace of Senior Xiao. When they were fighting, I wasn't near here. Fellow Immortal, did you see where Senior Xiao's body flew after he was defeated?" Xingchen thought for a while and pointed in a direction, saying, "It should be that place. However, I was also using my mental force to absorb the river water with my Buddhist artifact. I didn't look carefully. Besides." Then, Xingchen hesitated and said, "Senior Xiao killed many members of the Water Tribe and was regarded as a great enemy by the Water Tribe. Senior Xiao couldn't defeat that dwarf. Even if he wasn't killed, he would be severely injured. Although Ancestor Ci Hang showed up in the nick of time, Senior Xiao fell into the water. The Water Tribe is ferocious and cruel. Senior Xiao is probably dead." Alas! At this moment, Liaojiang was very murky. Sand and sand were floating in the air, and there were even some remains and dead trees that were washed back from Longevity Town. Moreover, the current was still turbulent, far more tranquil than before. Mo Jianli looked at the shadows in front of Liaojiang and sighed. "Although I don't want to be too optimistic, Senior Xiao stood out bravely in the face of so many barbaric members of the Water Tribe. If he didn't attract the attention of the Water Tribe, how could we wait for Senior Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect? Therefore, if we can't find Spiritual Master Zhao's trace, even if we can't find his remains, we can't give an explanation to Jiangchao Temple and the villagers of Longevity Town, can we? Besides, the most important thing is, I can't give myself an explanation." Mo Jianli looked away from the river, looked into Xingchen's eyes and said word by word. "Indeed." Xingchen avoided Mo Jianli's aggressive eyes and said, "I think so too. Let's split up and search. We'll go into Liaojiang and check. I hope those Water Tribe members won't spoil Senior Zhao's remains." "Okay." Mo Jianli didn't want to argue with Xingchen. He only felt that Xingchen was too arbitrary and subjective. After nodding, he pointed again and said, "Fellow Immortal, go over there. I'll go in the opposite direction, okay." Xingchen didn't say much. He followed Mo Jianli's finger and flew into Liaojiang. He released his Buddhist awareness to check carefully. The winner takes all, the loser takes all. Mo Jianli sighed as he flew. Senior Xiao was brave, but he was defeated by the water tribe. Even if he did make some contributions, they are all gone now. Today, the Buddhist sect won a great victory and took in 100,000 disciples. Longevity Academy will be in a difficult situation in the future. In the depths of Liaojiang, the waves were more rapid and there were more and more debris. Most of them were big and small planks. It seemed that many boats on Liaojiang were destroyed by the water tribe. Mo Jianli bit his lips. He didn't know if Longevity Town was the only one attacked by the water tribe or if other places were also attacked by the water tribe. Hum! A sharp sword sound came from afar. Mo Jianli was overjoyed. He hurriedly raised his head to look. Indeed, he saw a familiar sword light soaring into the sky a few miles downstream of Liao River. But Mo Jianli didn't dare to be careless. He stepped on his flying sword and flew towards the sword light. At the same time, he used the eye-clearing technique. He was eager to know whether Xiaohua was alive or not. Seeing Mo Jianli fly away, Xingchen was also shocked. A cloud appeared under his feet and he followed Mo Jianli. He also released his Buddhist awareness. When the two of them saw Li Mo Ming and Ji Dong supporting the drenched Xiaohua and flying over at almost the same time, the feeling in their hearts changed again. Xiaohua, who was being supported by Li Moming, looked extremely tired and powerless. However, there was a trace of a smile on his pale face, as if he already knew that the tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town had managed to escape with their lives. Mo Jianli smiled from the bottom of his heart. He shouted from afar, "Senior Xiao!" Mo Ming said that you fainted in the river. If you weren't caught by a rock, who knows how far you would have fallen? How are your injuries? Longevity Town is safe now. The 100,000 people of Longevity Town thank you for your protection. Hee hee. Xiaohua smiled faintly. He looked at the two people beside him and said, "If I wasn't injured, why would I need the help of two juniors?" However, this old man has already heard from Mo Ming that immortal friend Mo brought that princess out of the tidal river temple and returned her to the water tribe. This is all thanks to immortal friend Mo. Mo Jianli didn't answer. He carefully took out a jade box and handed it to Xiaohua. He said, "Senior Xiao, this is the healing medicine of Chongyun sect. I'm afraid it can't be compared to your Daoist golden core. However, this is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it." "Oh? Medicine? Very good." When Xiaohua saw this, he received it with a smile. After opening it, he saw a few black and fragrant pills inside. With a slight sniff, he naturally knew that the main ingredients inside were ordinary healing spiritual herbs. Without any hesitation, he took one out and ate it. He even said, "This poor Daoist is embarrassingly short on money. How could I have any golden pills?" This poor Daoist appreciates fellow Daoist Mo's kind intentions. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony, Mo Jianli was very happy. He said in a low voice, "This is just an ordinary pill. If seniors' injuries are too serious, please go to Longevity Academy to rest. Junior will send people back to Chongyun sect. No need." Xiaohua waved his hand and kept the jade box. He said, "I'm just a little tired. When I was fighting with the dwarf, I was injured by his huge strength and fainted. I only have some internal injuries. Mo Ming's pill is useless. Soon I will be able to move freely." "Very good, very good." Mo Jianli was even happier. At this time, Xingchen also rushed over and bowed respectfully to Xiaohua. "Ha!" Xiaohua waved his hand and said proudly, "Xingchen, when we were fighting in the arena, you and I made it clear that whoever could save the most villagers in Longevity Town would be the winner. Now, I fought the water tribe and found the princess they were looking for. The hundreds of thousands of people of Longevity Town were saved by me. Your Shaojin temple has lost." Chapter 32:21. Hee hee. Xingchen glanced at Mo Jianli, who was standing to the side with an unpleasant expression, and said with a faint smile, "Senior Xiao fought the water tribe with all his might, and in the end, he even found the princess that the water tribe was looking for. Let alone the hundreds of thousands of villagers in Longevity Town, even the little Golden Temple and Longevity Academy would like to thank you. No need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I was just passing by the Longevity Town. It doesn't matter if the people of the Longevity Town remember me or not. The Shaojin Temple only needs to remember the bet and leave the Longevity Town. However, Xingchen smiled again and said, Senior, you did protect the Longevity Town, but how many villagers did you save? Senior, you might not have saved more than the disciples of the Buddhist sect. As for the winner of the bet, I won't talk about it. Fellow Immortal, please be the witness. Xiaohua is stunned. He looks at Mo Jianli, whose face is a bit gloomy, and says curiously, although I didn't directly save those villagers, I can't say that I lost to Xingchen because I fought against the aquatic creatures, right? Besides, I found their princess. Didn't that solve the crisis of the Longevity Town? If I can't win, does that mean Xingchen won? Fellow Immortal Xingchen. Mo Jianli smiled and said, I remember you said that we have to compete with the Daoist sect and the Buddhist sect to save more people, or to see which sect can solve the crisis of the Longevity Town. Whoever wins, right? Xingchen thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Ancestor C.I. Hang of the Buddhist sect saved more than 100,000 villagers of the Longevity Town. Isn't that a victory? I didn't pay attention before, but now I understand. Mo Jianli frowned. Fellow Immortal, you didn't mention the Shaojin Temple or the Cloud Forest Temple, but only the Buddhist sect. Did you expect Ancestor C.I. Hang to come? That's right. Xingchen didn't hide it. I sensed Ancestor's Buddhist awareness at dawn. But fellow Immortal also said that apart from saving the most people, whoever can avert the calamity of the Longevity Town will be the winner. Mo Jianli blandly said, word by word, Elder Xiao put the woman the waterkind we're looking for in Jiangchao Temple. If he didn't tell us to send her back to the waterkind, how could this disaster be solved? Xingchen paused, then rolled his eyes. Fellow Immortal Mo, you're wrong. The Tide Temple, the Tide Town, to be honest, the Tide Temple caused the crisis. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman was at the River and Tide Temple, how could the Immortal Town be forced by the Water Tribe? Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide Temple and the Temple, the Tide Temple and the Tide Temple and only Tide Temple, only Temple and the Tide Temple, the Tide can. Tide Temple and the Tide Temple will be the... Xiaohua snorted coldly and looked at Xingchen coldly. Xingchen was so scared that he shrank his neck. Then he clenched his teeth and said, What Junior said is the truth. Many things happened after Senior fainted. You can punish me however you want, but the villagers of the Longevity Town are not blind, deaf and mute. The truth will spread to the country of Xi and even Yu province. Xiaohua stared at Xingchen for half a cup of tea, then flew out from Li Mo Ming and Ji Dong's support. He looked at Mo Jianli coldly and asked, What happened after I fainted? Who is Ancestor C.I. Hang? Mo Jianli felt helpless. He had been thinking about Xingchen's words over and over again. The root of the crisis of the Longevity Town was the Water Tribe princess in the River Tide Temple. The Water Tribe must have sensed the girl's aura in the Longevity Town, so they came to find her. But they couldn't find her anywhere, so they decided to flood the town. It could be said that Xiaohua called the Water Tribe princess out of the River Tide Temple and solved the crisis. That was what Mo Jianli wanted to say. But the problem was, why was the Water Tribe princess in the River Tide Temple? If the Water Tribe princess wasn't in the River Tide Temple and the Longevity Town, this crisis wouldn't have happened. Especially, Mo Jianli had heard from Xingchen that there was a threat in his words. Xingchen was saying that he would spread the news that the Water Tribe princess was in the River Tide Temple. Mo Jianli knew that the villagers wouldn't think too much about it. They would only think that the Water Tribe flooded the Longevity Town because of the Water Tribe. That was to say, the River Tide Temple was the one that the Water Tribe wanted to flood, and the Longevity Town was just the fish in the moat. With this misunderstanding, even if the River Tide Temple still existed on the River Tide Ridge, when Xiaohua left, Xiao Jian and Yuanyo would be killed by the people of the Longevity Town. Success and failure of the Longevity Town was because of the princess. Mo Jianli said bitterly, "Senior, you don't know." Then, Mo Jianli told Xiao Hua about how Grandmaster Ci Hang used a water bottle to block the flood of Liao River. Xiao Hua was pretending to be mysterious, but he was also very bitter in his heart. In fact, when he was hiding just now, he had thought things through. Since he showed up with the identity of Ci Hang from the Buddhism sect, then, the River Tide Temple was bound to lose. He had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own feet. But obviously, it was impossible for him to reveal his cultivation base of Daoist sect and Buddhist sect completely without understanding the situation in the country of Xi and the hidden immortal continent 10 days after he woke up in the Longevity Town. Especially in these few days, he had seen the grudge between the Buddhism sect and the Confucian cultivators. This was the hidden immortal continent. If he revealed his cultivation of Buddhism, he would be a lonely ghost without any background. Wasn't he looking for death? The consequences of exposing himself were more serious than smashing his own foot with a stone. However, in that kind of crisis, when Xiao Hua hadn't recovered his cultivation, how could he not use his cultivation of Buddhism? That was an unavoidable choice. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed, boundless Taoist master. So there was Senior Ci Hang after me. With such a merciful heart, he saved hundreds of thousands of lives with his own strength. The whole Longevity Town bowed down to him. I am ashamed of my inferiority. Forget it. Xiao Hua's depression was fake, but in fact, it was real. When he was still cultivating in the West Sea, the wishful steel staff could already break the body of a 5th or 6th grade demonic beast. But today, he met a 4th grade elemental energy demonic beast, and he couldn't defeat him. This really made Xiao Hua depressed. Of course, Xiao Hua couldn't use the Heavenly Laws embodiment technique now, so the power of the wishful steel staff was reduced by 40%. Moreover, the 5th or 6th grade demonic beast was only a 3rd grade elemental energy demonic beast. Xiao Hua, who had always been proud of his strength, couldn't even defeat a 5th grade demonic beast. How could he be happy? Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to admit defeat, Mo Jianli hurriedly said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, although your cultivation is not as good as Senior Ci Hang's, your contribution is not small either. This matter involves the Little Gold Temple and the Jiangchao Temple. Monk Mingyu and Daoist Xiao are not here. It's useless for us to say more. Let's go back to the Longevity Town and settle the villagers first. It won't be too late for us to discuss this matter." Xing Chen was originally smiling, but after hearing this, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He understood that Mo Jianli didn't want to give all the credit to the Buddhism sect. In particular, Mo Jianli wanted to rope in Xiao Hua and didn't want the Jiangchao Temple to leave the Longevity Town. Hee. Xing Chen didn't say anything, but he sneered in his heart. That's true. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. This old man is just Jiangqing City's helper. The outcome of the battle will depend on Xiao Jian's judgment. This battle was also started by him and Mingyu. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua thought of something and turned to Li Mo Ming. "Nephew Li, did you hear anything from these aquatic demonic beasts? Have these aquatic demonic beasts lived in Liao River for a long time? What kind of aquatic demonic beasts is that dwarf? Why is he so powerful? I have some magical powers, but in front of him, I'm really vulnerable." "Senior," Li Mo Ming hurriedly said with a smile, "Junior only heard some words about princesses and people. Their language is different from the language of ordinary demonic beasts, so they may not be able to understand Junior's words. Oh, by the way, there are 2 demonic characters on their banners, Heavenly Abode. I've never heard of this place in all the demonic realms I know." As for that dwarf, Mo Jianli said with a smile, "Senior, you don't have to think too much about it. He must be a demonic beast. However, he has been cultivating for a long time and can already transform. Senior, you must have seen clearly that the legs of that demonic beast are different from those of humans. They are extremely thick and webbed. It's not easy for demonic beasts to cultivate. Their bodies are generally several times stronger than those of humans. Senior, you used the weakness of humans to compete with the strength of demons. Naturally, you will lose. Of course, we didn't expect that you could hold on for so long. Hee, let's not talk about it. I've already been knocked unconscious. Thinking about it, although this dwarf only had the strength of a 4th grade essence power, his intelligence was much higher than that of old monster Xie. Of course, this dwarf's body must have been tempered. It was normal for him to not be able to defeat him with just his strength. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Without saying anything else, they flew back to Longevity Town. At this time, Longevity Town had gradually regained its peace. Although most of the townspeople had no cultivation, they were different from the townspeople of Dawn Rain Continent. They often saw demonic beasts. It was not that Liao River had not been destroyed by the aquatic demonic beasts before. However, this time, it was too big. The commotion was far greater than before. This made them feel hopeless. Now that the danger was over, most of the townspeople had calmed down. The chaos and disorder that Xiaohua imagined did not appear. Now that the townspeople had settled down, Zhu Junfeng and Zen Master Ming Yu came to greet them separately. The two of them had obviously received the news. Zhu Junfeng's face was a little gloomy, far from the excitement of surviving a calamity. Zen Master Ming Yu's expression was the complete opposite. He also did not have the sorrow that Longevity Town should have. His expression of exultation was obvious even though he did not speak. Chapter 32-22. Has Ancestor C.I. Hang left? Monk Ming Yu called out as soon as he saw Xingchen. I wanted to invite him to stay at Shaojin Temple for 2 days. He is the great benefactor of the town of Longevity. Countless benefactors want to see his face. Amitba. Ancestor C.I. Hang is an expert who wants to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Why would he stay at Longevity Town? He must have heard some news, so he hurried over from afar to eliminate the calamity of the Longevity Town. Now that the calamity is over, he must have gone to another place. Xingchen said faintly. It's a pity that I can't pay my respects to him and see his face. Monk Ming Yu said regretfully. He left, but he left his golden body behind. Xingchen naturally knew what Zen Master Ming Yu meant. He smiled and deliberately didn't finish his sentence. Monk Ming Yu was stunned. Martial uncle, why do you say that? How can Ancestor C.I. Hang have a golden body? Didn't he fail to attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit? Xingchen pointed in the direction of River Tide Temple. Ancestor C.I. Hang's golden body is in River Tide Temple. He has fate with Longevity Town. In the past, he saved tens of thousands of people in Longevity Town. Now, he saved tens of thousands of people again. If you want to pay your respects, you can go to River Tide Temple. Monk Ming Yu cried out. So this River Tide Temple wasn't originally a Daoist temple, but the temple of Ancestor C.I. Hang of Buddhism? Of course. Xingchen and Ming Yu asked and answered each other's questions very smoothly. Xingchen stole a glance at Xiaohua. Xiaohua was also speechless. He was thinking about Daoist Master Zhao's image, so he used the golden body of the River and Tide Temple. However, he didn't expect that the stone not only smashed his foot, but also broke his leg. Monk Ming Yu? Mo Jianli asked. Where is Daoist Xiao Jian of River Tide Temple? Is he still at Shaojin Temple? This poor monk received the news and immediately rushed over from the small gold temple. However, when this poor monk left, the benefactors that gathered at the small gold temple also left in a hurry. I presume that Daoist Xiao Jian was among them. Mo Jianli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said earnestly, Junfeng, the Immortal Buddha ceremony at the Longevity Town today is very interesting. I must report this to my elders. However, apart from today's ceremony, there is also the competition between the small gold temple and the River and Tide Temple. We still need to give them a result. This matter is already so obvious. What results do you need? Zen Master Ming Yu said with a smile. Even if Daoist priest Xiao doesn't leave the Jiangchao Temple, from today onwards, the one who visits the Jiangchao Temple will be the golden body of our Buddhist sect's benevolent bodhisattva. Does a Daoist disciple like him have the face to stay in the Jiangchao temple? I still need this little monk to explain this matter to Xiao Jian. Xiaohua sneered, directly calling Zen Master Bright Moon little monk. Yes, I understand. Zen Master Bright Moon did not care about this. Being able to chase away the river and tide temple, and with ancestor Ci Hang's saving grace, the small gold temple's reputation in the longevity town had spread. Its future development would definitely not be inferior to Longevity Academy. Daoist Xiao seems to be over there. Mo Jianli pointed in the direction of the small gold temple and reminded Zen Master Bright Moon. Thank you, Senior. Let's go. Zen Master Bright Moon said with a smile. The earlier we settle this matter, the more time Daoist Xiao can return to the river and tide temple to pack up. Otherwise, when the benefactors come to Jiangqing City to burn incense and express their gratitude, Daoist Xiao, it won't be convenient for you to return to the river and tide temple, right? Xiao Hua snorted coldly and flew down first. Senior Xiao of the Daoist sect found the Water Tribe princess and even fought against the Water Tribe commander. Although he didn't win against the commander in the end, he still bought time for Senior Ci Hang to arrive. Of course, Senior Ci Hang used the heaven-wielding weapon to turn the tide and collect the water of Liao River, saving the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in the longevity town. This merit can't be erased. It's also not something Senior Xiao can compare with. However, this Liao River's water is probably endless, right? If Senior Xiao didn't find the Water Tribe princess, this junior doesn't know how long Senior Ci Hang could hold on. Oh, of course, this junior isn't questioning Senior Ci Hang's cultivation, this junior just. How can your Daoist sect understand the magical power of my Buddhist sect? Xing Chen snorted coldly. Senior Ci Hang is already a bodhisattva. In that case, a Buddhist weapon can contain the water of 3 rivers and 4 seas. What's a mere Liao River? Of course this junior understands this. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Even if Senior Ci Hang was able to collect the water of Liao River, what if the Water Tribe commander led the Water Tribe to attack while Senior was using his magical power? Senior Ci Hang's strength alone wouldn't be enough, right? If Senior Mo didn't send the Water Tribe princess out of my tidal river temple in time, my small gold temple acknowledges this merit. Zen Master Bright Moon said indifferently. Today is the Immortal Buddhist ceremony. As the representative of Confucian cultivators, it's natural that Senior Mo contributed to defeating the Water Tribe of Liao River. It wasn't known if Zen Master Bright Moon and Xing Chen had spread rumors, but what Xing Chen said was consistent. They both gave the final credit to Confucian cultivators. This is clearly my small gold temple's merit. Xiao Jian seemed to have underestimated the Buddhist sect's sophistry. He was a bit flustered. If Daoist Xiao sent that girl to Liao River, I can naturally take it as your small gold temple's merit. Zen Master Bright Moon said unhurriedly. Xiao Jian was truly flustered and exasperated. However, he rolled his eyes and said with a fake smile, Mingyu, I told you clearly that day that your small gold temple and my tidal river temple would compete in the arena. That battle just now didn't end. Why don't we start over? Who didn't know how to act shamelessly? Xiao Jian's skin seemed even thicker than Mingyu's. Of course, Zen Master Bright Moon's eyebrows didn't move. He didn't even raise his eyelids as he said indifferently, as long as Senior Xiao agrees. This sentence made Xiao Jian feel as if he had eaten a fish bone in his throat. He opened his mouth and his Adam's apple moved a few times, but he couldn't say anything. Xiao Hua was a senior. How could he go back on his words? Xiao Jian didn't expect Xiao Hua to agree. Therefore Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's face was as calm as water. Daoist Xiao. Xing Chen at the side opened his mouth. It's a bit hurried to argue about the outcome right now. Why don't we return to our respective temples and rest for a day? We'll discuss it tomorrow, how about it? Xiao Jian was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Xing Chen didn't strike while the iron was hot and settle this matter today. However, he was still willing to step on the stairs that were given to him. Xiao Jian's face immediately filled with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Xingchen is right. Junior just heard the details of today's matter and didn't think about it carefully. After all, the outcome of today's matter has a deep impact on both our families. We have to be careful. Okay, tomorrow afternoon, please come to my small gold temple. My small gold temple's monks will be waiting. Zen Master Bright Moon didn't understand, but he still said with a smile. Xiao Hua said indifferently, I don't want to step into a Buddhist temple. That's easy. Mo Jianli saw Xiao Hua's rejection of the Buddhist sect and hurriedly said, Tomorrow afternoon, how about we invite Small Gold Temple's immortal friends and Tidal River Temple's immortal friends to my Longevity Academy? Xiao Hua didn't want to step into Small Gold Temple. He just didn't want others to think that he was C.I. Hang. All right. Zen Master Bright Moon looked at Xing Chen's confident appearance and nodded. Then he put his palms together and chanted, Amitba, this monk thanks everyone for today's merit. When this monk returns to the temple, this monk will first light incense and pray for everyone's blessings. Xiao Jian looked at Zen Master Bright Moon's hypocritical appearance and curled his lips. He almost snorted coldly. Then he invited Xiao Hua to get on the donkey cart and ordered the silent Yuanya to drive the cart back to Tidal River Temple. The monks of the Golden Temple naturally rode the clouds and left. The Confucian cultivators of the Changsheng Academy naturally rode their swords. Only Xiao Hua, who had the highest cultivation, sat cross-legged on the donkey cart. He let the donkey cart creak as it moved slowly through the Changsheng town after the calamity. Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua and wanted to say something. But seeing that Xiao Hua closed his eyes and didn't say anything, he thought that Xiao Hua was healing his injuries and didn't dare to say anything. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know how to heal his injuries, but he immersed his divine sense into his body to check the situation of the earth crystal Yao milk in his body and meridians. Chapter 32-23. The outer layer of the earth crystal Yao milk in my body is a bit loose after the fight just now. I can speed up the tempering. Xiao Hua is a bit happy in his heart. Previously, when he was fighting with the dwarf, he already noticed the changes in his body. Now that he has time, he naturally has to check it out. However, the earth crystal Yao milk in my meridians is less loose. The tempering is not much faster than before. This hidden immortal continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This Xiao has only been awake for 10 days, and the first thing I encountered is the powerful water clan. Whether it is strength or body toughness, this water clan's monster is more powerful than this Xiao. It seems that this Xiao's previous cultivation is far inferior to these monsters. Moreover, this Xiao's cultivation has not recovered, so I can't use any of my powerful techniques. Just relying on the Buddha seal of the Buddha relic and soul cultivation techniques, I may not be their opponent. I still have to think of a way to quickly recover my cultivation. And, if I can have some water clan's cultivation techniques, that would be great. Thinking of this, Xiao Huan naturally thinks of Xian Cheng's water avoidance technique. He has already learned Heaven's Eye connection and also has the clear eyes technique of Confucian cultivators. He can already see the things in the jade eyes. Unfortunately, he still can't read the words in the jade eyes. He can only put the jade eyes aside. Oh, right, just now I forgot to ask Li Mo about the language of the demon clan. Xiao Hua realizes again and sighs, AI, the 3 continents are really troublesome. To cultivate a cultivation technique, I have to learn a few languages. How can it be more convenient than the Dawn Rain continent? However, the water clan's cultivation technique is naturally suitable for the water clan. I'm afraid that only the demon clan's language can record it completely. If it is written in the language of Confucian cultivators, the content would have already changed. Just like the 9 heaven spirit of Confucian cultivators, how can it be recorded in the language of the Xiuzhen 3 kingdoms? It is even more disgusting than trying to draw a tiger but failing to turn it into a dog. Right? There is also the primordial spirit in the space. Previously, as long as I touch the jade slip, I can see the things inside. This jade eyes can't. But when this Xiao learns the clear eyes technique and can see the things inside the jade eyes, the primordial spirit can also be seen with a touch. It is really strange. Xiaohua thought of something. It seems that the space isn't omnipotent and the primordial spirit doesn't know everything. As Xiaohua pondered, he continued to busy himself with the tempering of foolish old man's mountain shifter. The donkey cart arrived near Jiangqiao Ridge. Before it even arrived at the foot of Jiangqiao Ridge, Xiao Jian cried out involuntarily, "This? What is going on? When did my Jiangqiao temple become so prosperous?" His voice was trembling, filled with anticipation and extreme excitement. Xiaohua opened his eyes, only to see that the mountain path of Jiangqiao Ridge, as well as the main road in front of Jiangqiao Ridge, was packed with black masses of people. These people, without exception, were all rushing towards the Jiangqiao monastery. However, although there were many people and the mountain path was not wide, they were orderly. Everyone was extremely pious as they slowly walked forward according to their own order. The mountain path was wide enough for only a few people to walk on, so there was no congestion at all. What was special was that on the side of the crowd, there were some people who came down from Jiangqiao Ridge. These people who came down all had a satisfied and honored expression on their faces. Xiaohua took a look and understood something. After thinking for a while, he realized that when Xing Chen was telling Xiao Jian the details of the matter, he didn't mention Si Hang's appearance. Xiao Jian naturally didn't know that Si Hang was the Lord Sea God worshipped by the Jiangqiao monastery. Moreover, Xing Chen let Xiao Jian and the others return to the Jiangqiao monastery to think. Clearly, he wanted Xiao Jian to see the current situation of the Jiangqiao monastery and who these hundreds and thousands of people were worshipping. Alas! Xiaohua sighed, "You can't see the essence of the matter just by looking at the surface. You should go inside the monastery and take a look first." What can I see?" Xiao Jian rubbed his hands excitedly, not quite understanding Xiaohua's meaning. The Jiangqiao monastery is so prosperous, this disciple can't give up. Let's wait until tomorrow and see how this disciple will chase away the bald donkeys of Shaojin Temple. If they don't leave, this disciple will let the longevity town. Xiao Jian originally wanted to say let the people of the longevity town chase away the monks of Shaojin Temple, but when the words came to his mouth, he seemed to think of Si Hang and immediately shut his mouth. Xiaohua heard this and shook his head slightly. Taking a step back, he could tell the truth that he was Si Hang, but what was the use of that to the Jiangqiao monastery? He couldn't stay in the longevity town. Today's victory would only bring disaster to the Jiangqiao monastery in the future. Rather than that, so what if he lost to Si Hang? When they arrived at the foot of the Jiangqiao mountain, Xiao Jian had Yuanya return the lame donkey and the donkey cart to the owner of the tea house, while he arrogantly accompanied Xiaohua to the mountain path. Ever since Yuanya saw Xiaohua's power on the stage and saw Xiaohua's arrogance that caused the stage to collapse with a single step, he had always been pensive. Every time he saw Xiaohua, his eyes would flicker with fanaticism, but every time, he would remain silent and his attitude would only become more and more respectful. "Good day, everyone." Xiao Jian wanted to invite Xiaohua to walk in front of him, but when he saw Xiaohua shake his head slightly, he didn't expose the matter. When Xiao Jian saw the group of pious men and women lining up at the side of the mountain path, he immediately cupped his hands and greeted them with a smile. These people naturally returned the greeting with a smile. This smile made Xiao Jian even more satisfied and even more confident. He greeted them all the way to the mountain path. Unfortunately, just as Xiao Jian was about to step on the mountain path, someone spoke. "Daoist, if you want to go to the Jiangqiao monastery to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, it's better to follow the order. This kind of delay is disrespectful to the Guanyin Bodhisattva. If the Guanyin Bodhisattva punishes you, not only will it be bad for Daoist, it will also be bad for our longevity town." "Guanyin Bodhisattva?" Xiao Jian was shocked and hurriedly said, "If you want to worship the Guanyin Bodhisattva, you should go to the Shaojin Temple. This Jiangqiao monastery is my Daoist." Just now when Xiaohua appeared with the face of Si Hang, the entire Jiangqiao town was filled with Sanskrit chants. The Guanyin Bodhisattva's Heart Sutra resounded throughout the longevity town. Everyone who knelt down was chanting with sincerity. Even the people who were avoiding disaster at the Shaojin temple were the same. Although Xiao Jian didn't kneel down and follow, he heard it all and naturally knew that this Guanyin Bodhisattva was the title the villagers of the Longevity Town gave to C.I. Hang. It's a pity that Xiao Jian claimed to be a Daoist successor and wasn't as pious as the villagers of the Longevity Town. Thus, he didn't get the news that the Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body was in the Jiangchao monastery. As for Xiaohua, because he had some misgivings, he didn't want him to associate himself with C.I. Hang and thus didn't remind him. Don't blaspheme the Nanwu Guanyin Bodhisattva. A few robust villagers immediately showed anger on their faces. This Jiangchao monastery was originally his Daoist temple. His golden body is in the Jiangchao monastery. When did it become your Daoist temple? Ah? Xiao Jian's eyes widened as he hurriedly says, the one enshrined in the Jiangchao monastery is Daoist Xiao, which is also the golden body of Lord Sea God. You bastard! A robust man says angrily, if you say half a word more, I will take care of you, this blasphemous thing, even if I have to risk being punished by the Bodhisattva. You dare! Xiao Jian's first reaction is to retreat, but then he thinks of Xiao Hua who is behind him. He sticks out his chest and shouts. Xiao Hua says with a smile, Daoist Xiao, why lower yourself to the same level as the people of the secular world? Although this is some Guanyin Bodhisattva's Daoist temple, it is still my Daoist sect's territory. What's there to stop me from returning to my own home? Saying that, Xiao Hua reaches out his hand and grabs Xiao Jian's shoulder. He activates the flying talisman and rushes towards the Jiangchao monastery. I owe this. Seeing Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian soar into the sky, that robust man is stupefied. His legs go soft and he almost kneels on the ground. Although Xiao Hua fought with the Water Clan's commander for a long time, at that time, the villagers of the Longevity Town were in a panic. Not many people saw it, so who could still remember Xiao Hua? What they are grateful for in their hearts is only C.I. Hang who had a great momentum at the end. It has to be said that no matter if it is the Daoist sect or the Confucian cultivators, they are far inferior to the Buddhist sect in terms of extravagance and momentum. Although Xiao Hua is not a pure Buddhist cultivator, once he used the Buddhist sect's methods, he immediately attracted so many believers. He used the heaven-leveling staff to fight for half a day, but no one knows who he is. When Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian fly over everyone's heads and land in the Jiangchao monastery, the villagers who do not know the truth hurriedly kneel down. But at the same time, there are many villagers who were about to kneel down when they saw Xiao Hua. Their Daoist robes make them hurriedly stand up. Obviously, in their eyes, the Daoist sect and the Confucian cultivators cannot compare to the Buddhist sect's C.I. Hang who just saved their lives. There are really a lot of good people in the Jiangchao monastery, but whether they are alone or in groups, they all respectfully enter the main hall. After they sincerely kowtow, they close their eyes and make a wish. Finally, they stand up and walk to the side of the main hall. There is a small table and an open booklet. After these people write something in the booklet, they more or less take out copper or silver from their bosom and put it in the merit box on the table. Then, they respectfully leave the main hall and slowly walk out of the Jiangchao monastery. Next to the table, behind the merit box, stands a young man. It is Lu Yi. Lu Yi has a smile on his face. Like a spring breeze, he smiles at these good people. But from time to time, he looks at the monastery door with a kind of anxiety. When Xiao Hua landed from the sky, Lu Yi can no longer hold it in. He hurriedly rushes out of the main hall and says anxiously, Immortal Master, where is Xiao Yun? Xiao Hua and Xiao Jian's landing naturally disturbs the people who are offering incense and praying. Everyone stops and looks at Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua does not pay attention to them and says to Lu Yi in a low voice, Xiao Yun has already been taken away by her family. We will talk about the details of this matter later. Don't ask too much now. Yes, this little one understands. Hearing that Xiao Yun was taken away by her family, the stone in Lu Yi's heart finally falls. He looks at Xiao Jian who is walking towards the main hall in a daze and says in a low voice, Immortal Master, I don't know why, but suddenly many people come to the monastery to worship the sea god. This little one saw that Daoist Xiao is not here, so I acted on my own. He walked in front of these things and with a wave of his hand, he put them all into his storage bag. Seeing Xiaohua's methods, everyone was stunned and looked at Xiaohua with reverence. Master! Yuanya jumped down from the banyan tree. Obviously, he couldn't go up the mountain path and could only climb from the side. Seeing that the things in the courtyard were gone, he asked curiously, "Are we moving to Shaojin Temple?" Bullshit. Xiao Jian couldn't help but scold, "I am moving to Yunlin Temple." When did that old bald donkey lose Yunlin Temple to us? Yuan Ye was stunned. Immortal Master, Lu Yi, who had been looking at Xiaohua and didn't know what to say, finally made up his mind. He took the opportunity to kowtow in front of Xiaohua and said, "I know that I am of a despicable background and my actions are also despicable. I don't ask for anything. I only ask to be a servant in front of Immortal Master and serve Immortal Master's daily life." Xiaohua smiled. He pointed at the main hall and said, "Weren't you doing well there just now? In the future, when Shaojin Temple takes over Jiangchao Temple, there will still be people guarding it. Wouldn't it be better for you to be a guard?" "Immortal Master, please don't mock me," Lu Yi said embarrassedly. "Previously, I thought that these villagers came to our Jiangchao Temple to thank Daoist Xiao. Wasn't I collecting money for Immortal Master? Since they want to give it to Shaojin Temple, what does it have to do with me? I even fought with Shaojin Temple's Jianhong before. If I enter a Buddhist sect, won't I be bullied to death by them? Besides..." At this point, Lu Yi was a little hesitant. He lowered his voice and said, "I've caused so many troubles, and I'm at the edge of the Liao River. Someone or an evil spirit comes to make trouble for me, who can I reason with? Immortal Master, please pity me. Following Immortal Master, I can also have a way to survive." "Oh!" Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. He looked at this exceptionally clever youth with some astonishment. He didn't mention the relationship between the Water Clan and Xiao Yun. Lu Yi was able to deduce the truth from just a few words. It was really beyond his expectations. Seeing Xiaohua's expression change, Lu immediately knew that he guessed correctly. He hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Immortal Master, please save me, get up." Xiaohua thought for a moment. He knew that he was new here and didn't know anything about hidden Immortal Continent. Having such a clever follower would definitely be useful. He nodded and agreed. "Many thanks, Immortal Master." Lu Yi was overjoyed. He hurriedly jumped up from the ground and rushed to the main hall. Xiaohua saw Lu Yi run to the front of the merit box. He couldn't help but ask anxiously, "What are you doing?" "Immortal Master, this is Jiangchao Temple's thing. If Shaojin Temple doesn't come, this thing is ours." Lu Yi's hand was already on the merit box. "Put it down." Without waiting for Xiaohua to open his mouth, Xiao Jian roared, "This is what the benevolent masters consecrated to Guanyin Bodhisattva, not Daoist Xiao. If we take it, we will dirty our hands. Even if we leave Immortal Town, we can't let Shaojin Temple's bald donkeys point at our backs and curse us." "Yes." Seeing Xiaohua slightly shake his head, Lu Yi reluctantly put down the merit box. He seemed to regret that he didn't take some in advance. "Damn it, if we don't belong to the same family, this kid is the same as me." Xiaohua bitterly smiled and also felt helpless. "Master." Without waiting for Lu Yi to come out of the main hall, another person kneeled down beside Xiaohua. If it wasn't Yuan Ye, who else could it be? "What are you doing now?" Xiaohua originally had a bitter smile, but now he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Disciple also wants to follow Master," Yuan Ye honestly replied. Xiaohua was displeased and coldly said, "Now that your master is in trouble, why don't you follow your master to protect him? Why are you following me? With your character, how can this Xiao take a liking to you?" "Master?" Yuan Ye's expression changed greatly. He carefully said, "Disciple?" "Disciple didn't say that I won't protect Master. But if Master leaves, where will disciple go to find master? Disciple really wants to follow master to cultivate. When did this Xiao become your master? Looking at Yuan Ye, who didn't have a trace of a heart, Xiao Hua indifferently said. Yes, disciple won't call you master in the future. Yuan Ye immediately replied. This Xiao goes east, your master goes west. Where are you going? Xiao Hua continued to ask. Disciple. Yuan Ye was stunned. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, Disciple doesn't know. Lu Yi, who was at the side, had already walked to the side. He was only anxious for Yuan Ye. He already knew that Xiao Hua was benevolent. As long as Yuan Ye said that he would follow his master to the west, and then expressed his determination to cultivate, perhaps Xiao Hua would leave behind a method to find him. Although it wasn't possible now, it might not be impossible in the future. Although Yuan Ye's answer was a bit better than Xiao Hua's answer, it was easy for people to associate him with indecisiveness and hesitation. Senior, let's go down the mountain first. Xiao Jian looked at the people who didn't even want to go to the main hall and only looked at them. He felt very bored and asked Xiao Hua in a low voice. Let's go, let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and walked out of the Jiangchao temple. Going up the mountain was difficult, but going down was easy. The people who had just left had already left, and those who had not yet left were still within the temple of river and tide. Xiao Hua brought the three of them and calmly walked down the mountain path, and no one stopped them. Originally, there were some people who looked down on Daoism, but after witnessing Xiao Hua's art of flying the heavens, they naturally did not dare to roll their eyes. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Xiao Hua was a bit stunned. His appearance in the longevity town was abrupt. He was inadvertently fished up by Xiao Jian and Yuan Ye from Liao River. He didn't have any origin. If he wanted to go to paradise, then naturally he wanted to go to paradise. But where is Elysium? Xiao Hua stopped. Everyone stopped as well. Looking to the left, it was the direction to longevity town. Xiao Hua smiled and didn't think too much about it. He turned and walked to the right. Who cares where the right led to, as long as it didn't lead to longevity town? However, after walking for a while, Xiao Hua looked back and saw that Xiao Jian was walking right behind him. He couldn't help but smile and say, Daoist Xiao, where are you going? Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. This junior also doesn't know where to go. Let's leave this longevity town first. And Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, then looked at Lu Yi and said, Do you have any silver in your pouch? Go to the town and find a carriage or something. Chapter 32:25. Oh! Lu Yi stared blankly, then immediately understood. He hurriedly said carefully, Good, Immortal Master knows that this little one has used all the silver on me to treat Xiao Yun's illness. I didn't leave any behind. Junior has some here. Hearing this, Xiao Jian took out a few pieces of silver and handed them to Lu Yi. Brother Lu, I'll have to trouble you to find a slightly bigger carriage. Yes, Lu Yi took the silver and quickly ran towards the town. Although the people of Longevity Town would definitely be very flustered after surviving a calamity, with Lu Yi's intelligence, Xiao Hua didn't feel that this would be difficult. Senior, let's go and wait. Xiao Jian seemed to be unwilling to stay in Jiangchao Ridge for a moment longer, and said to Xiao Hua very respectfully and anxiously. Xiao Hua didn't reply, and slowly walked along the main road. Xiao Jian followed beside him, while Yuan Ye drooped his head and weakly followed behind the two. After silently walking for half a cup of tea's time, seeing that there were still many people walking towards Jiangchao Monastery, Xiao Jian couldn't help but spit on the ground and fiercely said, Damn it, I've worked so hard in Jiangchao Monastery for so many years, but I've been biased towards this group of bald donkeys. Just treat it as a gift from me to my son. Then, Xiao Jian saw that Xiao Hua was calmly walking in front without any trace of anger. He quickly walked a few steps and said with a smile, Senior, you're my Taoist senior, naturally you wouldn't care about this. However, Junior has been here for many years, and has already treated this place as my home. Now that I'm suddenly leaving, I'm really reluctant. Fighting with the heavens and earth isn't as fun as fighting with the monks of Shaojin Temple? Xiao Hua knew that Xiao Jian wanted to talk to him, so he simply opened his mouth and mocked him. Hearing this, Xiao Jian unconsciously rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, "Senior is right, I've fought with these bald donkeys for so many years, I'm indeed reluctant." Hearing this, Xiao Hua didn't reply. He understood what Xiao Jian was thinking, and wanted to see how Xiao Jian would open his mouth. "Senior." After a moment of silence, Xiao Jian said again, "May I know where Senior is going after leaving Longevity Town?" "The Buddhist sect's paradise." Xiao Hua looked into the distance and said indifferently, "What, Senior? Senior wants to go to the nest of those bald donkeys?" Xiao Jian's face turned pale with fright as he hurriedly said, "I heard that the Pure Land is filled with baldies. You are a senior of my Daoist sect, an enemy of the Buddhist sect. If you go there, will you still be alive?" "Of course, this junior is not doubting your cultivation. It's just that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Do you know where Elysium is?" Xiao Hua turned his head and asked Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian shook his head honestly and said, "Junior only knows that the Western Paradise is in the south. When we reach the border of the hidden Immortal continent, we just have to cross the eastern and southern seas to reach there. However, as far as I know, the distance from the Longevity Town to the eastern sea is hundreds of thousands of miles. The eastern sea and the southern sea are millions of miles wide. There are many demon beasts in the sea, and they are 100 times more powerful than the water clan we saw today. Senior, if you want to reach the ultimate land of bliss, it will be very difficult." "Sai, that's right." When Xiao Hua heard this, he nodded inwardly. Xiao Jian was right. If he didn't recover his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to head to the Western Paradise with his current strength. Right now, the most important thing for Ji Hao to do was to purify all the earth crystal Yao milk in his body. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's eyes brightened as if he thought of something. He turned his head and asked Xiao Jian, "Daoist Xiao, where do you want to go?" "Actually..." Xiao Jian clenched his teeth. He turned his head and looked at Yuanya, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said, "I won't hide it from Senior. What you said before was extremely right. Junior doesn't have the power to protect himself. Back then, I saved Yuanya so that he could protect me. However, after being with Yuanya for so many years, Junior has long regarded Yuanya as my own nephew. Junior doesn't have any ability. If he wants to follow Senior to cultivate, Junior is also extremely willing. However, Senior also said that if Senior goes east, Junior goes west. Yuanya doesn't know how to choose. However, if Senior goes east and Junior also goes east, doesn't that mean Yuanya doesn't have to choose?" "Ha!" Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He shook his head and said, "I can go to the ultimate land of bliss. Can you go too?" "Yes, Junior naturally can't go," Xiao Jian said respectfully. "However, if Senior goes to the hidden Immortal continent and Junior follows Senior, won't Yuanya also be able to ask Senior for advice? Since Senior can take Lu Gu as a servant, why can't you take Yuanya as a servant? Although Lu Gu is clever, he doesn't have a good background after all. He thinks too much in his heart. He can't be compared to Ya's simplicity and seriousness." "Xiao Jian," Xiao Hua smiled. "Actually, you don't have to go east. You just need to let Yuanya follow me. Why go through so much trouble?" "Hee hee." Xiao Jian smiled and said, "Following Senior, not only will I have Yuanya's protection, I will also have Senior's grace. If Junior doesn't follow Senior, then I would be crazy." "Hee hee." Xiao Hua's mouth twitched. He actually became this guy's bodyguard. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and asked, "Oh right, Xiao Jian, do you still remember Lu Town that I asked you about this morning?" "Lu Town?" Xiao Jian was slightly stunned and immediately nodded. "Yes, Junior remembers." Now it is the hidden Immortal continent, and this is a small Longevity town. Xiao Jian actually knows about these things. Seems like Xiao Jian's story is really thought-provoking. Suppressing his curiosity, Xiao Hua opened his mouth again and said, "Then where should I find the map of the hidden Immortal continent?" Xiao Jian looked at Xiao Hua somewhat strangely, as if he was very puzzled by Xiao Hua not knowing where to find the map. Moreover, he also felt that Xiaohua didn't seem to know anything about the hidden immortal continent. There's nothing strange about it. Xiaohua noticed Xiao Jian's gaze and said indifferently, I was originally a rogue cultivator who lived in seclusion. Later on, I met an enemy and was injured by the enemy's magic treasure, so I hid in the origin stone to hide. Now that I have woken up, I don't know how many years have passed. Things remain the same, but people have changed. There are too many things that I don't know. Yes, this junior knows. This was the first time Xiaohua told Xiao Jian about his origin. Although it was still vague, seeing that Xiao Jian didn't dare to ask more, he hurriedly replied, if Senior wants to find the map, the closest place to here is the Copper Pillar State. Oh, the Copper Pillar State that you and the Cloak Gang's leader talked about that day? Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, you have a good idea. Even if I can't find the map, you can still trade your origin stones there, right? Chapter 32-26. I've made a fool of myself. Xiao Jian said with a smile, I didn't know you were looking for a map. These primordial stones are of good quality and can be exchanged for a lot of things in Copper Pillar State. You should know that I don't have any cultivation and these primordial stones are useless in my hands. They're even a disaster. I've long wanted to exchange these primordial stones for some elixirs and see if they can restore my cultivation. When he said the last sentence, Xiao Jian really couldn't conceal the probing in his heart. He couldn't help but glance at Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still had a smile on his face as if he didn't hear his last sentence. Instead he said, that's good. Since we're all going to Copper Pillar State, let's go together. Yes. Xiao Jian was slightly disappointed, but he still said, thanks to you, I can safely reach Copper Pillar State. At this moment, Xiaohua slightly raised his head and looked at the road behind him. He snorted and ordered Yuanya, go and pick up Lu. If anyone tries to stop you, don't hold back. Yes, I understand. Yuanya immediately turned his head and looked into the distance, but there were still a few people on the road. Where was Louis? However, Yuanya still obediently agreed, but his expression was one of excitement, almost as if he was about to jump out of the room. I'll give this to you. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the magic wand. I'll give it to you in the future. Really? Yuanya was so happy that he scratched his ears and cheeks. He took the magic wand and rushed into the distance like a galloping horse. Senior. Xiao Jian's divine sense couldn't go too far, so he asked tentatively, did Brother Lu encounter the disciples of the Cloak Gang? Xiaohua sneered, who else could it be? These people are really like ghosts that won't go away. They don't forget to do evil in this time of disaster. When Xiao Jian heard this, he was a little anxious and whispered, Senior, there's nothing to say about Ya's skills. It's easy for him to deal with a dozen Cloak Gang disciples, but if there are too many people, Xiaohua said confidently, don't worry. Yuan Ya's aptitude is good. Since I've already agreed, how can I let him die? Actually, he doesn't need to go. Oh. Xiao Jian raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, does Senior want you to get closer to Brother Lu? This old man indeed has this idea. Xiaohua smiled, but the origin of this matter isn't as profound as you think. When this old man instructed Yuanya just now, Lu Yi did not have any help. By the time this old man finished speaking, someone had already gone to help Lu Yi. He, Junior is thinking too much, Junior is thinking too much. Xiao Jian was a little embarrassed. He stood to the side and shaded his eyes with his hands as he looked into the distance. Xiaohua looked at Xiao Jian and no longer spoke. He treated Xiao Jian differently from Yuanya. Although Yuanya looked like an untamed wild leopard, his heart was very pure. Xiaohua quite liked him. However, Xiao Jian was different. Not only was he very shrewd, but he was also very guarded and probed a lot. In particular, he seemed to be wearing a mask on his face. He changed it whenever he wanted, which made Xiaohua feel really uncomfortable. The reason why Xiaohua kept making things difficult for Yuanya was that he did not want to get involved with Xiao Jian. However, Xiao Jian did not open his mouth to talk about the past, and the matter of him secretly probing Xiaohua just now made Xiaohua a little wary. He had just stepped into the hidden immortal continent, and for no reason he attracted a lot of karma. Especially when the origin of this karma might not be legitimate. Sure enough, after half an incense's time, some dust rose on the road. In the air, a few sword lights fell. It was Emo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng. When the two of them landed, Emo Jianli bowed and said, "Senior Xiao, why did you leave in such a hurry? If Junfeng did not mention it just now, I felt that you would leave without saying goodbye. This junior would not be able to catch up with you even if he wanted to." "That's right, senior." Zhu Junfeng also said sincerely, "The result of the bet between Shaojin Temple and Rivertide Temple has not been decided yet. Why did you admit defeat so easily?" Xiaohua helped the two of them up and said with a smile, "Actually, this old man does not care. No matter the result, this old man will leave Longevity Town. However, just now, this old man and Xiao Jian went back to Rivertide Temple. Just like what Xingshan said, now that Rivertide Temple is worshipping Guanyin Bodhisattva, it has completely become a Buddhist temple. What's the point of us guarding that temple?" Xiao Jian wanted to leave, so this old man also left. Actually, Senior played a very important role in this great calamity. Emo Jianli still wanted to persuade, but Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Don't mention it again. It doesn't matter who the credit belongs to, the important thing is that Longevity Town was not destroyed because of this great calamity. The villagers of Longevity Town can be grateful to Guanyin Bodhisattva or Lord Sea God. It is okay." Sigh, Senior is really open-minded. Emo Jianli sighed. If everyone was like Senior, how could there be so many disputes in this world? There are many people who are more open-minded than this old man. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "Just like today's Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect. According to what you said, he took the water of Liao River and watched the water tribe retreat. He turned around and left, leaving only the words Ci Hang of salvation. Isn't he more open-minded than this old man?" Indeed. Zhu Junfeng also gave a thumbs up. This ancestor Ci Hang is 100 times more comfortable than Xingshan and the others. Wasn't that right? The words that Su Zhuoyang told him that day seemed to be a water-repelling technique from the West Sea that was passed down from the Paradise River, right? He had heard it vaguely, and now he had misinterpreted it as the West Sea destroyed Paradise River. It was very different from the original words. If it was really as he said, and Emo Jianli knew this secret, how could Su Zhuoyang and the others not know? And with the old turtle Xian Cheng's caution, how could he talk about the West Sea's secret in front of them? The so-called rumors in the world. I'm afraid this is the cause. Whether it's intentional or not. Xiaohua thought helplessly and immediately covered it up. This old man heard it from someone at the EG. EG? What's EG? Emo Jianli asked curiously. Xiaohua was speechless. He really blamed himself for being too talkative. Didn't he bring Lu Yi with him just to ask more about the general knowledge of the hidden immortal continent? He hadn't even learned anything yet, and now there was another problem. What's the name of the Copper Pillar country's primordial stone trading place? Xiaohua asked helplessly. Oh, this junior understands. Zhu Junfeng said with a smile. So Senior called the auction EG. It's really ancient. Chapter 3227. It's the auction. Xiaohua laughed. But Emo Jianli shook his head and said, Senior, if you said that you got the news from somewhere else, I would believe you. But the auction is full of good and bad people, especially those who come to help with the news. There are many groundless rumors and are not reliable. Especially the secret of the destruction of the 3 rivers, there are many rumors. Xiaohua nodded. If that's the case, the news that I heard without spending much primeval stones shouldn't be true? Yes, for this kind of thing, Senior should just listen to it. Please don't say too much. Emo Jianli said embarrassedly, I think Senior knows what to do, Junior doesn't dare to talk about it. I understand. Xiaohua smiled. What about the second thing? The second thing is Junior's little thought. Mo Jianli stretched out his hand and took out an inch-long flying sword from his sleeve. He respectfully handed it over to Xiaohua and said, Senior, this is Junior's sound-transmitting eye. Please accept it. Junior will definitely report the matter of Longevity Town to the sect. Senior helped Junior fight against the Water Tribe. Junior will think of giving Senior any rewards in the future. Of course, Senior Xiao is my teacher. Junior doesn't dare to talk about making friends. I only hope that if Senior passes by Xi again, Junior will come and pay Senior a visit. Hee, this old man understands. Xiaohua had a very good impression of Mo Jianli and immediately kept the small sword. If this old man has any problems in the future, I will definitely trouble you. Mo Jianli saw that Xiaohua was so straightforward and was very happy. He bowed and said, Thank you, Senior. What about the third thing? Xiaohua waved his hand and asked. The third thing? Mo Jianli looked at Zhu Junfeng and said, Junfeng, you say it. Yes, Mr. Mo. Zhu Junfeng agreed, then respectfully said to Xiaohua, Senior Xiao, Longevity Town has suffered a great calamity today. Tomorrow, the prefectural governor will definitely send someone to investigate. This matter will also have to be reported to the king of Xi Nation. In this Junior's opinion, Senior has rendered meritorious service to Longevity Town, and similarly to the Xi Nation. Why don't Senior wait for a few days? It won't be too late for you to leave after meeting the prefectural governor's envoy. Someone from the government? Xiaohua glanced at Xiao Jian and asked curiously, Previously, I didn't see any officials in Longevity Town. During the Great Calamity, they didn't appear either. Why is it so grand after the Great Calamity? This kind of official, it's better not to meet him. Ahem. Zhu Junfeng was obviously very embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, Senior, you may have misunderstood. Longevity Town was a small town to begin with. The county governor in charge of Longevity Town would not send too many subordinates over. Some of his own people like Li Zheng could manage the town. And this county governor is a disciple of my Chong Yun sect. Therefore, there are many matters in Longevity Town that this junior can make decisions for. Actually, wasn't the incident of the cloak gang's harassment at the Jiangchao temple previously caused by the government? It's just that you don't know about it. Xiaohua understood the moment he heard and said somewhat embarrassedly, Turns out that this old man made a mistake. Sorry. It's all right. Zhu Junfeng smiled apologetically. I've already committed too many sins for not being able to eliminate this great calamity. Perhaps the county governor's envoy is here to punish me. At this point, Mo Jianli raised his head sadly and looked into the distance. He smiled bitterly and said, Although the hundreds of thousands of people in Longevity Town managed to escape, but the Water Clan destroyed all the rice planted along the river. This year, Longevity Town will definitely not have a harvest. The county governor's envoy may punish Junfeng, but the most important thing is to provide disaster relief. If he doesn't do well, it's normal for the villagers to leave their homes. That's strange. Xiaohua was very familiar with mulberry fields. After hearing this, he asked, The villagers in other places usually grow rice. Could it be that it's farmland or terraced fields in the mountains? How could the villagers of Changsheng Town grow rice, which they rely on for a living, by the riverside? The river overflows easily. Once it's flood season, wouldn't that mean a year's worth of hard work would be wasted? Hearing Xiaohua's words, not only was Zhu Junfeng stunned, even Mo Jianli was stunned. They didn't expect Xiaohua to know about this. Unfortunately, they only knew about disaster relief. As for farming, how would they know about it? Senior. Xiao Jian opened his mouth. I've been in Longevity Town for many years, right next to the Liao River. I know a little about this. Mo Jianli almost vomited blood. Looking at the two Daoist cultivators, he really wanted to scream in his heart. These people, are they still cultivators? What are they doing every day? They even know about such small things? Tell me about it. Xiaohua smiled. Xiao Jian pointed at the Liao River in the distance and said, Senior, you should know that the Liao River rises twice a year, and each time, it covers the entire Longevity Town by 2 miles. After the river water falls, the mud and other things in the water will remain on the shore, and even the barren land will become fertile soil. The rice in Longevity Town also ripens twice a year. When the river falls, it's planted. When the river rises, it's harvested. However, the Water Clan attacked yesterday. The tide rose 30 days earlier than usual, so the rice on the shore hasn't been harvested yet. Huh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, Every place has its own people. I'm not from Longevity Town, so I really don't know about it. I know a lot about it too, Zhu Junfeng said embarrassedly. In that case, the disaster that fellow Immortal Zhu is worried about won't be too serious. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Although there's no harvest this season, the villagers all have some food in their homes. Now that the flood is over, you can plant more rice on the shore. When the second season of rice ripens, Longevity Town will have no more hunger. Of course, the town will be a little tense during this period. When the county governor's messenger comes, you just need to get food from other places or buy it. I'm sorry, Mo Jianli said in a low voice. We only know about cultivation. We really don't know about these things. Now that I think about it, I've taken it for granted. It's best to worry about the people. It's normal to take it for granted. Xiao Hua smiled and said, It's better than taking a position without doing anything. However, since fellow Immortal Zhu is so worried, why don't I help you? Xiao Hua reached out his hand and said, Fellow Immortal Zhu, do you have a storage bag or storage ring? There's no need to trouble Senior. Zhu Juanfeng's face was slightly red. Longevity Academy still has some money. When I return, I'll immediately send some students to the neighboring town to buy food. Storage bag? Storage ring? Mo Jianli was confused again. After a while, he reached out his hand and took out a small bag from his sleeve. He asked, Senior, are you talking about a small universal bag? Small universal bag? That's right. That's it. Xiao Hua almost wanted to slap his own face. He had already thought about it and didn't want to talk about things that he didn't know. Now that he blurted out something about a storage bag and a storage ring, it made people feel strange again. Senior, what do you mean? Mo Jianli handed the small universal bag to Xiao Hua and was even more confused. Xiao Hua chuckled and didn't dare to ask anymore. He released his spiritual will. Luckily, this small universal bag was the same as a storage bag. He could open it with his spiritual will. Then he pretended to take out a storage bag from his chest and waved his hand. He returned the small universal bag to Mo Jianli and said, I've been in Longevity Town for a few days. I'm fated with the people of Longevity Town. This little bit of food is my farewell gift to the people of Longevity Town. Very good. Mo Jianli was overjoyed. He reached out to take it and carefully put it away. He said respectfully, Senior is indeed worthy of being a Confucian cultivator. You care about the world and the people. Not only did you step forward in times of danger, but you also worked for the people without any fame or benefits. Although this food can't solve the problem in front of us, Senior's breadth of mind is really admirable. Xiao Hua saw that Mo Jianli didn't check the amount of food in the small universal bag. He knew that Mo Jianli was worried about his reputation. After all, which cultivator would carry a large amount of food in their storage bag that they didn't need? Therefore, he didn't point it out. He looked at Lu Yi and Yuanya who had already returned. He cupped his hands and said, Fellow Immortal Zhu, I'll see you off for 1,000 miles. In the end, we have to part. I'll leave now. You all still have many trivial matters to attend to in Longevity Town. You and I will bid farewell here. If we meet again, we'll meet again. Junior respectfully sees Senior Xiao off. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng said as they saw that they couldn't keep Xiao Hua. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng didn't come here alone. Behind them, there were several disciples of the academy on horseback. When Lu Yi was chased by the cloak gang's disciples, It was these academy disciples who attacked and killed the cloak gang's disciples. Now that Zhu Junfeng saw that Xiaohua wanted to take a carriage, he naturally gave him a few horses. Then he waved goodbye. Xiaohua floated onto the carriage. Lu Yi drove the carriage while Xiao Jian and Yuanya rode the horses. Mo Jianli and Zhu Junfeng only turned around and returned to Longevity Town after the four of them had gone far away. The two of them didn't manage to keep Xiaohua. Although it was within their expectations, they still felt depressed. They thought that although Longevity Town was in a mess, the disaster had already passed. As long as the people slowly calmed down, they would be able to calm down. Therefore, they didn't fly on their swords. Instead, they walked on the main road with big strides. The remaining disciples also followed behind them with their horses. Seeing that the evening mist had already risen, Zhu Junfeng's face was illuminated by a layer of orange. He looked at the floating clouds in the sky and sighed, "Today's scene is no different from yesterday. We only saw the sun rise and the moon set, and the stars moved. However, how can the things that happened today be described with a few words? How can anyone think of today's disaster at this moment yesterday?" Mo Jianli nodded slowly. "Junfeng is right. What we see now is ordinary. It is the future that the people who died today hoped for. What you feel now is the past that we can't go back to in the future." Zhu Junfeng raised his eyebrows, as if he had understood something. He almost turned his head to look at the figures of Xiaohua and the others who had already disappeared. He said, "Perhaps only someone like Senior Xiao, who turns around and leaves, leaving behind the same worries, can truly understand." When he looked at it with his divine sense, he was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. Goodness! This is what it means to have a Buddha in every home. This is what it means to have a heart for the people. Although today I saw with my own eyes that Senior Ci Hang of the Buddhist sect almost became a bodhisattva, the compassion in Senior Zhao's heart is no less than Senior Ci Hang's. The food in his bag is basically enough to save 10 longevity towns. Where did Senior Xiao get so much food? Zhu Junfeng was a little confused. I heard that Xiao Jian of the Jiangchao Temple can barely make ends meet every day. And this food seems to be different from what the longevity towns use daily. You can only ask Senior Xiao face to face. Mo Jianli smiled and patted Zhu Junfeng's shoulder. With this food, the longevity towns will be in chaos even if they want to. Your last worry is also gone. That's right, I will let them see if this food is edible. This disciple will distribute the food. Zhu Junfeng made a decision. Of course, this name should belong to the Jiangchao Temple. Jiangchao Temple? The Jiangchao Temple has already been taken over by the Shaojin Temple, right? Mo Jianli shook his head. Using the name of the Jiangchao Temple, won't the Buddhist sect benefit from it? Then, it's not suitable to use the name of the Daoist sect directly, right? Zhu Junfeng hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then use the name of Spiritual Master Xiao." Before today, this name was also very famous. Xiaohua's space originally had rice and millet seeds, but in these 100 years, not only did Xiaohua not worry about it, even the green-robed Xiaohua did not care about the rice and millet seeds. On the other hand, that white, fat and cute little fruit was very competent. Whether it was rice or millet seeds, they were all planted in time and harvested in time. On the vast plains in the space, there were a lot of food piled up. 100 years of harvest. Xiaohua was stunned when he saw it. But he did not expect that these seemingly useless food would now start the first flame of Spiritual Master Zhao's miracle on the hidden immortal continent. At this time, Xiaohua was naturally sitting comfortably in the carriage and chatting with Lu. Lu Yi was very clever. Although he was young, his fate was full of misfortune. His mother died early, leaving only Lu Yi and his father to rely on each other. His father's character was not good. He was addicted to drinking and gambling. Especially because of the departure of his beloved wife, he blamed this crime on Lu Yi. Not to mention the love that a child wanted, he didn't even take care of him. Lu Yi had suffered a lot since he was young. It was normal for him to be hungry and not have a meal. Those beatings and insults were also common. It was more than what he ate. And when he was a little older, everywhere he went he was kicked to the street by his father and begged from house to house. In the beginning, Lu Yi was too young and didn't know how to beg. He would often return empty-handed. At that time, Lu Yi's father would kick and punch him, teaching him a harsh lesson. Lu Yi would starve and cry at night. After a long time, the smart Lu Yi gradually learned how to beg, so that he would not be hungry. He even used the leftovers to feed his father. Just like that, Lu Yi followed his father through city after city, town after town, and finally arrived at Longevity Town. At this time, Lu Yi's father's body had been hollowed out by the wine. Not only could he no longer punch or kick Lu Yi, he was also paralyzed on the straw on the ground, unable to move. Thus, Lu Yi stayed in the Longevity Town and waited on his father until he passed away. Lu Yi did not have the money to prepare for his father's funeral, but he was also unwilling to let his only relative be wrapped in a straw mat and hurriedly abandoned in the wilderness. After thinking about it, he finally made a decision, which was to enter the Longevity Town's cloak gang. In the entire Longevity Town, this was the only place that could accept Lu Yi and provide him with enough money. Shaojin Temple and Longevity Academy could not accept. Do you know? Immortal Master? It was already late at night. The sky was dotted with stars. There were no people or carriages on the main road. Only the sound of a few horses' hooves was particularly loud in the silence. Lu Yi's eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky. His voice also spread further and further in the night sky. When father beat this little one hated him to death. I always felt that I would be beaten to death by him. I always hoped that he would die sooner. But when he could not move, seeing his pitiful appearance, this little one could not bear it. After all, he was this little one's only relative, and also this little one's biological father. If this little one did not care, he would definitely starve to death in a day. This little one could not ignore it. However, this little one did not like him at all, wanting to return everything he had given this little one back to him. However, when this little one threw the leftovers in his face after he spoke ill of me, this little one discovered for the first time that not only was there no remorse or hatred in his eyes, there was instead a kind of gratification, a kind of peace. This little one seemed to have suddenly understood something. Father? Although his character was not good, he still loved this little one. He knew that he would not live for long, but he was also worried about this little one's future, so he began to teach this little one the ways of life from a young age, but his methods were really cruel. So, from then on, this little one began to pay attention to father's eyes, as well as the eyes of others. From these people's eyes, this little one discovered a lot of things. In particular, before father passed away, this little one saw that kind of love, that kind of yearning, that kind of reluctance in father's eyes. Although Lu Yi's voice was faint, and his tone was flat, the sound of his rapid breathing revealed the agitation in his heart. After father left, this little one mingled in the cloak gang again, and from the eyes of the gang members, this little one saw the disgust and fierceness that had never been seen in father's eyes before. This little one finally understood that although father had been harsh to this little one since young, he also had no choice. When he hit this little one, he hurt this little one in his heart. That kind of complicated look in his eyes will always be unforgettable to this little one. After father left, there was no more life in this world in this little one's eyes. Although this little one no longer needed to be beaten, this little one really missed those days of being beaten. Although this little one's body hurt, this little one's heart had someone to rely on. As long as I could see father's shadow and hear father's voice, this little one's heart would be at ease. Lu Yi continued, "It's a pity that those days have become this little one's eternal memories, and this little one can no longer return to the past." Until one day this little one saw Xiao Yun on the banks of Liao River. Seeing the panic and helplessness in Xiao Yun's eyes, this little one immediately thought of this little one's childhood. At that time, although this little one felt that life was worse than death, this little one did not panic. No matter how helpless this little one was, this little one still had someone to rely on. Xiao Yun's appearance was so pitiful. Her clothes did not cover her body, and her body was covered with dirty seaweed and many fleas. This little one knew that if this little one did not take care of her, she would definitely freeze to death in the cold winter night. So, this little one brought her back. Although this little one was not a good person, this little one could at least support her and make her a good person. Chapter 32:29. When I first met Master Immortal, I thought that Master Immortal was just an ordinary youth. From top to bottom, Master Immortal didn't have any otherworldly appearance. Daoist Xiao and the old monk Mingyu were both older than you. However, although you saw me stealing money, you didn't catch me. Although I was a little disrespectful to Master Immortal, I knew that Master Immortal didn't care. Because I didn't see any disdain or malice in your eyes. There was only a kind of peace and tranquility. It was also this kind of peace that made me feel safe for the first time after my father passed away. Even when you saved me, I only saw a kind of disdain in Master Immortal's eyes. This kind of disdain made me feel ashamed of my inferiority. I knew that Master Immortal was definitely not an ordinary person. When I heard about the miracle of the river and tide temple, I immediately had a feeling that I had to find Master Immortal. Only Master Immortal could save Xiao Yun. Only Master Immortal could get me out of the quagmire of the cloak gang. Rumble! At this point, a rumbling sound came from Lu Yi's stomach. It had been several hours since the afternoon. Xiao Huan naturally didn't feel anything, but Lu Yi and the others hadn't eaten or drunk anything. Naturally, they were already hungry. Phew! A small black shadow flew out from Yuan Ye's horse and landed on the carriage beside Lu. Xiaohua looked at it. It was Yuan Ye's usual meat bun. Lu Yi touched it, opened it, and took a big bite. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Ye, for the bun." Yuan Ye replied and didn't say anything else. His voice was actually trembling. Sigh, Xiaohua could see clearly that Yuan Ye was biting his lips tightly. Although Lu Yi's life was bitter, he had followed his father since he was young. Yuan Ye did not know who his father and mother were. He only followed the wild animals in the forest as he grew up. His life was even more bitter than Lu Yi's. Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi's thin back. In the night, it seemed a little thin. Compared to Yuan Ye's muscular waist and arms, it was a far cry. However, Lu Yi's quick-wittedness and calmness were something that Yuan Ye could not compare to. In particular, Xiaohua had casually killed the two villains from the cloak gang in the small courtyard of the Longevity town. Xiaohua had only instructed Lu Yi to keep it a secret, but Lu Yi seemed to have completely forgotten about it. Even when Lu Yi mentioned it to Xiaohua a few times, he only skimmed over it, not revealing the slightest bit of information. This made Xiaohua very satisfied. As for Xiao Yun's matter, Xiaohua told him not to ask about it, so he didn't ask about it. If it was Xiaohua himself, he probably would have asked the moment he left Longevity Town, right? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said, "Lu Yi, your experience is a kind of tempering for you. It's the best life gift your father has given you. It's a pity that you met this old man too late. This old man couldn't meet your father who had such foresight. However, since you met this old man now, this is your fate. Everything that you were afraid of in the past, from today onwards, you don't have to be afraid anymore." Actually, in Xiaohua's opinion, Lu Yi's father might not be as good as Lu Yi said. Even, the so-called tempering and the like were all Lu Yi's own ideas. However, was the nature of Su Liuyi's father important right now? Was the original intention of scolding Lu Yi important? Everyone had their own idols. Their father was the first person they worshipped in their life. Whether good or bad, it would have some influence on them. Since Lu Yi didn't become twisted because of his past experience, why couldn't Xiaohua become the hero in Lu Yi's heart? Hearing Xiaohua's words, Lu Yi's body trembled. He resisted an indescribable intuition. Before Xiaohua could speak, he said in a trembling voice, "Yes, Immortal Master, this little one understands. This little one serving Immortal Master is a great opportunity. In the future, I don't have to be afraid of anything in the world. Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed. It was easy to talk to a clever child like Louis. However, he immediately said solemnly, "But, Louis, you have to know that before anyone has a great divine ability, they can't be free and unfettered between heaven and earth. To have a divine ability, you have to pay a price far beyond what you think. This price is far more difficult than what you think now. What food and clothing, what bullying in front of this price, it's nothing but grass. As for the specifics, even if this old man told you now, you wouldn't know." Immortal Master. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Lu Yi turned around and kneeled on the carriage. He kowtowed and said, "This little one earnestly asks Immortal Master to teach me the heaven-piercing technique so that this little one can laugh proudly in the hidden immortal continent and spread Immortal Master's fame." "Ah, heaven-piercing technique?" Xiaohua's laughter seemed very loud in the night. "This old man here doesn't have any heaven-piercing technique." Lu Yi leaned on the carriage and let the carriage slowly move forward. He didn't speak. "You can get up." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Since this old man wants to accept you as a servant, I naturally have the intention to borrow your strength. Of course, this old man also won't be stingy. Cultivation techniques? I will also choose some for you. As for how well you cultivate and what your future achievements will be, it will depend on your own ability." "Many thanks, Immortal Master." Lu Yi forcibly restrained his excitement and said in a low voice, "This disciple dares not to cultivate diligently and sully Immortal Master's fame? Hee hee, you can get up." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's still too early to accept you as a disciple. Let's talk about it when you have the opportunity in the future." "Yes, this little one understands." Lu Yi was already prepared in his heart. Even if he joined the cloak gang, there was still a test. How could it be so easy for an expert like Xiaohua to accept a disciple? He responded and got up to continue driving the carriage. In addition, Xiaohua opened his mouth again. He wanted to tell Lu Yi about Xiao Yun's matter. He knew that Lu Yi was a person with deep feelings and would definitely want to know about Xiao Yun's whereabouts. However, when the words reached his mouth, he stopped. He was a very curious person and wanted to ask about everything he encountered. He wanted to get to the bottom of everything. Now that he met someone who could calm down his temper, why must he reveal everything? Why not wait and see? If he didn't say anything, when would Lu Yi ask? This was also a kind of test, right? "Immortal Master." After waiting for a moment, Lu Yi didn't see Xiaohua continue to speak. He asked curiously, "Do you have any instructions?" "Nothing, just call this old man Xiao Daoist in the future. There's no need to call me Immortal Master." Xiaohua said with a smile, "It won't be too late to call me that when this old man becomes an immortal." See? When Lu Yi heard this, he almost choked. After a moment, he suppressed his heart that was about to jump out of his throat and carefully said, "This little one understands, Xiao Daoist." Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Jian, who was standing in front of Yuanya. He understood that Xiao Jian's story might be even more than Yuanya and Lu Yi's combined. Xiaohua's feelings didn't only come from these dozen or so days, from what Xiao Jian vaguely said, as well as the appearance of those two Buddhist sect guards, even more so from when Xiao Jian received the steed from Longevity Academy's disciple, mounted it in an extremely skilled manner, the instant he raised the horsewhip, that surging expression. However, Xiao Jian's shrewdness was really too deep. He knew that Xiaohua's impression of Yuanya was not bad. Yuanya had arrogantly asked to become his disciple several times. Even though Xiaohua ignored him, he still vaguely pointed out that Yuanya had a master and he wouldn't accept Yuanya as his disciple. Yuanya couldn't tell, but how could Xiao Jian not? However, he didn't mention giving Yuanya to Xiaohua at all. Moreover, it was clear that Xiao Jian needed Xiaohua's help, but he also wanted to maximize his own benefits. Therefore, Xiaohua knew what Xiao Jian was thinking, but didn't bring up this topic. He wanted to see just how Xiao Jian was going to open his mouth and bargain with him. "Xiao Jian," Xiaohua said indifferently. "Let's find a secluded and safe place. We'll rest for a bit." Yes, this junior understands. What Xiao Jian was thinking, only he knew. Ever since they left Longevity Town, he didn't say much, only hurrying along. When he heard Xiaohua's words, he hurriedly replied. Only, when he raised his eyes and looked around, apart from the faint moonlight scattering down on the great path and mountain streams, the sounds of insects and wind by his ears, how could he tell where was a quiet place? However, after riding for a while, a slightly flat slope appeared on the side of the road. Xiao Jian hurriedly pointed, calling out, "Senior, what do you think about that place?" "This old man doesn't care," Xiaohua said with a smile. "If you all think it's fine, then it's fine." Xiao Jian turned his horse around and looked at Xiaohua's young face under the moonlight. Although this young man called himself an old man, he didn't feel anything wrong. Thinking back to his previous actions, he was actually that cold to Xiaohua just because he suspected that Xiaohua was sent by someone else. Xiaohua, he was really blind. Different from Xiao Jian's thoughts, Xiaohua didn't feel anything when Yuan Ya or Lu Yi called themselves an old man. After all, they were still young. However, Xiao Jian was already old. Looking at this face that was much older than him, Xiaohua knew that he was older than him, but calling him an old man was still awkward. This junior understands. "Let's rest here tonight." Xiao Jian turned his horse around and swung his horsewhip. The horse rushed out of the uneven road and rushed up the slope. By the time Lu Yi drove the carriage to the gentle slope, Xiao Jian and Yuan Ya had already dismounted and loosened the reins. They were eating the grass nearby while they waited respectfully. "You all should do what you need to do." Xiaohua's figure flew up from the carriage and landed on the ground in the distance. He said, "This old man has already placed everything in the carriage that can be used in the tidal river temple." "Yes." When Yuan Ya heard this, he hurriedly jumped onto the carriage. Sure enough, the originally empty carriage was already filled with things. Yuan Ya's hands and feet were nimble. He took down the tools from the carriage, then bent down and placed his ear on the ground to listen for a moment. He then took the wooden bucket, iron pot and other things and went to another place. In that direction, Xiaohua had already used his divine sense to see a stream flowing by. As for Lu Yi, he also obediently ran up the slope and picked up a lot of dry wood under the big tree. Xiao Jian also didn't stay idle. He took the horses from the carriage and sent them to the grassland, allowing them to eat grass. He looked at Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't walk over. Chapter 32:30. Not long after, Lu Yi started a fire on the slope. Yuan Ya also washed the iron pot and brought back some water. After taking the food from the carriage, he started to cook over the fire. "Oh!" It sounded like a wolf's howl from afar. Yuan Ya looked up and whispered a few words to Lu. Then he quickly ran towards the sound of the wolf's howl. His figure jumped on the slope at an extremely fast speed. After half an hour, Yuan Ya came back. There were some bloodstains on his body and he carried a black thing on his shoulder. Lu Yi saw that it was actually half a wild boar. Then, Yuan Ya took out a short knife and skillfully cut up the wild boar. He skewered it on a branch and roasted it over the fire. Seeing the wild boar meat sizzling in the firelight and the rich fragrance coming out, Lu Yi's saliva almost flowed out. He was waiting for the boar meat to be ready so that he could eat it. At this moment, Xiaohua said, "Come here." "Yes, Daoist Xiao." Lu Yi heard and stood up without hesitation. He quickly walked over to Xiaohua. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a fasting pill. He handed it to Lu Yi and said, "This is my Daoist fasting pill. After taking it, you won't be hungry or thirsty for 7 days. Are you willing to take it?" "This is an immortal pill. Daoist Xiao should keep it for yourself." Lu Yi was shocked. He thought of the rumors he heard and hurriedly waved his hand. Xiaohua said indifferently, "I only want to ask you, are you willing to take it?" "I am willing." Lu Yi said honestly, "I used to be afraid of hunger. I even dreamed of taking this immortal pill." Xiaohua flicked his finger and the fasting pill fell into Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi immediately put it in his mouth and closed his eyes. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Daoist Xiao. I am not hungry anymore." "Do you want to eat Yuan Ya's roasted meat?" "Yes." Lu Yi didn't hide it. I have a secret technique here. It will allow you to use the essence of heaven and earth to temper your meridians and bones. It will become the foundation for you to be free in the future. Are you willing to practice it? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Lu Yi was shocked. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Then he realized that this happiness came too quickly. He hurriedly bowed down and said, "Disciple, you don't have to call yourself my disciple." Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him. It's just a simple qi refinement technique. If you succeed in cultivating it, then this old man can accept you as his disciple. Otherwise, you're still you. Even if you can enter the ranks, you can't call this old man master. Yes. Lu Yi's voice was trembling. He could tell that this cultivation method could allow him to enter the ranks. Even if he entered the ranks, he might not be able to call Xiao Hua master. Then, with Xiao Hua's cultivation, the importance of this cultivation method was self-evident. After qi refining, the world's grains and meat might not be edible anymore. Xiao Hua smelled the fragrance of meat in the distance and said, "Are you willing?" This disciple is willing. Hearing Xiao Hua's somewhat shoddy test method, Lu Yi's expression turned respectful. Without the slightest neglect, he hurriedly replied. As Xiao Hua spoke, he waved his hand and threw out several yellow talismans. With a flash of light, a silencing spell was cast. Then Xiao Hua said, "Come here. Close your eyes and sit in front of this old man. This old man wants to see how your aptitude is." "Yes, immortal master." The excited Lu Yi couldn't help but call Xiao Hua immortal master. Lu Yi naturally understood that Xiao Hua wanted to teach him the cultivation method. This was something he had never dreamed of. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and still waved his hand, saying, "This old man hasn't agreed to accept you as a disciple." Don't be so excited. Yes, Daoist priest, this little one understands. Seeing Xiao Hua repeatedly deny accepting him as a disciple, Lu Yi also felt a little strange. Could it be that he was really too shoddy? Actually, it was quite funny. Xiao Hua had achieved success in his cultivation, and his cultivation was also profound, but all of his mystical powers had been developed by himself. Xiao Hongyue of Shanghua Ming had never given him any pointers, and neither had helplessness of the Imperial Thunder sect. On the contrary, it was Xiang Yang who had taught him a lot. When he was on the Dawn Rain continent, Xiao Hua also didn't accept any disciples. Whether it was giving cultivation methods to others or setting up the fortune gate, he just threw out the jade slips and other things and didn't care about them anymore. At this moment, he felt really awkward to be teaching an aura-refining technique to a secular person who had never practiced Daoist magic. He felt that it was inappropriate for Lu Yi to be his disciple. After all, he was already a late gold core stage cultivator. How could he accept a secular person who had no foundation in cultivation as his disciple? Moreover, it was his first disciple. However, Lu Yi's luck was very good. First, he was clever. Second, he was kind. Third, some of Xiao Hua's merit in the longevity town was related to Lu Yi. If Xiao Hua didn't give Lu Yi some benefits, there would be some karma. The most important thing was that Xiao Hua now had to find a way to refine the earth crystal Yao milk in his body. It wasn't suitable for him to fly around the hidden immortal continent. He had a lot of time to guide Lu Yi's cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua had the idea of teaching Daoist cultivation methods to Lu. Seeing Lu Yi sit down cross-legged, Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and pointed at the back of Lu Yi's head. Then, a strand of true essence entered Lu Yi's body. Just now, on the carriage, Xiao Hua had already taken a look at the qi-refining jade slips sent by Zhang Qingxiao. Inside them, there were methods and spells to check the attributes of the body. Oh! After a moment, Xiao Hua was slightly surprised and his brows wrinkled. Xiao Hua actually couldn't check the attributes of Lu Yi's body. Could it be that something went wrong when I used it for the first time? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and slightly closed his eyes. He pondered over the method in his mind and once again pointed his finger at the back of Lu Yi's head. This method was very simple. For a cultivator like Xiao Hua, it wasn't very difficult. However, after a few breaths of time, The doubt on Xiao Hua's face became even stronger. Could it be that Lu Yi's physique is heterogeneous and unsuitable for cultivation? Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. He immediately understood the root of the problem. Then, Xiao Hua rubbed his hands and several rays of brilliance entered Lu Yi's body. After Xiao Hua withdrew his magic power, ripples began to appear on the surface of Lu Yi's body. These ripples surged out layer by layer. Red, orange, yellow, green, and other colors flowed out like fireworks. After half a cup of tea's time, they converged into Lu Yi's body. During this time, not a single color could last for long on the surface of Lu Yi's body. Alas, it's really like this. Xiao Hua sighed. Although he didn't have a magic tool that specialized in screening one's physique and could truly determine whether Lu Yi could cultivate, this method and spell were no different from magic tools in the hands of a late nascent soul cultivator like him, whose strength was comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator. Since the spell already showed that Lu Yi's physique was heterogeneous and none of the 5 elements were obvious, then he was a pure secular person and unsuitable to cultivate Daoist spells. Lu Yi naturally didn't know that his fate had been determined. He was still sitting cross-legged. Although his eyes were closed, his face was brimming with excitement. Alas! Xiao Hua sighed and said, "Lu Yi, get up." "Yes, Daoist Elder Xiao." Lu Yi replied and hurriedly got up. He stood there respectfully and looked at Xiao Hua with eyes full of expectation. Xiao Hua actually couldn't bear it and said, "Your physique. This old man has already seen it. It doesn't seem suitable to cultivate my sex cultivation method." Of course, this old man will take another look. Lu Yi's face sank and an indescribable pain flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly put on a smile and said, "Daoist Elder Xiao, it's okay. This little one is just immortal. It's normal that I don't have the fate to become an immortal. If this little one hadn't met Daoist Elder, I wouldn't have known that there was a path of cultivation and wouldn't have thought of cultivating." Xiao Hua could naturally feel the disappointment in his heart. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Xiao Hua could only smile and say, "It's all this old man's fault for being reckless. I didn't carefully examine your physique and just casually read it out for you. How about this? Since you can't cultivate the Daoist sect's divine ability, this old man will help you look at the Confucian sect and Buddhist sect. They don't seem to have high requirements for physique. This little one doesn't dare to ask for too much." In just a moment, Lu Yi regained his calm and said respectfully, "This little one only asks to be able to serve Daoist Elder. It doesn't matter if I cultivate or not." "All right." Xiao Hua raised his hand and the restriction around him disappeared. He said, "Go and rest." Lu Yi got up and prepared to walk to the side of the fire to rest. When Xiao Jian and Yuanya heard Xiao Hua calling Lu Yi over, their eyes were already looking over there. Their ears also straightened. Unfortunately, other than the first few words, they didn't hear anything else. The two of them naturally knew that this was Xiao Hua's technique and couldn't help but secretly regret it. However, when they were disappointed, Lu Yi's body actually emitted a faint brilliance in the dark night, attracting their attention again. At this time, Lu Yi left Xiao Hua's side and returned to the side of the fire. Although he didn't say anything, his face was filled with depression. After all, he was still a teenager. Although he said he didn't care, how could he not have thought about it after pondering for a long time? "Brother Lu." Without waiting for Lu Yi to sit down, Yuanya handed him a piece of roasted wild boar meat and said in a low voice, "Did the Immortal Master teach you a supreme divine ability?" Yuanya was originally this boring. This time, it was okay. He actually handed over a piece of meat before speaking. Lu Yi looked at Yuanya unhappily. He bit his lip, waved his hand, and said with a forced smile, "Brother Ya, Daoist Elder gave me a medicinal pill. I'm not hungry now. You can eat this wild boar meat yourself." An immortal pill? Yuan Ya's eyes flashed with fanaticism. He looked at the roasted meat that he was drooling over just a moment ago. Now, he seemed to feel that it didn't have the same fragrance as before. Then he asked again, "Brother Lu, your luck is really good. The Immortal Master actually gave you an immortal pill. Also, then, What did the Immortal Master teach you? Can you tell me? Hearing Yuan Ye's repeated questions, Lu Yi almost wanted to cry. It wasn't easy to encounter an immortal opportunity, but he actually couldn't cultivate. That kind of disappointment was really unbearable. Chapter 32-31. Little brother, my aptitude is not good enough, I can't cultivate. Lu Yi said word by word, tears almost rolling in his eyes. Ah! Yuan Ye was startled and hurriedly said with a smile, It's okay if you can't cultivate, it's not bad to be able to accompany Immortal Master. Look at me, I want to accompany Immortal Master, but Immortal Master doesn't want me. At the end, Yuan Ye muttered to himself, I don't know what my aptitude is like. It seemed that Yuan Ye's words of comfort to Lu Yi were not the main point. The main point was the last sentence. Lu Yi curled his lips and slightly lifted his finger, saying in a low voice, Whether your aptitude is good or not, little brother doesn't know. Look at this Daoist Xiao. Yuan Ye looked in the direction of Lu Yi's finger. Xiao Jian, who didn't say anything just now, was already holding a piece of roasted wild boar meat in his hand. He had already run in front of Xiao Hua. Master? Yuan Ye was startled. He almost lost his voice and said in a low voice, He knows that Immortal Master Xiao doesn't eat the food of mortals. He. Lu Yi laughed and raised his hand, wiping away the tears that overflowed from his eyes. But Immortal Master is still a human, not an immortal. Although Immortal Master doesn't eat, as a junior, you must have the attitude of a junior. That's right, Xiao Hua was still a human after all. Seeing Xiao Jian holding the fragrant wild boar meat and carefully asking him if he was willing to try this delicacy, he could only smile and wave his hand, saying, You can eat it later. This old man doesn't eat meat anymore. This junior knows. Xiao Jian looked at the roasted meat in his hand and said with a smile, Roasted meat is Ye's specialty, this junior couldn't help but want to let senior have a taste. After all, senior greatly increased the face of our Daoist sect yesterday. This junior has nothing to show respect to you. It's nothing. Xiao Hua heard this and didn't point it out. He smiled and said, You saved this old man is just giving you a reward. Xiao Jian's face turned slightly red. He immediately thought of his face when he saw Xiao Hua and said with a smile, That day, this junior lost his composure, please forgive me. Xiao Hua said with a smile, What you did was normal, what crime is there? It's fine as long as I don't blame you. Xiao Jian smiled embarrassedly and casually glanced at Lu Yi in the distance. He said, Senior, you really have the ability to see through people. Brother Lu is a clever person. If he can cultivate my Taoist cultivation technique, he might be of great help to you. His physique isn't suitable for cultivation. I'm afraid I can't teach him the basics of cultivation. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything. His physique is not suitable for cultivation? Xiao Jian finally brought up the topic of cultivation. He was secretly delighted, but he still asked curiously, I remember that when this junior was cultivating as a child, there was no such thing as a suitable physique? That's right. Xiao Hua slaps his own forehead and comes to a realization. Right now, it's the hidden immortal continent, not the daybreak continent. This world's spiritual energy, perhaps, is different. Are people's aptitudes also different? Before this Xiao left the dawn rain continent, the heaven and earth spirit Qi seemed to have changed. Many disciples of the cultivation clans had their bloodlines awakened, and the cultivation sect's method of selecting disciples was no longer useful. Perhaps this Xiao's physique inspection technique is also no longer useful? Xiao Jian. Xiao Hua looks at Xiao Jian and says, Close your eyes and sit down. This old man will take a look, yes? Xiao Jian's voice is somewhat trembling. He hastily sits down and very skillfully crosses his legs. His two hands form a seal and place in front of his chest. The seal that Xiao Jian formed looks somewhat unfamiliar to Xiao Hua, but there is no doubt that this seal is the Dao sect's seal. In the past, Xiao Jian indeed cultivated Dao sect's cultivation technique. It's just that because he was unwilling to talk about it, it caused his cultivation to be crippled, right? Xiaohua ponders for a moment. His hands rub again and several rays of light enter Xiao Jian's body. Then, similar rays of light appear on the surface of Xiao Jian's body. Hiss, sure enough, Xiaohua inhales a breath. He knows that his guess is correct. Xiao Jian's physique is also a mixture of the 5 elements. It's not a cultivation physique. Since Xiao Jian can cultivate, then Lu Yi can also cultivate. There are only 2 questions left. One is what kind of cultivation technique Xiao Jian cultivates. The second is the hidden immortal continent's qi refinement cultivation technique the same as the dawn rain continents? Senior. When the rays of light on the surface of his body disappear, Xiao Jian opens his mouth and says, Senior, what did you discover? Your physique is also not suitable for cultivation. Xiaohua says indifferently. Xiao Jian is anxious. Senior, you didn't discover anything else? No, Xiaohua shakes his head. Then he asks, what is your cultivation technique? Can you tell this old man? Sorry. Xiao Jian slightly shakes his head. Junior, cannot tell senior. And Xiao Jian's answer is not out of Xiaohua's expectation. He thinks for a moment and asks, what kind of test did you go through? Did you choose different cultivation techniques according to the results of the test? Junior does not need to go through the test. Xiao Jian replies, but Junior has seen different cultivation techniques. Among them, there is one that is effective for Junior. Junior chose that cultivation technique. Oh, Xiaohua hears, slightly nods his head and says, call Lu Yi over. Xiao Jian sees Xiaohua avoiding the topic and is somewhat helpless. He agrees and turns around to leave. Xiao Jian. Xiaohua suddenly speaks. Xiao Jian is overjoyed and hurriedly turns his head. Senior, what instructions do you have? These are a few sweet dates. They are very good to eat. You and Yunya can have one each. Xiaohua says, and with a wave of his hand, 2 fist-sized red dates appear in his hand. He passes them to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian is really disappointed, but he still respectfully accepts and thanks Xiaohua. Xiaohua quickly returns to the side of the fire. Lu Yi was originally a bit sleepy, but when he hears Xiaohua's call, he immediately becomes spirited again. He jogs in front of Xiaohua and says, Daoist, what is the matter? I was a bit impatient. Seeing that Lu Yi's eyes are somewhat unable to open, Xiaohua says with a smile, you go and rest. We will talk about it tomorrow morning. Yes, Lu Yi is very clever. After hearing Xiaohua's order, he immediately takes out some bedding from the carriage. After giving it to Xiao Jian and Yunya, he also lies down with his clothes on. In a moment, he enters a dream. In the dream, he rides a flying sword and gallops between heaven and earth. A trace of a smile also hangs on the corner of his mouth. The fire is extinguished, the night is deep. Even the faint wolf howls from a moment ago can no longer be heard. Only the snoring sound of Xiao Jian and the other 2 echoes in the darkness. This day is really too long. The experience of this day is enough for them to use a lifetime to recollect. They are indeed too tired. In the night, 2 eyes that are as bright as the stars in the sky are looking at the distance with great spirit. Xiaohua does not seem to be sleepy. Instead, he mutters in a low voice, it's a bit strange. Could it be that the cultivation method of hidden immortal continent's Daoist sect is really different from Dawn Rain continent? But if it is not a 5 elements physique, how can one sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth? How can one draw spiritual energy into the body? Perhaps the cultivation method of hidden immortal continent is unique and can let ordinary people sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth? This is also not very possible. The Daoist sect of the 3 continents has already declined, and the Daoist sect of Dawn Rain continent is at its peak. Why can't the Daoist sect of Dawn Rain continent find a way to do it? Also, the spiritual energy of hidden immortal continent is exactly the same as Dawn Rain continent. At least this Xiao did not discover any difference. All cultivation methods and secret techniques can be used here. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is denser than Dawn Rain continent. I can only look for some Daoist qi refining cultivation methods first. Let's see what the so-called foundation establishment, consecration, fusion, heart stirring, spirit stillness, and other realms are all about. Xiaohua's gaze looks at Xiao Jian's figure not far away, and says with a smile, since you don't let this Xiao see, then this Xiao can't see? How can there not be Daoist sect cultivation methods in a place where there are vitality stones transactions? Now you want to provoke this Xiao's curiosity again and again, want this Xiao to take the initiative to ask about your story, but why should this Xiao enter the trap? Since you don't want to say, this Xiao will naturally not mention, this Xiao will also not take the initiative to check your meridians and dantian. Your enemy is an entire country. No matter how powerful this Xiao is, it is impossible for this Xiao to be the opponent of an entire country right now. When Lu Yi wakes up, the sky is already bright. He wipes away the saliva at the corner of his mouth with a very red face, then looks regretfully at Xiaohua, who is already using the Big Dipper God fist in the distance, secretly hating himself for waking up too late. About 10 zhang to Lu Yi's left, Yuanya has already assumed a posture and is practicing with Xiaohua. It looks like he also has the appearance of a master. Lu Yi habitually touches his stomach. Sure enough, it is as Xiaohua said, the intense hunger that he usually feels when he wakes up in the morning did not attack him today. He still feels full like yesterday. Looking around, it seems that other than flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground in his dream last night, everything is like a dream. Lu Yi, Xiaohua calls from afar. Follow this old man's movements, see if you can learn it. Yes, this little one understands. Lu Yi is overjoyed. He hurriedly stares at Xiaohua's movements, his hands and arms dance at the same time. After half a meal, Xiaohua asks, Lu Yi, do you have any special feeling? Special feeling? Lu Yi is slightly dazed. He does not know what Xiaohua is talking about. Oh, that means there is no special feeling. Xiaohua looks at Lu Yi's blank expression. He knows that he did not really practice the Big Dipper God fist. He says again, you stop, this old man has something to say to you. Yes, Lu Yi hurriedly stops his movements. He stands there very respectfully. But Yuanya, who is about 10 zhang, looks at Xiaohua. He opens his mouth to say something, but when he sees a flash of brilliance around Xiaohua and Lu Yi, he can only see Xiaohua's mouth moving. He can no longer hear Xiaohua's voice. Yuanya closes his mouth again. Inside the silent restriction, Xiaohua frankly and sincerely says to Lu Yi, this old man has never accepted a disciple before, you are the first one. This old man has never had the experience of teaching other people a cultivation technique from the beginning, therefore, yesterday's test seems to have some problems. Chapter 32-32. Seeing the joy in Lu Yi's eyes, Xiaohua hurriedly waves his hand and says, of course, this doesn't mean that you will definitely be able to cultivate. Don't be happy too early. I thought about it last night. Now I have several different cultivation methods. If you are willing, I can teach you one by one. You can see for yourself which one is useful. Immortal Master. Lu Yi's gratitude in his heart is incomparable. He really couldn't imagine that he would be able to obtain several different cultivation methods. He can't help but call out, Immortal Master, and kneels on the ground. He is so excited that tears flow down, as if he wants to turn last night's depression into sobs. You don't have to be like this. Xiaohua says with a smile, I am only giving you some insignificant things. Whether you can step on this road in the future will depend on yourself. In particular, I am also doing an experiment on your body to see if my idea is correct. Daoist Xiao. Lu Yi calms down and kneels on the ground and says, I know that I am not worthy to be Daoist Xiao's disciple. However, I have regarded Daoist Xiao as my senior since yesterday, the person closest to me in this world. Not to mention doing an experiment for Daoist Xiao, even if I have to sacrifice my life, so what? Get up. Xiaohua looks at this clever child and says with a smile, just like yesterday, I will recite the cultivation method to you. Yes, Daoist Xiao. Lu Yi suppresses the excitement in his heart and simply doesn't get up. He directly uses his hands to support himself and sits down cross-legged. Then Xiaohua recites an earth attribute cultivation method to Lu Yi's ear 3 times. As expected by Xiaohua, Lu Yi is indeed smart. Xiaohua only needs to recite it once and Lu Yi already remembers it clearly. However, although this cultivation method is simple and crude, it is after all the real cultivation method of the Daoist sect. Lu Yi doesn't understand the meaning of it. Although he repeats it several times and remembers it without missing a word, he doesn't know when he will be able to draw in qi into his body. Lu Yi, you must remember this. This cultivation method cannot be easily revealed. You can only cultivate it by yourself. Xiaohua says again, now you must comprehend it yourself. First, you must be able to sense the qi of heaven and earth. When you reach this step, only then will you know if you can cultivate it or not. If there is anything you don't understand, just ask me. Yes, I understand. Lu Yi was completely baffled by what he heard, but he didn't dare to say anything. His mind was only filled with the first layer of qi refining cultivation technique, and he silently recited it over and over again for fear of forgetting even half a word. Looking at Lu Yi's serious expression, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of himself back then. He thought to himself, this qi refinement technique was originally recorded in the language of Dawn Rain continent. I wonder if it's suitable for me to use the language of hidden immortal continent to speak about it. However, this Xiao has already used this cultivation method once last night, so it should be feasible. As for the rest, we'll talk about it at the auction. Lu Yi wanted to comprehend an aura refining technique, so the task of driving the carriage naturally fell on Yuanya's shoulders. Although the carriage wasn't small, it wasn't big either. It was filled with all sorts of things, so Xiaohua naturally didn't want to sit in it. Thus, he rode on Yuanya's horse and walked in front of the carriage. After leaving Longevity Town, the main road gradually became uneven. Although it was still wide, there were fewer people walking on it. There were more people riding horses and carriages. After a few days, there were almost no pedestrians. Instead, there were only some carriages and horses. Hidden Immortal Continent's Shi Country wasn't as beautiful as Dawn Rain Continent's Shi Country. Beside the main road were low hills. On top of the hills were some wild trees that were about 1 zhang tall. They were sparse and couldn't form a forest. Under the wild trees, the grass was also yellowed. There wasn't any verdant green. Occasionally, there was a dense mountain forest between a few hills. If one looked carefully, they weren't lush at all. The sun was hanging in the sky, mercilessly shining on the ground. The dust brought up by the galloping horses was blown up by the wind. When it hit one's face, they would feel a burst of annoyance. Yuanya narrowed his eyes. The reins in his hand were very stable as he controlled the carriage. He let the dust fall on his face and his open chest. This dust was raised by Xiao Jian's horse. It was just 2 zhang away from Yuanya's right hand. Xiao Jian seemed to be in a sorry state. His forehead was already covered in sweat. His back was also soaked with sweat. A layer of white marks appeared on his Daoist robe. Yuanya looked at Xiaohua on the horse in front of Xiao Jian. At this time, Xiaohua wasn't riding a horse like Xiao Jian. He was holding the reins and using the whip to urge the horse. Instead, he was simply sitting cross-legged. He only put the reins on the horse's neck and let the horse move on its own. However, this kind of strange posture made Yuanya feel incomparably harmonious. It was as if Xiaohua was a part of the horse and couldn't be separated. Therefore, not only did Xiaohua's horse run easily, it also ran the fastest. Sigh. Yuanya looked. He couldn't help but feel as if he was looking at a high mountain. For someone like Yuanya who had grown up in the jungle, the divine abilities that Xiaohua had displayed before were indeed shocking. However, it wasn't as profound as the unity of man and nature that Xiaohua displayed while riding a horse. He couldn't help but sigh. He turned his head and looked at Lu Yi, who was comprehending the cultivation technique behind him. A kind of jealousy that he had never felt before spontaneously arose. In his heart, strength was supreme, whether it was in the jungle or in the arena. And Xiaohua was the most direct method to raise his strength to a level that he had always dreamed of. That's right. In Yuanya's heart, Xiaohua wasn't necessarily a teacher. He was just a method or path. Suddenly, a kind of vigilance arose in Yuanya's heart. It was as if there was an even more ferocious animal spying on him from behind. It immediately made all the hair on his body stand on end. Which immortal friend has come to visit? Please show yourself. Just as Yuanya was about to open his mouth to warn Xiaohua, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and grabbed the reins of the horse. He spoke in a very leisurely tone. Stop. Yuanya pulled the carriage with his arms and turned his head to look at the road they had come from. Immortal friend Xiao is indeed powerful. A voice that was full of praise but also a trace of disdain came from afar. At this time, Yuanya and the others were on a mountain ridge that wasn't very high. A winding mountain path extended from the bottom of the mountain ridge to the top of the mountain. At the end of the mountain ridge, a cloud of thick smoke was rapidly moving along the mountain path. When it reached the foot of the mountain, the faint sound of horses neighing could be heard. The thick smoke actually floated up from the mountain path and rushed towards Yuanya and the others. The sound of horses neighing could be heard. Yuanya felt a chill in his heart. His steel-like arms couldn't help but tremble. When he looked at the 4 fine horses, they were even more unbearable. Lie, lie, lie. The same neighing sound, but it was actually a sorrowful cry. The 4 horses' legs went soft and they collapsed on the ground, scared witless. Their 4 hooves trembled and they didn't dare to move. See! Yuanya jumped up and at the same time he stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Yi, who had his eyes closed, by the collar and easily landed on the ground. Xiaohua and Xiaojian naturally also easily floated down from the back of their horses. They looked back with some astonishment. When the black smoke flew closer, Yuanya's eyes narrowed and he coldly looked at it. It was a large and sturdy horse. It was about 10 feet tall and its entire body was pitch black. This large horse was very strange. Aside from a few extremely long manes, there were also strange scales covering its body. It looked like an ordinary armor. The black smoke came from the mouth and nose of this large horse. The black smoke rolled and brought with it countless sparks, enveloping the entire large horse. Looking at this strange black horse, there was a 10 feet tall strong man sitting upright. This strong man was as arrogant as the black horse. He was also covered in pitch black armor. Even the armor was emitting wisps of black smoke that enveloped his entire body. It was impossible to see this person's true appearance. The black horse fell from the sky without making a sound. Looking at the place where the black horse landed, the sparks from the black smoke had already melted the mountain rocks on the mountain path. The 4 hooves of the black horse seemed to be floating there. This one is Xiaohua. Greetings, fellow immortal. Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense. He calmly looked at the black horse and the person landing and cupped his hands. You are the Daoist Xiaohua? A loud and clear voice came from the black smoke, carrying a trace of surprise. That's right, it is this one. Fellow immortal has chased me for so long from the immortal town. How should I address fellow immortal? Xiaohua nodded and said, Hee hee. That person coldly laughed. The black smoke on his face scattered. His body slightly leaned forward and said in a low voice, This old man was sent by the small gold temple to kill you. With that, taking advantage of his body slightly leaning forward, that person stretched out his hand and actually took a 10 feet long snake spear that was as thick as a duck egg from a hook on the black horse. His 2 legs clamped on the black horse. The black horse jumped up from the ground. Black smoke and sparks filled the air. At the same time, that person waved his hand. The 8 feet long snake spear was like a bolt of black lightning that streaked across the sky. It carried the power of the person and the horse as it pierced towards Xiaohua. Ah? Yuanya suddenly froze. His originally slightly squinted eyes instantly shrank to a point. He didn't know what others were feeling. He only knew that when the person on the horse waved the 8 feet long snake spear, waves of sonic booms came from the spear. The pitch-black lightning attracted all of his attention. His mind couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. Yuanya believed that if he was facing the spear, there was absolutely no way he could dodge it. There was no other way but to die. Buddhist sex bald donkey is really hateful. Yuan Ye's heart was filled with hatred. He looked at Xiao Hua with extreme worry. Woo! A sound like a gust of wind came out of nowhere. Then there was a loud bang. Yuan Ye felt a burst of pain in his ears. Then a wave of air rushed out from not far away. In an instant, his body was lifted up and he was sent flying towards the side of the mountain. Lie, lie, lie. Without waiting for Yuan Ye to stabilize his body, an even louder horse's mournful cry sounded. The black horse that was previously incomparably arrogant seemed to have been struck by lightning. It trembled violently and quickly retreated. There was even more black smoke and sparks coming out of its mouth and nose. However, the black smoke around its body was blown away by the wave of air just now, revealing 4 slightly trembling hooves. Chapter 32-33. Looking at the black-armored man, he was in an even worse state than Yuan Ye. His body had been sent flying, and the 8-feet-long snake spear in his hand flew diagonally into the air. The black smoke that was originally protecting the black-armored man had now disappeared, revealing a large head under the armor. On the face of this head, there was a pair of broom-like eyebrows and 2 leopard eyes. Now they were filled with horror. On the mountain path, Xiao Hua's thin figure stood steadily. The wishful staff in his hand gently twirled one after another, as if the attack just now was child's play. He looked at the embarrassed man in black armor with a smile that was not a smile. Xiao Hua said very easily, "If fellow immortal wants to test this Xiao's skill, then say it as soon as possible. If this Xiao didn't know that you don't have Buddhist telekinesis, your life would be left here today." Humph. The black-armored person coldly snorted. Black smoke rose from his body and seeped out from within the black armor, supporting his body that had lost its balance. Immediately, he waved his hand. The black smoke rushed out like a tentacle and wrapped around the snake spear that was about to land on the ground. At the same time, the black horse that he was sitting on stabilized and appeared below him. This old man just wanted to see how strong you are. If we talk about fighting, how can this old man directly compete with you? The black-armored man straightened his back. With a loud bang, several feet of black flames rushed out from his black armor. Amidst the black flames, a strange skeletal horse and skeleton flashed before disappearing. What was special was that the skeleton's eyes flashed with 2 pitch-black dots, and there was a kind of terrifying brilliance. Looking at the powerful black flames, Xiao Jian and the others couldn't help but tremble, and a kind of fear appeared in their eyes. Fortunately, the black flames on the man's black armor flickered in the air for a few breaths, and then quickly disappeared, slowly revealing the true face of the man in black armor. The man in black looked at Xiao Hua with extreme dissatisfaction. "Fellow immortal and this Xiao are not enemies, there is no reason to fight to the death." A strange look flashed across Xiao Hua's face. He looked at the man's weathered face and said with a smile, "This Xiao doesn't know why fellow immortal chased me all the way here from the immortal town. Is there something you need this Xiao for?" "I'm Xue Ping." The black-armored man's face turned serious as he hung his snake spear on the hook. He cupped his fists and said, "I'm the Left General of the country of Xi's Nanpu County. I'm currently the county governor's envoy in charge of disaster relief for the Longevity town." "Oh, so it's General Xue." Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and cupped his hands. "I wonder, what advice does General Xue have?" "This Xue has come for 3 matters." Xue Ping's gaze was like lightning as he shot a glance at Xiao Jian who was standing by the side. He said coldly, "The water race flooded Longevity town on Liao River. This matter infuriated the county governor and he wishes to investigate the root of the problem. He wants to know which demon is so arrogant. As for that so-called princess of the water race, she came from the River Tide Temple. I, Xue, want to bring this Xiao Jian back to meet the county governor. If the king is enraged, I will bring this Xiao Jian before the king." "General Xue, you are mistaken." Xiao Jian was somewhat fearful, but he was abnormally calm in front of Xue Ping. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, he immediately pointed at Lu Yi who was standing by the side and said, "Although this old man is considered the abbot of the River Tide Temple, that girl was brought to the River Tide Temple by this young man named Lu. This old man doesn't know the origin of that girl, so this matter has nothing to do with me. Oh! Shui Ping raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. 2 wisps of black smoke spewed out from his nostrils as he said loudly, "Is this true? If you dare to deceive this general can kill you right now." My lord. Although Lu Yi's eyes were filled with fear, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Daoist Master Xiao is right. Little Yun was indeed brought to the River Tide Temple by this lowly one. However, this lowly one doesn't know the origin of Little Yun. She was only picked up by this lowly one from Liao River." Lu Yi's voice was trembling as his teeth slightly chattered. Clearly, Shui Ping's terrifying black flames had frightened him. "All right then." Shui Ping laughed sinisterly. "Since you are the source, then follow this general back to Longevity Town." Hee. Seeing Lu Yi's footsteps moving towards the black horse despite his fear, Xiao Hua sneered. "General Shui, if this Xiao hadn't left Jiangqing City, this Xiao wouldn't have cared how you treated Lu Yi. However, after leaving Jiangqing City, this Xiao has already taken Lu Yi in as a servant. His coming and going isn't up to him. Need to ask for this Xiao's opinion." Fellow Immortal Xiao. Shui Ping was stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to stand up for Lu. He asked curiously, "Is this true?" "Whatever this Xiao says is true," Xiao Hua replied proudly. Fellow Immortal Xiao. Shui Ping hesitated slightly as if he didn't want to fall out with Xiao Hua. He said faintly, "Liao River's water tribe flooded Longevity Town. This is something that has never happened in Nanpu County in the past 50 years. The prefectural governor is furious. I believe that the monarch's imperial edict will arrive soon. Lu Yi is the person involved. This matter is of great importance. This general came to Longevity Town on the orders of the prefectural governor to investigate the truth of the matter. I must bring Lu Yi back to Nanpu County." "Daoist," Lu Yi said timidly, "please tell me where you are going. I will follow General Shui to Nanpu County and then look for Daoist." "You are only my servant. You have no right to speak here." Xiao Hua waved his hand and ignored Lu Yi. He looked at Shui Ping and said, "This old man has already told Imo Jianli the cause of this matter. Even if Lu Yi returns with you, the matter will still be the same. There won't be another word. This old man has a use for Lu. I won't let you take him away." Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Lu Yi silently lowered his head. He took a few steps back and stood beside Yuanya again. "Fellow Immortal Xiao." Shui Ping was displeased. "This general sees that you are also of the Daoist lineage. That's why I'm talking nicely with you. If it were anyone else, fellow Immortal Shui?" Xiao Hua's tone was the same. "This old man also sees that you are a Daoist itinerant cultivator. It's not easy for you to cultivate, so I won't argue with you. Lu Yi is my servant. How can he leave with you just because you say so? If fellow Immortal insists on letting Lu Yi go with you, then there's no need to talk about the other 2 matters." "You." Shui Ping's eyes widened as he stared straight at Xiao Hua. The black horse beneath him snorted and spewed out a lot of black smoke and sparks. Its front hooves kicked the mountain path and melted several deep marks into the ground. For a moment, the entire mountain path was silent. Even the wind had stopped. "Xiao Hua, you are making things difficult for this old man." Shui Ping finally spoke. "Shui Ping, if something belongs to this old man, let alone a servant, even if it's a primordial stone, if this old man doesn't agree, no one can take it away." Xiao Hua didn't back down and said indifferently, "This old man isn't making things difficult for you." "This old man? You call yourself this old man in front of me?" Shui Ping chuckled as if he was about to fly into a rage. Why would Xiao Hua be afraid of him? He looked up and down. The wishful staff in his hand was still waving slowly. He looked completely lazy. "General Shui," Xiao Jian hurriedly said from the side, "From what I know, Longevity Academy's Principal Zhu Junfeng and the prefectural governor are old friends. Since Principal Zhu knew about this and didn't keep Lu Yi, then Mr. Zhu should be able to explain it to the prefectural governor. Moreover, Mr. Mo Jianli and the others from the Chongyun sect didn't mention this matter. General, there's no need to fuss over this matter. General, you came here for 3 matters. The first matter? I'm afraid it's not the most important, right? Let's talk about the 2 important matters first. Forget it. Xue Ping thought for a moment after hearing Xiao Jian's words. He waved his hand and said, Longevity Academy is in charge of Longevity Town. The prefectural governor basically doesn't interfere. It's just that this matter is too terrible and the prefectural governor can't ignore it. Since Mr. Mo knows about this matter, this general can also report this matter to the prefectural governor. Hee hee. Xiao Hua only smiled faintly and didn't even say a word of thanks. Since Xue Ping was given a way out, he said, Of course, this general isn't afraid of fellow Immortal Xiao. It's just that this general came to Longevity Town not only to investigate the truth of the matter, but also to take charge of the disaster relief of Longevity Town. When this general arrived, I heard from Principal Zhu that fellow Immortal Xiao had donated 100,000 dan of rations. Not only did this solve the famine in Longevity Town, it also allowed this general to bring the remaining rations back and distribute them to other disaster areas. Therefore, this general chased after you to thank Daoist Xiao. As for the matter of your servant, this general won't pursue it on account of the rations. Hee hee, I'll have to trouble General Xue. Hearing that Xue Ping chased after him to thank him, Xiao Hua cupped his hands. This matter involves the people of Longevity Town. This Xiao is duty-bound, so there's no need to thank me. 100,000 dan of rations. Xiao Jian was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. On the other hand, Yuan Ya and Lu Yi didn't have any concept of 100,000 dan, so they didn't have any reaction. Xue Ping touched his black armor and took out an inch-long vermilion jade pendant. He threw it to Xiao Hua and said, This is a reward personally issued by my Nanpu Prefecture's prefectural governor. Fellow Immortal Xiao has contributed to the people of Longevity Town and donated rations. You can receive this reward. Also, this item has some uses in my country of Xi. Alright, Xiao Hua glanced at the ordinary jade pendant and nodded, keeping it in his pocket. What's the third matter, General Xue? Xue Ping glanced at Xiao Jian and the others on his left and transmitted his voice. Fellow Immortal Xiao, this old man came here for official matters, but this last matter is a private matter. Fellow Immortal, please speak. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and transmitted his voice back. This old man will first ask, Does fellow Immortal Xiao hold a position in other countries of hidden Immortal continent? Xue Ping asked somewhat urgently. Xiao Hua seemed to understand Xue Ping's thoughts and shook his head slightly. This Xiao is a rogue cultivator. I like to be a free cloud and a wild crane. I don't like any restrictions. Chapter 32-34. Great, Xue Ping was about to clap his hands as he exclaimed, It's great that fellow Immortal Xiao is a rogue cultivator. I wonder if fellow Immortal Xiao is interested in the position of Nanpu County's right general? Hee hee, Xiao Hua laughed as he waved his hand. This Xiao has already said that I am an idle cloud and wild crane. I am used to being free and do not like any restrictions. Sigh, fellow Immortal Xiao. Xue Ping laughed bitterly. 30 years ago, this old man had the same thoughts as you. I wanted to practice Dao techniques and refine my divine ability so that I could be free and unfettered between heaven and earth. However, reality is cruel. Our Daoist sect is already in the middle of the hidden immortal continent. Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects are not fond of us. The primordial stones, spirit herbs, and elixirs that we need for cultivation are not easy to obtain, especially Daoist cultivation techniques. Even if Confucian cultivators and Buddhist sects destroy them, they will not fall into our hands. This old man cultivated to the 3rd stage of the 1st grade primordial energy back then but was unable to advance any further. I thought of many methods but to no avail. Thus, I had no choice but to serve under Nanpu County's county governor. You see, in just 30 years, this old man has advanced from the third stage of the first grade primordial energy to the second stage of the second grade primordial energy. This is something that this old man did not even dare to think about in the past. This old man is unable to tell fellow immortal about the benefits within. However, fellow immortal can think about it. With the power of a county supporting your cultivation, how could you not advance by leaps and bounds? At least it is better than a rogue cultivator like you finding your own way, right? Xue Ping advised again. Under Nanpu County's county governor, there is only this old man as the left general. The cultivation of the other Daoist cultivators are all shallow. This old man alone is unable to support them and is unable to contend against the other Buddhist sects and Confucian cultivators. When this old man arrived at Longevity Town, I heard Zhu Juanfeng's words and knew that fellow immortal strength is immense and that you have the courage to defeat 10,000 men. I immediately rushed here to thank fellow immortal. If this benefit is not given to my Daoist fellow immortal, who else can it be given to? Secondly, I wish to ask fellow immortal to lend this old man a helping hand and become the right general of Nanpu County. With the two of us working together, we will definitely be able to make a name for ourselves in Nanpu County and even request for the position of general from the king. Not only will it make a name for itself in the country of Xi, it will also be extremely beneficial to our cultivation. When he spoke up to here, Xue Ping sighed again. Actually, in the end, it's because I've seen too few Daoist disciples, and it's even rarer to see a disciple who can charge into battle like fellow Daoist. I can't let go of this opportunity. Hee. Xiaohua doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. He only chuckles and says, "Many thanks for General Xue's good intentions. This Xiao really can't go back with you. This Xiao has more important things to do. General Xue, please pay more attention to the right general." Fellow immortal Xiao, are you really not going to reconsider? Xue Ping seemed to have the intention of recruiting him. That strike from the first time they met had left an extremely deep impression on him. No need. If General Xue has nothing else, then this Xiao will take his leave. We will meet again someday. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao." Seeing Xiaohua's resolute reply, Xue Ping knew that he couldn't keep Xiaohua, so he hurriedly said, "Since fellow immortal isn't willing to be the right general, then this Xue doesn't dare to force it. However, this Xue has something to ask fellow immortal for help next year. I wonder if fellow immortal is interested?" Xiaohua frowned and immediately thought of the treasure hunt in the West Sea. He looked at Xue Ping and smiled bitterly. "General Xue, could it be that you've discovered another lost treasure somewhere?" "Ah? Fellow immortal?" Xue Ping was shocked and asked curiously, "Fellow immortal knows? What does this Xiao know?" Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao isn't interested in treasure hunting. General Xue should find someone else." Sigh, "Fellow immortal, do you think this old man doesn't want to find someone else?" Xue Ping smiled bitterly. This old man is familiar with some Daoist disciples, but they are all useless. The one with profound cultivation is a Confucian disciple, and that place happened to be a Daoist ruin. I heard that there are ancient elixirs hidden inside that are extremely beneficial for breaking through bottlenecks. This old man also needs to prepare for the bottleneck of the second grade of essence force. Second grade of essence force, ah. Xiaohua muttered to himself and thought, this hidden immortal continent is very strange. How could Daoist be exterminated by them? What is the truth behind it? If this Xiao wants to return to the Dawn Rain continent, these Daoist ruins are probably the same as the Buddhist ruins on the Dawn Rain continent. I have to take a look, right? If a mere second-grade essence force cultivator can take a look, then what's wrong with this Xiao going? After all, the Daoist sects in the hidden immortal continent have already declined. It's good to be able to help a Daoist disciple. All right. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. This Xiao can lend you a hand. However, this Xiao also has a matter to trouble General Xue. Please speak. Xue Ping didn't find it strange at all and smiled. If fellow immortal Xiao has any conditions, feel free to state them. You and I are villains before gentlemen. Xiao Hua waved his hand. It's not much of a condition. It's just that this Xiao is looking for a place called Lu Town. If General Shui can help this Xiao find a place called Lu Town in the hidden immortal continent, this Xiao will definitely help you. Hiss, Shui Ping took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Hua. His expression was strange, but he couldn't tell what he was thinking. After a moment, he sneered again. Fellow immortal Xiao, are you making fun of this old man? If you don't want to go, you don't have to go. Why make such a boring condition? Who knows how many countries there are in the 9 great provinces of the hidden immortal continent? Who knows how many villages and towns there are? How can this old man find the Lu town you're looking for in the vast sea of villages and towns? Sigh, it's really not as simple as this Xiao and Xiao Jian thought. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and spoke again. General Shui is wrong. This Xiao isn't lying. This Xiao is indeed looking for Lu town. Since General Shui is the left general of the country of Xi's Nanpu County, you must have some conveniences in this area. All right, Shui Ping saw that Xiao Hua wasn't speaking nonsense and nodded slightly. This Shui can help you search, but this old man is powerless. I'll search as much as I can, right? In that case, many thanks to General Shui. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and added another sentence. How about this? If General Shui is only searching in Yuzhou, then how about adding a sect called Misty Sect? Misty Sect? What sect is that? Confucian or Daoist? Shui Ping frowned again and asked patiently. This Xiao also doesn't know. Xiao Hua spread his hands and smiled bitterly. This Xiao is also helping others search. Since you can help this Xiao can also help General. All right. Shui Ping nodded. If it's only Yuzhou, this Shui can give it a try. Since General Shui has promised this Xiao, then this Xiao will also promise General Shui. When this Xiao is free next year, this Xiao will go to Nanpu County to look for you. How about that? Xiao Hua didn't dawdle and agreed very swiftly. Great. Shui Ping clapped. With fellow immortal Zhao's help, this matter will be settled. As he spoke, Shui Ping took out a pitch-black token from his armor and handed it to Xiao Hua. Fellow immortal Xiao, this is this old man's token. When you come to Nanpu County next year, you can use this to find this old man. This old man will return today and make preparations. I will quietly await Immortal Senior's arrival in my residence. Hee all right. Xiao Hua grabbed the token and said, when this Xiao is free next year, this Xiao will go look for General. All right, this Shui will take his leave. Shui Ping bowed on the horse and patted the back of the black horse's neck. The black horse raised its head and neighed. Black smoke and sparks spewed out from its nose and mouth. Black fog also appeared from its 4 hooves. It carried Shui Ping and charged into the air towards Longevity Town. This Shui Ping didn't dare to jump off the black horse from start to finish. Xiao Hua sneered as he watched the black fog fly away. It's not only because he's wary of this Xiao, but also because his cultivation is connected to this black horse. This kind of cultivation method seems to be somewhat similar to Huan Country's beast cultivation method. Seeing Shui Ping fly away with the black horse, Xiao Hua retracted his gaze. The 4 horses that had collapsed on the ground due to the black horse's arrival now stood up again. They all snorted and sweat dripped from their bodies. It was obvious that they were extremely frightened. Damn it, what kind of monster is this black horse Shui Ping? Could it be a demon from the 1,000 Beasts sacred realm? With this horse, is there still a need to fight on the battlefield? As long as this horse neighed a few times, wouldn't the other horses collapse on the ground? His title of Left General is truly a waste. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that the horse couldn't even pull the carriage. Hunya, pack up. We'll rest here for a while. Xiao Hua saw that there was no way to leave and could only instruct. Yes. Yuanya's reply was always concise. Lu Yi walked over with a nervous expression and said in a low voice, Daoist priest, this little one thanks you. Go and comprehend it. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at him. If you can't even comprehend such a simple incantation, you might as well have been taken away by that charcoal head. Being this old man's servant is truly shameful. Yes, this little one will continue to comprehend. Lu Yi's somewhat long face immediately smiled and hurriedly went to help Yuanya tidy up the horses. However, how could Yuanya allow him to do so? He was still chased to the side and sat there, closing his eyes to continue his interrupted comprehension. Senior Xiao. Xiao Jian walked over and said with a smile, although Xue Ping's actions are somewhat reckless, what he said is extremely true. Senior Xiao should agree to head to Nanpu County. Xiao Hua raised his brows and said with a smile, if what fellow Daoist Xiao said is the same as Xue Ping, then there's no need to say anything. This Xiao has his own plans. This Xiao doesn't care about the few conditions he mentioned. If you have other ideas, feel free to say them. Xiao Jian was somewhat embarrassed. He knew that Xiao Hua was very dissatisfied with him for pushing Lu Yi out. However, in reality, Xiao Yun was brought to the Tidal River Temple by Lu. If he didn't hear Xiao Hua and the others mention it on the way, he wouldn't have known that Xiao Yun was the princess that the Water Tribe wanted. Xiao Hua was obviously dissatisfied with Xiao Jian, and Xiao Jian himself felt wronged. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.